hold on. Before you're gonna ask me, Avilash, is this a 6-hour video you are posting? I mean, you used to post around 2-hour, 3-hour videos. Right now you're posting a 6-hour video. Well, guys, I just want to tell you a few things before I get started. I am so messed up with different things that I'm doing, and I'm not at all getting time to post videos on YouTube. So this is basically 6 different sessions that I have taken, and I'm combining all those 6 different sessions. So I have recorded this session in 6 different days, 1 hour per each session, as I have told you in the first when I started this particular series. So you don't have to watch this video in one go. So you have to take 6 different days to watch it. And you know what? You're gonna learn a lot, because I'm going to start with Spring Security internals and architecture from this particular video. Welcome back everyone. My name is Avilash. You are watching Selenium Express. Let's get started with Spring Security internals and architecture. Alright, so before we get into this particular video, let me tell you the contents that you will be learning in this particular video. And let me tell you guys, this is the video that you guys are looking for. I mean, the last 7 videos that we have gone through, those are the basics. And now we'll go beyond basics. And we'll start looking at the classes, interfaces, methods that Spring Framework, Spring Security Framework has. And actually, there are a lot of good things and a lot of great things you'll be learning in this particular video. Alright, so as I said, before we get into this, let me tell you the contents that I'll be covering in this particular video. So I have just written this out because while editing, I got to know what are the contents I have discussed here. So we'll be learning about user details, which is an interface present inside the Spring Security Framework. We'll talk about the user class. We'll talk about UserDetailsService, which will have some really good features for you as well. And we'll talk about the UserDetailsManager. We'll talk about the InMemoryUserDetailsManager. We'll talk about the JDBCUserDetailsManager. We'll talk about the LdapUserDetailsManager, and all these are the Spring Security internal classes, okay? And these classes are present inside the Spring Security Framework. And we'll see the glory details about this particular class in the next 6 hours. Well, I'll be also telling you about the CRUD that you can do with your Spring Security Framework. Basically, if you want to create a user, update a user profile, delete someone's account or delete a user account, or how to change or update the password of the user, things like that, the complete CRUD, create, delete, update and change or alter things, you will be learning here in this particular video as well. And also, all these things that I'll be doing right now, I'll be also introducing to you the Spring Security Default Schema. I know you guys have covered about Spring Security Default Schema in the video number 6, where I talk about the user schema and the user schema, basically the user table and the authority table. And also in this particular session, I'll be telling you how to create a custom schema, like custom table. Like I want to create a customer table and I want to store all my customers' data inside that table, and I want to store my customer username and password in that table itself. I want to store data in the custom table itself, and I do not want to follow the Spring Security Default Schema or Spring Security Default User Schema. Then how I will be managing things. That thing also I'll be talking right here in this particular video, and also I'll be letting you know how you can use the user's email as the username. I mean, you'll be learning a whole lot of things. And before I get into all these things, even though these things are not making so much sense to you right now, by the end of the video, I can assure you, you'll be learning a lot of new different things. Alright guys, so I want to confirm one more thing. So actually, whenever I was editing this particular video, I found a lot of time I did a lot of repetition. Basically, I have created these sessions by keeping freshers into the consideration. I mean, my targeted audience are the freshers or the beginners for this particular series. But yes, you can see the people who have attended the sessions, they have got some good amount of experience as well. So it's not like that you cannot follow it. If you have so many years of experience, surely you can follow it. I think I have covered a lot of different things. But one thing is that, I mean, you can keep forwarding the video, or whenever you feel that, okay, things are getting repeated, maybe you have the forward button in your hand, right? You can just do forward, forward, forward. But I have not cropped those parts or cut those parts because I think it is going to be helpful for the beginners, right? And Spring Security Framework is a very challenging things to I think get acquainted it whenever basically when we're starting, because the security will be needing everywhere. We'll be needing the security in our microservices whenever we are building microservices, or whenever we are creating API gateway in our microservices, or whenever we're creating a Spring MVC application or Spring Boot web application. We need the Spring security concepts, and it is a little bit tricky to grasp when we are just starting out because we have a lot of new things. So I have taken my time to explain the things. In case you are getting irritated, just like me, because whenever I was editing the things, I got so much irritated by listening to me. Listening to myself is one of the biggest, challenge for me while editing. So if you are just like me, who had to listen to my voice, so maybe, you can just forward it whenever the things are getting repeated. Okay. But I have not caught it, just sake of beginners. Okay. Cool. So that's it. I mean, you will be learning a lot, I believe, and I'll see you after the session. Alright, for the next 11 minutes, we are going to have a Q&A. So if you want to hear the Q&A, then, feel free to watch it from now. But if you don't want to watch the Q&A, then you can skip this particular video. You can make it 11 minutes forward, and I'll put the timestamp just right here. You can forward it to this particular timestamp. But yes, if you want to refresh your concepts and basics, then here are these questions, and just check that whether your basics and the foundation is clear or not. Okay, let's get started. Okay, so the first question is, what do you mean by authentication? Who can answer? You can basically, you can raise your hand. What do you mean by authentication? Just simply, if anyone wants to explain, there is no right or wrong. You can say whatever you want. You know that I don't judge people. Yeah. Yep. Any other people wants to answer? Just raise your hand. I just want to see. Authentication. Yep. Okay. Cool. All right. Yes, Refti, you can go ahead with authentication. What do you mean by that?
Authentication means who am I? I have to.
Yes. Go ahead.
To access the website, we need to give some authentication for that. Username and password is the authentication for to access that website.
Perfect. Yes. So. Okay, perfect. So authentication means is basically, proving who you are, okay, by giving your username and password. Perfect. So the next question, what do you mean by, you might be thinking I'll be asking you, what do you mean by authorization, but I'll not be asking you right now. How many types of authentication we have in Spring? I mean, what are the different ways to do authentication in Spring? I mean, when I'm asking that, I basically mean where I can store my user information.
In memory.
Yes, in memory.
JDBC authentication.
Perfect.
LDAP. Okay. Database.
In memory.
Yep. In memory. Yes. In memory, LDAP and JDBC are, or what do you call, database. These are the three standard authentication, we can do in Spring Security. Perfect. Next one. So the next question is, let me think what I'll ask you. So I'll just give you three options. Okay. What is the main concept behind Spring Security? Your options are interceptor, dispatcher servlet,
filters.
Okay. Filters. Okay. So what do you mean by a filter chain? You don't answer. Just raise your hand. I want to see who can answer this. What do you mean by a filters chain in Spring Security? Whatever I have covered so far, I have not spoke so much about filters chain, but any guesses? What do you mean by that? Felix, go ahead. What do you mean by filter chain in Spring Security?
I think
They are just security constraints that the series of security constraints that the user must go through to
Yes.
be authenticated.
Yeah. Yes. Perfect. Yeah. So can we have 15 filters attached with a filter chain? Is it possible or not? Can I have 15 different filters and I want whenever a request comes into my server, it needs to go through those 15 filters. Is it possible?
Yes, sir.
Yes, it is.
Okay. Okay. So filter chain is something when a request comes, it needs to pass through that. Perfect. Okay. So how many filters do you guys remember? I mean, just for casually, I'm asking. I'm not expecting that you should tell me the exact filter name, and that's not required. I mean, can you give some kind of examples or some examples of the filters that you have come across so far?
JDBC filter.
Basic authentication filter, username
Basic.
and password filter.
Yes.
Username password authentication filter.
Yes. Yes. Username password authentication filter.
CSRO.
One is basic authentication, right?
Yeah, basic authentication filter is the right answer.
Yes, and one is form based.
Yeah, for form based, we use username password authentication.
Okay.
Yeah. So to activate the form login, okay, to activate the form login in your system or in your Spring Security, what is the method that you will be using? I am not expecting. Yes, yes. Which one?
Configure method, which has HTTP as a method parameter.
Yes. Do you remember the exact one? Form login. I believe so. Isn't it? http.form login it should be. And you should be providing your form login URL. Okay. So, okay. Now I want you to ask, what do you mean by authorization? Okay. Okay. Let me ask you. Mohi, you can try. Authorization.
Yes, establish.
Yeah. So what do you mean by authorization? And why we need that inside a system?
To allow the particular URL, or we can restrict the user, means that user URL path, I guess.
Perfect. Yes, that's the use. That's the use. As Repti said, to prove who you are is authentication, and to prove what are the access that you have. Are you allowed to access that endpoint? Are you allowed to access a URL? Okay, if you want to prove that, you need to authorize yourself. Okay, maybe to Anu I can give 10 authorization, 10 different authorization. For Dilip I can give 9 authorization. For Felix I can restrict it to only 1. So I can give the authorization based on my application requirement, just like admin, user, things like that. Okay. So the next question, whenever a user logs in, okay, whenever a user gives a username and password, okay, imagine someone is trying to log into the system, he's giving the username and password, and whenever he is trying to log in, then obviously, something getting created. Okay, something is getting created. I don't want to ask like this. Okay, so I'm basically asking about how basically Spring Security tracks a valid authentication. Let's say someone is giving username and password, and the password has been authenticated. Next time, whenever you are trying to log in, you don't have to provide the username and password. So how Spring Security tracks it? Yes, Mayur?
Yeah, by using cookies.
Yes, by using sessions. Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
Cookies, but you can say that sessions. Yeah. Okay, so the next question. What is a data source? Who can answer? What is a data source? Yeah, Yash, go ahead. What is a data source? Yeah.
Data source is basically a container from where we are getting our username, password, and other stuff.
Yes, yes. So basically, data source is the person who will help you to get a connection. Okay, and to get a connection from a DB, you obviously need to authenticate yourself. And how to do the authentication? Obviously, you'll be needing the URL. I mean, which DB you want to connect, what is the username, and what is the password. That's the data source. Cool. Can someone just explain me a little about in-memory authentication and JDBC authentication? Who can help? Rahul, can you try? In-memory authentication and JDBC authentication?
Yeah. in-memory authentication, we are just hard coding our username and password. So by using with the user method and password method, so
Yes.
we are just passing our username as password, and
Yes.
it should be encoded one. So we are using password encoder for
Yes.
interfaces for that one.
Yes, perfect. That's the in-memory authentication. You are basically storing the user inside the server memory. And what is the JDBC authentication? Anybody wants to try? Savita, do you want to try JDBC authentication?
No, sir.
Okay, you haven't gone through that video so far, Savita?
No, sir. I completed 3 only.
No problem, no problem. Take your time. Take your time. I know your problem. So JDBC authentication, I mean, how it is different than in-memory authentication? Anybody else want to try?
I did not go through the video, but I can. I just want to add something.
Sure. Go ahead.
So in JDBC authentication, we can put username and password and enable thing in database.
Exactly.
So that will be permanent. It's not like in memory. It will be permanent. So
Yes.
whenever we will log in, so call that controller will make call to the database and we get that.
Yes. And based on the username available inside the database, we will validate a user that whether his password and credentials are matching and whether the roles are matching right there. Okay. So for JDBC authentication, if we'll follow the default schema, okay, for JDBC authentication, if we follow the Spring Security default schema, then how many tables we have to create?
2.
Okay, Dilip, can you name them? What are those tables and what is going to be the primary key and foreign key?
Authorities is one table.
And
users, I think it is another table. Username will be the foreign key in authorities table.
Yes. So what we will store in users table? What we will store in authorities table?
In user table, we will be having 3 columns: username, password, and enable. So that enabled is for soft deletion of the user. So if you enable
to show that the user is activated or not, I mean active or not. That's it. Yeah. And authorities?
In the authorities, we will be maintaining 2 columns: username and the what kind of role he is having.
Yes. Perfect. Cool. So CSRF is what? It's a filter, interceptor, dispatcher servlet.
Filter.
Okay. All right. Cool. Okay. Happy to see that you all are kind of aware about something, and maybe the rest of the things you can, start. You just go through the videos. Whoever missed the class. Yeah, Depti, you want to ask something?
Yeah, Abhilash. And that the CSRF is inbuilt.
Yeah, that's the inbuilt filter. We can also create our own filter, and I'll be telling you that maybe after some time. I think it's not the right time, but I'll see how much you guys are accepting. If you guys are accepting good with the things that I'll be starting from today, then I'll be telling you right now. Else I'll be wait till you guys finish your Spring Boot course, and after that I will go for the rest of the thing. Okay. So now I can start sharing my screen. So from today onwards, for the next maybe 3-4 days, we'll be talking about some internals about Spring Security. And after 4, 5, or 6 sessions, I am planning to stop the security and switch back to Hibernate. And rest, I'll be saying that if you're progressing good, then I will tell about those things right now. Else I'll tell about those things when the right time comes. So Spring Security evening is your project. Let me open this.
Just a quick question. It's not related to this, but just I thought to ask you. Are you going to cover AUth 2?
Auth 2, you are saying?
Yeah, Auth 2.
Yep, but that I'll be covering with Spring Boot, not here. If you want to understand about that, Anu, or anybody is in a hurry about Auth 2 and JWT, you can start attending the morning sessions, but that requires a prerequisites. Okay, if you don't have the prerequisites, don't join, you'll go mad. Okay, But if you have it, if you know something about it, you can start joining the morning session. I don't have any problem. Just ping me. I'll add you to the group. Okay, so if I'll go to the evening batch, if I do a run on server. So good to see that you guys know something about security and really happy about it. So we have a problem, principal.getName, because principal is null. So where I'm using principal controllers, where I'm using principal. Oh, there you go. Hello world. Okay. So maybe I'll do one thing. I can say this to hello. Now I feel there won't be any problem. Let it reload the changes. Basically, I am not yet logged in, right? So if I'm not yet logged in, so obviously the principal object has not been created yet, right? But here in the controller, whenever whenever slash request loads, here I'm trying to fetch the principal and I'm trying to fetch the username of the logged in user. That's why this object was null and it was throwing me error. But that's not a problem. It won't throw right now. Perfect. So can I do hello world or something? Okay, there is no matching. Can I go here? Can I do a login right now? My custom login, Control V, enter. That's my login. If I remember some credential, I have created one called Dilip123 login, and there you go. And I remember I have created some endpoints like by. What are the endpoints that I have? Process login.
By you deleted. By okay. Deleted.
Which one I have? Slash hello I have, slash trainer I have, right? Okay, slash hello. Okay, this was my home, isn't it? I remember this one. Maybe I can change this to home. And okay, I remember that. So right now I can change the endpoint to home, enter. So this is the logged in user, right? Cool. So from today onwards, let's understand something like where I have configured my users. I have to go to my config file. Inside security config file, here I am doing a JDBC authentication. I'm trying to load the user by using the JDBC from my database. Okay, so my data source has been provided here, and also I've defined a password encoder. So today what I want to do, maybe I want to delete all these things. Maybe let me first stop everything, and maybe what I'll do right now, I'll just maybe I can comment instead of deleting. I can comment this thing, and I will override the configure method again, and I will just do some in-memory authentication. Okay, so configure authentication builder, and inside this authentication, inside this configure method, let's do some authentication. And right now, let's do some in-memory authentication. Okay, so for in-memory authentication, can anybody help me to write the code that we used to write it previously? How we used to create a user here? I mean, let's say I want to create a user. I want to store that user inside my memory. Then what is the procedure that we used to follow previously?
Dot in memory.
Okay, dot
with user.
And username. Let's say I'll just take some new username. Let's say Savita. Okay, then the password, and I'll say, let's say S1234, and then what else I need? Username, password. Then to create a user, yeah, roles I need. Maybe I'll just make her an admin. Okay, and that's it, right? So that's how. Sorry.
We need to provide
password encoder.
Yeah.
So password encoder I can provide here, or if I already have a password encoder defined, then I ideally don't need to do that. But that's good that if I can provide a password encoder, and this password encoder is basically the object that I have created here, and I made it AutoWare, and obviously this thing will come from where?
from my configuration file. Here I have created a bean for password encoder, and I have created a bcrypt password encoder, and I made it a bean. Okay, perfect. So this is how we created some users last time. So this is how we know how to create users by doing a in-memory authentication. And here we are saving the users inside the server only. But hold on, right now, this is one way of doing it. There is another way to create users in Spring Security. And I'll be telling you. Yes.
Here your password you are giving as a plain text, but you are using bcrypt encryptor, right?
Yeah, it won't work then.
Yeah.
Maybe I can remove the password encrypt and good catch. So here, maybe I can give just an ID, bcrypt.
And you need to provide the bcrypted one only here.
Which one?
S1234 you have.
Okay. So maybe I can make it no ops otherwise. No op. Okay. So I'll also tell you how you're writing no op and Spring Security, knowing that, okay, which password encoder to choose. I'll be showing you that thing also. But right now, this is one way of creating users. Okay. So I'll just tell you another way of creating that. And from that, I need to tell you a story. And now let's start looking into the internal of Spring Security. The first interface that I'll be showing you, let me tell you guys, I'll be start showing you different things from today, maybe for next 3-4 days, then I'll stop doing it. So what you need to do every day for 10 minutes, only for 10 minutes, whatever the classes, interfaces I'm opening, try to open that and try to see that. Maybe after 7 days, 8 days, you'll be pretty much comfortable. Maybe right now you'll be hearing a lot of new class name, interface name, and you will feel like, okay, there are so many new things I cannot remember. That's fine. Nobody is telling you to remember anything. Okay. And if I'm asking you some class name, interface name, that is just for, checking that whether you guys are familiar with that or not. But we always have an option. I never remember class. I just do Control-Shift-T and I'll just do star and I keep searching here and I find the class name. And if someone is judging you, just like, if you remember the class name, method name, or things like that, forget about that company, forget about that interviewer. Maybe I feel that that's not the right way. Nobody can force you to remember a class name or remember a method name. But to understand these things, like how the things are happening internally, we have to go through some of the interfaces, some of their architecture that they have built. And this is a very nice thing for us right now, because right now we have to see their code, how they have defined. As a developer, we have to have a good practice. I know most of you are having good amount of experience and you know that we have to see other developers' code and we have to understand from that. And if you are just starting out, then let me tell you, you have to go through others' code as well. It's not like building something from scratch. It's always like, looking into other developers' code and understanding them as well. So I will not make things complicated. Okay, I'll just show you some very simple thing today. So the first interface that I will be showing you today is called UserDetails. Okay, now this is the first interface that we'll be looking at today. And let me tell you what is this, why we need that interface, why they have created it, why I'm talking about this, why should I know about this user details. So by looking into the definition, okay, can I provide, okay, you can see that provides core user information. That means in Spring Security, if you want to store users, okay, if you want to represent user, if you want to create a blueprint of user, or if you want to store users, okay, then this is the interface that you have to depend upon. So Spring Security people are saying that, hey, we have an interface called user details. We have various methods like authorities, password, username. Obviously, this is the interface. And these methods are what? These methods are abstract method. You can see that they do not have body. All these methods are not having body. So this is just a interface. So this is the interface Spring people are saying that, hey, use this interface to store users inside your application. Okay, so this is just a, blueprint or contract to store users inside our application. Now, as I said, this is an interface. So if this is an interface, do we have any, implementation class for user details? To check that, you can do Control T on this interface. And you can see we got two implementation class. One is called user and one is called mutable user. So one class is there, which is implementing user details, and one interface is there, which is extending user details. And maybe there is another class is mutable user. I really don't care about this. I want to go for this user. So now if you go to this user class, now you can see this user class is implementing user details. So if I'll go to the user details, now you can see it is the same interface that I told you. If I want to create users in Spring Security, I have to implement this particular interface. Okay, so Spring people already given an implementation class for this interface, and that class name is user. If I do Command T and if I click on this, this is the user class, and you can see all the methods that you are seeing right there inside the user details, like get authorities, get password, get username, all these things, is the account expired, all these things are overridden right here because obviously this class is implementing user details, and you can see a lot of things will be overridden like right here, like see, get authorities, get password, get username, all these methods are having body. Okay, now let me go to the interface first and let me think like why we need all these methods. But if you remember previously, if you have done some kind of coding with Spring Security, you should have an idea why we need the get authorities. Can anybody tell me how I can use get authorities here? What is the use of get authorities? By looking into the method name. Maybe I have used it in my last class, or yeah, to authorities in the sense, what are the granted roles? Let's say I'm creating one user. Maybe inside my memory or maybe inside the database, I'm creating one user and I'm giving him so many access like admin access, user access, editor access. Let's say I'm creating different access. Okay. Or let's say there is two users in my, let's say I run a service and I got two users. One is Dilip, one is Yash. Okay. Now let's say Dilip, as I said, he's a trainer and he's a coder, but Yash is only a trainer. Okay, so now Dilip has two access. He is a trainer and he is a coder. So what are the authorities? Authorities are same like roles. When someone is saying authorities, think like that is role only, right? So how many roles Dilip has? He has two roles. He is a coder and he is a teacher or trainer. So he got two authorities. So you can see that it is returning a collection of authorities. Okay, get password means what? Simple thing. You can see that returns the password used to authenticate a user. Let's say if you are creating a user, I have told you where we have created a user. Here, whenever we are creating a user, we are giving roles, right? The roles like this, admin, and let's say user. Okay, maybe something else. Maybe I can give a root user. Okay, I can give various roles, right? And this can be anything. I'm just like writing like this. You can write anything here. So now password means whenever I'm creating a user, I got the password. So whenever you see the user details, you can see get password method is there, and this get password method will get you the password of the user. So get username means obviously this will get you the username of this particular method. Why it will get you the username of this particular method? Because this particular interface is only used for storing user. So user related information like roles, password, username, whether his account is non-expired, whether his account is logged or things like that, whether his credentials, so his password or her password is expired, whether the user is enabled or things like that, I can understand from user details. So let's say right now you have a special requirement, or your company people are saying that, hey, go ahead and create a new user implementation for me, create a class for me which can store user, which I'll be using to store user. Then obviously you can implement this user details interface and you can override all these methods and you can give your implementation. Just like that, if you don't want to do that, if you have a simple requirement, as I said, if you do Control T here, Spring people already created a class for you called user, which implements the user details, right? Now inside this user details, obviously if I'm implementing user details means I have to override all the methods, and you can see get password, get username, all these methods right now have a body, and it is returning the password of the user. It is returning the username of the user. It is returning whether the account is expired or not, whether the account is enabled or not. What are these variables? If I do control click here, these variables are defined here. And these variables that we have inside the interface. So you can see interface fields. So you have to make sure as you are overriding the user details, whatever the data that you had there, whatever the field that you had there, you have to take the exact same name just right here. Okay, like username, password, things like that. Now this particular variables does not have value, right? So how this particular variables that we have declared here will get the value? Obviously, whenever we'll be creating the user, object, how can we create the user object? You can create the user object by using constructor. So you can see we have a constructor here called user. So we can do what? We can create a user by using this constructor. We can provide the username, password, and authorities. Okay, and this can help you to create user object, right? So so I can give you a demo if you want. So inside this user, you can either use this constructor. So maybe I can go to my security config. Let's say I can do something just like this. I want to create a new user, right? User coming from this one, security core. Let's say user new equal to new user. And you can see I have a couple of constructor. I'm going to take the first one. And here I'll be passing in the username. Let's say username is anu@seleniumexpress.com. Password, let's say password is anu123. Authorities, let's say she has few authorities, and the authorities are, let's say admin. And okay, this is going to, the third parameter is going to take a collection, isn't it? So maybe what I can do, I can create a collection, array list, and array list of what kind of data I have to take there. Can I go to user.class, and you can see it's going to take, if you see the user constructor, it is the third column is, it is going to take a collection. Collection of what? Collection of granted authority. There is a interface called granted authority. You have to make sure that your whatever the data that you are putting inside the collection, that should be the type of granted authority. Question mark extends to granted authority means you cannot put anything inside the collection. You can only put those things inside the collection which is a object of granted authority. I'll tell you how. I'll go to the myappconfig.java, security.java. Here I can create a collection of granted authority, and let's say authorities, or I can say roles equal to new array list, and I can create a roles right here. So now I say roles dot add, and I can add a role here. Now I cannot say admin here. Okay, if I'll do admin here, what is the problem? See, if I'll hover over here, it is saying the method add should be a type of granted authority. We are saying right here that inside this array list, whatever the roles that will be storing, those roles should be type of granted authority. But this is a string object, right? So this is a string object. I cannot pass string object here. I can only store granted authority kind of object right here. So if I want to do that, I need to do what? I need to create an object of granted authority then. So can I do granted authority, can I do that equal to new granted authority? If I can do it, it will not allow me, because you see here, granted authority is a interface, right? And do Control T here. Now you can see granted authority does have some implementation classes. I can use one of the implementation classes called simple granted authority. if I'll go here, you can see simple granted authority, implements granted authority, and it has a constructor. See, this is a constructor is there. I can just pass in my role in string format, and it is going to convert it to granted authority format. So I can do one thing. So I can close this to tab. Now I can say granted authority. Instead of saying granted authority, I will be using the implementation class of this. I can say simple granted authority equal to new simple granted authority. Now what is the role? I can pass it in the same string format. I can say admin. Admin is the role. There you go. Now I can add, instead of saying granted authority, I can say role1. Role1. Okay. Now let's say Anu has 2 roles. Okay. So I'll be creating 2 simple granted authority object, role2 equal to new simple granted authority, and the role will be, let's say, admin and user. Okay. Now there are 2 roles. Now I can add these 2 roles to my array list. Right now, my array list is going to accept granted authority type. And obviously, these are the simple authorities, as you know. If I go there, it is implementing granted authority. So obviously, I can write granted authority equal to new simple granted authority. Parent P equal to new child. I can do that, right? So now I can do what? Instead of saying admin, I can say here role1 and role2. Roles is my collection name dot add, and I can say role2 here. Okay. Now I have created roles for my user, and this roles object right now I can pass it here as a third parameter, and there you go. I'm able to create one user called Anu. Okay, so I have created this user called Anu by using this user constructor. Okay, and if I click here, I am providing 3 things. One is called username, one is called password, one is called roles. Roles is what? Roles is a collection of authorities, granted authority, and right now Anu has 2 roles. One is called admin, one is called user. Now if you click here in the constructor, you can see it is coming to this constructor. It is accepting username, password, and authorities, and it is basically setting everything. Now it is not directly setting, it is calling another constructor. You can see this constructor, and whatever we are passing from there, right? We are passing username, password, roles. These things are going there. Here it is accepting username, password, authorities, or roles. Then it is using another constructor. If I click on this, you can see to this constructor, it is passing again the same thing. Whatever we are passing from there, it is passing this thing, and also it is passing this value as true, 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 true. If you click here, this, now you can see there is another user constructor, and here basically it is accepting all this value, username, password, and all this value, boolean, account is expired or not, credential is expired or not. These things, they are hard coding. So now you can see whenever we are calling this constructor, and whenever this constructor internally calls another constructor, and here it is going to pass authorities, password, and username, and all other value, it is making it true, true, true. So if you go to this, now you can see whatever the value, username, password, and authorities only we are passing. Rest of the value like enabled, account expired, credential expired, account logged, all these values are by default true, true, true. And now this dot username equal to username. All these value that we have defined here, these values are getting instantiated. And this way we are able to creating a user. Now the reason why I'm telling you, whenever you are doing blindly user on equal to new user, you are writing this, but behind the scene what is happening, this user is what? This user is a class. So this class does what? This class basically tells us that how to store the users. Now how to create the user? By using the constructor that user class provides, is this one. And now why we are initializing all this value? Because this user class is implementing internally called a interface called user details, and this user details is basically defining all this method, get password, get username, account is expired, or things like that. So this interface, whoever is implementing right now, Spring has a class called user. Their class is implementing user details, and obviously all these variables it is initializing password, username, authorities, all these values, that the null value that we have, it is initializing how? By the use of this constructor. Now, by the use of this constructor, it is initializing all the values. You can see username, this dot username equal to username, this dot password equal to password. Okay. Now you can see the method that we had, get authorities. This method we had in that interface, right? Now they are overriding that interface and they're returning the authorities. Click on these authorities. Now previously the authorities was null, but whenever the constructor, someone is calling the constructor, you can see like that. Now this is our class, right? Here only we're creating the user. You are passing in the roles. What is the roles? The roles is the granted authority, is a collection. You can see that this is a collection. Now this collection is going to here. Now you can click here, user. Okay. Now inside this user, you are getting the authorities. Now this authorities is basically the data that you are providing, but internally this constructor is calling another constructor. Right now, if you see here, it is again accepting the authorities. Now at last, if you see this dot authorities equal to, they are setting our authorities, whatever we are passing here, they are setting it right here. Now if you click here, the authorities is set. Okay. Now in the get authorities method, they are just returning the authorities. Now click here. This is the authority they set and they are just returning it. Just like that, the other method that you have, just like get password, if you do, how can this particular class is going to know what is the password? Because you are only providing the password here, right? Password is on123. That password you are providing to the constructor. The constructor is basically doing what it is setting the value to here, this password, and the get password method right now, if you are going to call, the user.getPassword, then obviously the password will be returned, right? Just like that, get username is there if you want to get the username. If you want to see whether that particular guy is enabled or disabled, by default it is true. Just like that, if you want to see the account is expired or not, just like you want to see if the credential is expired or not, just like, there are so many methods just right here, but this is one way of creating user inside Spring Security. Now tell me, do you understand whatever I'm trying to say and whatever I'm trying to achieve? I'm going very slow, so maybe before I ask you something, so far we have seen two things. One is called an interface. The interface name is UserDetails, right? UserDetails. Now this is going to help me to store the users inside the Spring Security. So I can increase the font. And one more class, this is the interface. And there is the implementation class. Can I tell you that implementation class name? Anybody remember what is the class name?
User.
Yes. That is the implementation class called user. Okay. Now the user class is basically implementing user details, right? And to create a user, we have used the constructor, right? That constructor that I have shown you right here. Okay. This is one way of creating users. So far, we are on the same page or we are not? Just tell me.
Yes.
Yeah. So
I have one question.
Yeah. Go ahead, yeah.
Like we are using simple granted authority to create a role.
Yes.
I have this granted authority interface is a kind of functional interface. So can we use Lambda to create role?
Granted authority is a functional interface because it has one method you are saying, get authority.
Yes.
Yes, why not? Good question.
Hello, Avlash, are you talking? I can't hear you.
Yes, it's from percent.
Yeah, for me also.
Can you guys hear him?
No, ma'am.
Oh, no.
Okay, so I think his laptop got discharged because it was open.
Yeah.
Hey, sorry, battery gone.
Yeah, same thing we assume.
Yep. I just forget because I've seen that. Okay, it's warning me that battery is gone. Yeah. Anyhow.
You got busy in explaining.
Yeah. So far we are good. 2 classes only. User details interface. It is going to help me to store the user. And one more we have user, which is the implementation of user details. We are good.
Yes, sir.
Now the next thing, before I wrap up today, I'll just tell you another way. Okay, and you will be seeing that way a lot in your real time. So they will be creating the user. This is one way of creating user. Another way, if I'll go to the user class. So, okay, I just want to check whether it is making sense or not. Sabita, making sense this thing or a little complicated? Tell me honestly.
Little complicated.
Okay, go through the class, not needed, internal thing, Savita. Go through the class and just, go through those, code only. Today, after the class, open your, whatever I did, just try to replicate that and ping me. Okay, if you're not able to understand. Okay, I'll help you.
Sure.
Revti, complicated or, understandable?
Abhilash, I can understand, but I have one basic doubt. How
you can ask.
Yeah, here that get password and get username, it's just returning the
password,
right? How it's how they are relating to particular object.
Yes, simple only, right, Repti? I'll just show you. I'll just come again from here. That's why only I asked you. See, in the config class, we are doing what? User object we are creating. Yes or no?
Yes.
Okay. Inside here, we are passing the username.
Yes.
We are passing the password and we are passing the role. Okay. Now, if I click here, where it should go? Tell me. To the user class constructor, user constructor, isn't it?
Yes.
Click there. Here they are doing what? Whatever we are accepting, username, password, and authorities. It is not doing anything. It is it is calling a different constructor. And in this
understood.
Yeah. So basically these values are going to that constructor, right? Username, password, enabled. Right now it's catching everything. Now here only they are setting the things, right? Now this is what where it is settings. Now this is the values that we are getting from the parenthesis. Username, password. This is the user values, right? Username, password, enabled are the user value. And these values they are setting it to username. This dot username. Which username? This one. So now all these value that we have declared. Now initially the values will be null, but whenever I'll run that constructor, whenever someone is going to run this constructor, obviously this value will be initialized. Now if I'll go to the user class, all this value will be initialized, right? Now the values are there. Now whenever someone is going to do user.getUsername, get password, it is going to simply return the password, simply return the username. Click here, username, what is that? Same variable. This variable is already initialized whenever we create the user object, isn't it? Making sense, Repti? A little?
Yes, Abhilash.
Yeah. Simply they're setting the constructor. Okay. So one next thing I will tell you, because I want to make sure that you know how the things are happening behind the scene. That's why only I am opening the code. Otherwise, there is no need. And obviously, just try to habituate this thing. If someone is just starting, maybe freshers, just try to make sure go through the code. You cannot avoid it. You can avoid it for now. But once you go into a complicated project where you don't have any opportunity to start everything from scratch, obviously you need to see the code. Okay. So we don't care about a lot of code. There are a lot of codes here. I am not care about, I really don't care about this thing. I only care about those code that I'm interested about. Now I'll tell you one more thing. If I'll come down, you can see there is a method here called, okay, there is a class here called user builder. And I'll just show you something specific. Don't see the code, close your eyes. So I'll just open the same method that I have here. Yeah, I want to tell about this particular build method. Okay, so inside the user, basically there is another way to create a user. I'll just tell you by doing some simple thing. So if I'll go to my class, this is the user that I have created. Now let me do what? Let me comment this code. I can comment this many code. Okay, sorry. Command click. Okay, comment it. There is another way to create user. I'll tell you how. User. Okay. Dot. I think I can use with username. Okay. The username. Let's say I'll give Anu. Okay. dot with or password or something. Password. The password I'll give as let's say anu123 dot roles, and you can see right now this method taking care of it is basically accepting a hierarchy. There's basically an array, so you can pass multiple roles. So I can give multiple roles right here. Let's say admin, and one more is what? User. Okay, this is another way of creating user. But right now here we are doing what? Here we are passing in three things: the username, the password, and the roles. Now at last you have to use a method called build. Okay, so when you are doing, whenever you are going to use this build method, it is going to give you a user details. User details, obviously I told you, it is a interface. It is a implementation of Spring Security, which will help you to store the data of user. Now if you click on this build method, and if you click on this particular method, if you do control1, and if you assign the variable to the local variable, you can see there is a user details object we have created. So I can say anu user. Okay, now it is as simple as that. I think this is a little complicated whenever we are using this constructor to create, but there is another way to create a user, and this is very popular in your real time. So they will be just doing user with username anu, password is anu123, roles, how many roles you want to give, you can give those roles right here, and then you have to use a method called build. Whenever you will be using this build method, it is going to give you a user details object, and basically one object got created. Can I create another user? Let's say user. Now can I do user dot with username? This time let me say Savita, and then what is her password? Password is, let's say her password is Savita123, and let's say I want to give her some roles. Let's say she is only an user. Okay, now this is the user, and at last I'll be using a method called build. Build method will do what? It will give me a user detail. So it will create a user of this particular build method is responsible right now to create a user object. Now if I'll do control1, assign statement to the local variable. Now another user details object got created. I can say Savita user. Okay, making sense? So right now I'm creating build method to create object, user object. Now if you do control click on the build, do control click. Now you can see right now which class I came into, user class. Now inside this build method, what they are doing, you can see that. Where is that? This method we are calling, right? Now only here only they are doing what? They are doing a new user. The same constructor that we have used, right? Right here inside the configuration class, we have done the same thing, which is our configuration. This thing only we have done it, right? This is the way to create the user. Previously I told you we can use the constructor, pass the username, pass the password, pass the role. So internally this build method, if you do control click, this is only creating a new user, you can see. So it is passing the username, password, obviously that password, it is passing an encoded password. So it is trying to encode your password, whatever the password that you are giving, that password has been encoded, and this encoded password they are passing here. So now they are creating a new user object by passing in all the variables like authorities, username, encoded password, and all the other value they are hard coding. So if you do control click on user, now this will go to that user, that user constructor. You can see this is a constructor, and in this constructor, what they are doing, they are setting all the value to the username. The same constructor that I have shown you. The this.username equal to username, password, enabled, all the values that we have defined are going to set. So all this value will be initialized, and this is user value only, right? So this is another simple way to create a user by using Spring Security, by using the build method. And this is one of the most recommended way to create users inside Spring Security, because this is more readable compared to this, and compared to this. This may be less readable, this code, but this code will be more readable. So right now,
Sir, I have one question. Sir, where it is going to store these details? Like previously we are defined in memory or JDBC kind of thing.
Right now we are just creating we are just building the user. We are creating one user instance, but we are not storing it. How we will be storing it? Whether inside the in-memory or whether inside the server, I mean inside our database or inside the LDAP server, I'm going to tell you tomorrow. Okay, but this is just a way to creating the user, but we are not storing it as of now. Okay, but now tell me, the way I'm creating users, I'm building users, is it making sense a little? Today you are going to write 3 lines of code. I have not written anything. In this 1 hour, I've just coded 3 lines. You just need to write these 3 lines of code, a little complex initially, but if you practice it for one time, then it will be so much easier. Understand while writing the code why I'm writing this. Okay, and don't see unnecessary code. Just see how much you wanted to learn this time. Whenever we'll be learning Spring Boot, after that again I'll be coming back to this, because right now I want you to understand the things, only the concept. Once you are good with this, I will just go to some internal and okay. But right now the thing is that I'll just want to give you the initial things, and then I'll just try to build up the things. Obviously you guys have a lot of time, and I will just work with you to improve these skills of yours. But before that, I just want to give you some kind of thing like I'm just testing how much you are getting, right? And this is really doesn't mean that you have to get everything in one shot. I told you while I start the session, maybe it will take you 7 days, 8 days to grasp everything. So just attend every session from today for next 8 days, do practice and see that obviously you will be understanding everything. And after 4 or 5 sessions, I won't be talking about this thing. I'll make it simple. We'll just create an app by using whatever the knowledge we had so far. Okay, cool. So, okay, so anybody so far having any questions with this code, just let me know. Guys, Rahul.
I'm good. I just need to go through it.
Rahul, you are comfortable?
Yeah, it's fine, Abhilash.
Mohit, you are good? You should be.
Yes, Abhilash, I'm good with this. I have one small question. We need to create, if I have a 50 users, we have to create this way, or we have some advanced topic based on this?
Good. Yes. Good question.
Good question.
So basically, my voice is echoing. Okay. So now what I want to say, this is one way of creating user. Basically, we create users by using the sign up form, right? We create the user by using the sign up form. So whenever we create a user by using a sign up form, you remember that, we have created a sign up form in our application, and when someone is going to give the data, it will go to the database. Okay. So basically we load the user from the database or from a server, or if you want, we can create users just like this. We can make it dynamic. Maybe if I want to create a user, I'll just write this code and these values, I'll make it dynamic. And based on that, I'll be creating the user. But most of the time, your user will be there inside a database or inside a LDAP server, or maybe inside, imagine that you are storing the user inside the file system. And from there only you will load the user. Basically, it's important to load the user from the database, right? So here I'm just showing you that how to create user. Later I'll be telling you that if you don't want to do all these things, you can simply load the user from the database. Okay, and for that we have something, some very easy things, and we can implement that.
Okay, got it.
Anything else? Any other questions? I'll be showing you those things. Maybe you will have a lot of questions right now, but don't worry. I'll be solving everything. Don't miss the class. Okay, if you are joining, join it for the next 5 days or 6 days. I'll complete everything and I'll make sure you'll understand everything. Okay, but just look into the code for 5-10 minutes today. That's it. Mayur, you should be good. Repti?
Yes, sir.
Savita? Making sense a little? Yeah. Don't forget to go with the code today. Yash, you are good?
Yes, sir.
So before we get started, refresher. So
yes, it has started now. Yeah.
Okay, so yeah, that's what I'm saying. Before we get into the coding stuff, or right now, anyhow, we are not going to code. We are just going to see the architecture of Spring Security a little, not completely, but yeah. Before we get started today, just want to ask you, what do you understand when I say user details, and why do we need that? Any idea, thoughts, Dilip?
Yeah, Abhilash, it's an interface.
Yes.
We can use that for creating our own users.
Exactly. So user details is the interface. As you can see, it got all the methods like authorities, password, username, whether the user account is expired, whether the account is logged, or things like that. And we use this to store users inside Spring Security Framework. Okay, is there any implementation classes or any by default implementation classes Spring provides, if you guys remember?
Yes.
User.
Yes. So if I'll do Control T here, I got a class here called user, which is the implemented class for user details, right? Okay, so inside this user class, we got a constructor that we spoke yesterday, which takes 3 parameters. What is the user, what is the password, and what is the authorities or the roles assigned for that particular user. And internally, it calls a different constructor, and basically set all the value passed by the developer. Maybe I can open up my configuration file. I remember I was creating some users yesterday. My app config, sorry, security config I need to open. There you go. And if I'll go down, so you can create your users just like this. And basically here is the constructor. Okay, so I was creating a user, passing in the username, password, and roles. Okay, there is another way to build user, I told, by using this build method. Okay, so basically this is the builder pattern. You pass in the username, password, and roles. You use the build method, and obviously this will give you the user details. And I told you that the user details is basically going to store. Obviously, this is the parent p equal to new child. Think like this is going to create one user object, right? So we cannot create user details object because this is one interface, but user is the implementation. So we are creating the object of the user, but we are not using the new keyword here because inside the build method, if I'll go into this, inside the build only, they are creating the user for us. If I'll go to the build method, they are doing new user. Whatever we have to do, we supposed to do, they are doing it internally by passing in the username, encoded password, authorities, and things like that. So password that we are passing, whatever the password encoder that we have used, using that password encoder, they are encoding our password. So we are passing the normal password, but they're encoding it. You can see this dot password encoder dot apply. Forget about their logic. Just think like they're applying some encoding stuff with a password, and then they are getting an encoded password. With using the encoded password, they're creating a new user. Perfect. So far, I feel that this is clear. So these are the two things that we have discussed yesterday: user details and users. User is the class. User details is the interface. So we are on the same page till now, or any questions so far? Have you guys got some time to go through the interface classes? I mean, I have already gone through that within 5 minutes. So this stuff is clear. We can proceed. I'm expecting an answer.
Yes, Abhilash.
Okay. Yash, you are good?
Yes, sir.
Rahul? Good? I mean, you are okay with this stuff?
Yes, Abhilash.
Okay.
Yes.
Now let's go with the next thing. Okay. And I think yesterday Yash was asking a question, which was a pretty valid question. His question was, if I'll close this user builder. Okay. Now his question was, okay, Abhilash, you are creating 2 user details object, but you are just building the object here. You're just building the user object, isn't it? So 2 object I built, one for Anu, one for Savita. So I got 2 user object, but basically how you are going to store it, where you are going to store it, isn't it? Right now, previously, I mean, let me remove this thing for now. I think you guys understand this. Okay, so inside this configure method, now we need to store the user somewhere. Now, where to store? Where we can store the users? Maybe you guys already know, maybe inside the in-memory, maybe inside a database, maybe inside a LDAP server, maybe I can store it inside a file system. You know, wherever I want, I can store it. In Java, how can I store a bunch of data? Maybe using array, maybe using collection, maybe using anything, right? So right now, to store the user, just like how you're going to create the user, for that they have given you this user details interface where they have given you a bunch of methods like authorities, password, username, things like that. Just like that, if you want to store users, if you want to create users, if you want to update user, if you want to change the password, if you want to do things like that, then you got another interface, and that interface name is UserDetailsManager. Okay, so there is another interface called UserDetailsManager. Let me expand this. So you can see inside this UserDetailsManager, you can do various things like create user. You can create a user with the supplied details. Imagine right now we have a user available right here. We have created a user called Anu. We have created a user called Savita. Now, if we want to store those users, okay, with the supplied details, we can use create user. Just like that, if you want to update a particular user data, we can use update user method. If you want to delete a particular user, you can use delete user method. If you want to change the password for a user, let's say someone forgot about his password or her password, then we can use the change password method to change his password. We can give a link like, okay, click here to change the password. He clicks there or he clicks there. Then we'll take the old password, we'll take the new password, and we'll change the password. So now we get this user details manager. Using what? We can store users, like we can create users. Maybe we can create a user inside in-memory, inside our server memory. We can create a user inside our database. We can create a user inside our LDAP server, inside different servers. We can create a user inside a file. Okay, we can create a user inside a collection. Okay, so maybe what we can do, let's say I want to create a, I want to give some, I want to store users somewhere. So I'll do what? Let me do one thing. I can create a class like file system user details manager. Okay, so that means I want to store the users inside a file. Okay, now this is the class that I'll be creating, where I'll be writing the logic to store the user inside a file. And if I want to do that, then I have to implement that interface. Which interface? UserDetailsManager. Just like to create a user, we have to follow their interface. Just like that, to store users somewhere inside your, server or database or file system, somewhere you want to store, you have to implement this UserDetailsManager. Now I can do OK, I can do finish. You will see that we will have a class called file system UserDetailsManager. This is my own class that I have created by implementing the UserDetailsManager. Now I told you that this UserDetailsManager is an interface, and inside this interface we got a lot of methods like create user, update user, delete user, things like that. So obviously a class, if a class is going to implement a UserDetailsManager, then obviously I need to override all these methods. So for an example, create user, I can write my logic here, like write your logic to create an user inside a file. Okay, so now I can create a user just right here. I can write the logic right here. Now when someone is, let's say someone is trying to log in, where he'll be logging in, let's say you remember that login page that we used to get. Let's say he will pass in the username, password, and things like that. Then we need to look into that user. Let's say someone is trying to log in here. So we should have that user, right? Where we should have that user? Maybe inside a file, maybe inside a database. So we'll load the user. So For that, we got a method called loadUserByUsername. So here, so someone is trying to log in by giving his username and password. Here, we will write the logic to load that user, load the user information who is trying to log in. Let's say someone is trying to log in, right? He will put in his username and password. He will do a sign in. Now we will use this method, load user by username. Using this method, we will look into our database wherever we are storing the user information, database, file system. In this case, it is a file system. So look inside your file where you are storing all the users. Okay, maybe you are storing all the users who is trying to log in. Look inside your file system, see that whether that user is exist or not. Then only you will fetch his password and you will just authenticate that particular user. Okay, so just like that, I can write my own class called file system UserDetailsManager. Just like that, I can create a class called InMemoryUserDetailsManager if I want to store the data inside a memory, inside my server memory. If I want to store the data, user data inside the database, maybe I can create a class like DatabaseUserDetailsManager, things like that. So my intention here is this UserDetailsManager, this interface I want to introduce to you. So this UserDetailsManager interface will help you to create the user, and you want to do anything with that particular user, like updating his password, deleting his information, updating his information, changing the password, things like that. You can do that. Okay, and this is the dummy class that I have created just to show you. But hold on, you don't have to create any class. This is just to make you understand. So basically, let's say if you want to store this user that I have created, two users, one is Anu and one is Savita. If I want to store these two users inside in memory, then I don't have to create a class. Okay, already they have created class. So UserDetailsManager was the interface. If I'll do a Control T here, you can see there are three implementation. One implementation that I have recently created called File System UserDetailsManager. But there are two more. One is called InMemoryUserDetailsManager. One is called JDBCUserDetailsManager. We'll talk about this. JDBC thing is basically if you are storing the user information inside the database, and InMemoryUserDetailsManager if you want to store the data inside the in-memory. So right now, I will basically talk about this InMemoryUserDetailsManager. So if I will click on this InMemoryUserDetailsManager, this is the class. You can see there are a lot of things here. They have already written the code. So basically, if you want to create a user, if you want to delete a user, if you want to update the password, if you want to load the user by username, if you want to do anything, then already they have created a classes. No need to look into the code right now. You can see create user method is here. Why the create user method is there? Because right now this InMemoryUserDetailsManager is basically implements the UserDetailsManager. And inside the UserDetailsManager, we have create user method, right? So basically, if I'll go back here inside InMemoryUserDetailsManager, they have the create user method. Where is that? Create user, right? Now they have written the logic here, how they want to create a user, where they want to store it. Okay. So I will be coming back to later, like, how the user data will be stored inside the in-memory. Those logic they have written here. But let's not look into that right now. So now the thing is that we got a new class. Where is that? Maybe I will create a new slide. We got a new class here. The class name here is, can I copy this? And copy this as well. The class name is UserDetailsManager. And one implementation we got for this UserDetailsManager is, what is that class name? In-memory. Just add in-memory before it. So in-memory, can I copy that class name? I will go to here, Control T on this interface, UserDetailsManager. Go to InMemoryUserDetailsManager. This is the implementation for this interface. I'll copy the name, Control C this, go back and paste it here. Okay, There you go. So right now, this is the class that you got if you want to store any data inside in-memory. So how you will be storing the data inside the in-memory? Because you will have some methods. What kind of methods you will have? Just like create user. So what is the methods that you have here? Can I copy paste some methods? So one method you got is create user. Another method you got delete user. Okay, if you want to do anything with the user information. One more you got like update user. One more you got that's called update password. So all these methods that we are having here, these methods are what? These methods are interface method. So obviously these methods does not have any body, right? But whenever you are also having this class. So inside this class, all these methods are overridden. So and all these methods does have a body. So now here we got the logic, isn't it? We got the logic for all the user. Making sense or is not making sense? So if I want to create a user, if I want to create a user inside in-memory, then I can use the create user method of the in-memory user details. And they have written the logic that how this user will be stored inside the memory. For an example, if I will go back, I will go back to the security config file. Okay, now here, let's say what I will do, let's say I got one user, right? Anu user, Savita user. So I'll do what? I'll create the in-memory UserDetailsManager object. In-memory UserDetailsManager. In-memory, let's say UserDetailsManager is equal to new in-memory UserDetailsManager. Now I'll do what? UserDetailsManager dot create user method, because I want to create a user inside in-memory. So I'll do what? In-memory UserDetailsManager. Sorry, that reference, this one. This reference dot create user. Okay, now it is asking for a user. Now we have created a user here. Copy that value, paste it here. Okay, now I want to create another user. Can I do UserDetailsManager? Because I want to create a user inside in-memory. So I'm doing UserDetailsManager dot create user and pass in Savita user. There you go. Now I have created two users inside my in-memory, inside my server memory. And for this, I have used the create user method of which class? In-memory UserDetailsManager class. So if I do click here, you will go to the create user method. And right here, they have written the logic, how the user will be stored inside the memory. So inside the server memory. And basically, you can see they have not written any kind of fancy logic. They are whatever the user you are giving, right? That username, they are storing it where? They are creating a user by putting it inside a map. So all the users that you are putting right here, all the users that you are trying to create by using the in-memory user details, basically inside memory means what? Once you stop the server, all the users that you will have inside the in-memory, that will go away, isn't it? So those those users are basically present where? They're basically present inside the server because you are using in-memory. Now inside server, they are not doing anything special. If you click on the create user method, they are using what? Users.put. If you click here inside the users, so basically you can see this is a hash map. Okay, so basically what are the users that you are trying to store? What are the users that you are trying to create right here? These users are getting stored inside a map. Once you stop the server, obviously the map object will be destroyed, or your users will be destroyed. So whenever you are doing create user, you can, if you are getting some time, you can look into the code. They are doing users.put, and whatever the user you are passing one user right here, let's say Anu user. This Anu user is having all this data, right? These data are going to create user method, and right here, so user.getUsername, they're converting it to lowercase, and they're creating a new user object by using the user. So I mean, this user is basically whatever you're passing. So whatever the logic they have written, I really don't want to get into that, but I just want to tell you that the user that you are sending, that user is getting stored where they're just putting it inside a users. This users is basically a hash map. So internally in memory, UserDetailsManager uses an hash map. Okay, so perfect. Now there you go. Now if you are going to see our configure method right now, we are creating a user inside in memory. And right now, basically, I need to do one thing. I am almost done. I'll just do auth. Auth is this one. And to this auth, I just let know that what kind of service that I'm using. So now I'm using a in-memory UserDetailsManager. So I'll do load. What is that? Apply, authenticate. I'm just forgetting the method. Get default UserDetailsService. In-memory authentication, JDBC authentication. What is that method name? UserDetailsService. Yes. So basically, you need to use this UserDetailsService method to let them know what kind of service you are using to authenticate the user. Now here I'm using this in-memory UserDetails. So I can copy this and paste it here. And you are done. Okay. Now this line I'll explain a little bit more, but right now so far we have created a in-memory UserDetailsManager. We have created a couple of users. Right now once we created the user, we are passing the users just right here with the create user method. Okay, because this create user method will look for a user. If you hover over here, you can see it is looking for user details. Okay, it is looking for a user details instance, and here only we are creating user details instance, right? On the user Savita user. Now this user details instance I'm passing here. Then once this user details manager is ready, I'm just adding it to this auth, which is authentication manager builder. Now it is going to build the user by using this thing. Okay, so much of explanation. I want to just know that whether this is clear or not. Yes, please. I'm expecting yes, no, complicated, no, Vilas, why you're telling all these things. Why everyone is silent?
No.
Complicated or where you are getting stuck? Guys, you are able to hear me, or I'm not getting any response from
breaking. It's not exactly. No, it's not breaking. I can hear, like, it's lagging little. And yeah, now I can see the screen. So.
Okay, now, so everything that I've explained so far is in sync, or we are not in sync?
Yes,
yeah, we are in sync.
Yes, yeah. But just I wanted to confirm two things. So three different things we are using here, right? Using user details, we are providing the information.
Yes.
Right?
So basically, we'll be building the user. That's what we are doing with user details. Yes. The next thing, user details manager.
We are saving. Using UserDetailsManager, we are saving the user, right?
Yeah, saving, we are deleting, we are updating, we are doing a whole lot of stuff.
And the CRUD operation.
But where we will be saving? We will be saving into it in a database. We'll be saving into some kind of
server. Currently, we are doing in server using that.
Yeah.
But so, that builder thing, how that came in picture? That thing, like this is. One is builder, right? Builder, authentication manager, builder. What?
Basically, I'll be coming back to that. But I don't want to get into this right now. But this builder thing, I am just telling them that what kind of manager I'm using, whether I'm storing the data inside memory, or I'll be storing the data inside the database, or I'll be storing data inside the file. I just let him know, because accordingly, this guy will help me to build the user. Okay. Now it is going to see there. Wherever I'm going to instruct him, it is going to use that kind of class, and it's going to see there that this users, then it is there inside the. Let's say someone is trying to log in from the. You can say from the login screen. Now he provides a username and password. Now we have created user. But where we have created user, we have to tell to this guy. Now this guy will do what? It is going to tell security framework that, okay, now you have to look it into the database because the developer is storing the information inside the database. Or maybe you need to look it inside the server itself because the developer is having the users inside the server. So where we need to look into that, we are going to let this guy know, authentication manager builder. Okay, so anyhow, we'll be coming back to that later. But this stuff is clear or not?
Yes, it's clear. I got to know use of all those three. For me, it's clear. I'm not sure about it.
Sir, I have one doubt. We are using in-memory user details manager. So whenever we are stop our server, then that data will be vanished.
Obviously, you can see that inside the user details manager, we are using create user. This create user is putting all the users inside the hash map. So obviously, whenever you stop the hash, stop your server, obviously all the objects that you have, those objects will be destroyed. So this user object will also be destroyed.
Then why do we make it update and delete? As it is deleting, no?
Yeah. So basically, imagine your server is started. I am not stopping my server. Okay, and I'm using in-memory authentication. I'm storing all the users inside my memory only. Okay, now my server is on 24/7. Basically, this in-memory user details manager is not recommended to use it in production. Mayur.
Okay, yeah.
This is just for testing purpose, just to give some demo or just to give create some prototype. That's why we use in-memory user details manager. Obviously, if your server stopped, your users are gone. Imagine I'm running a website. Users means what? Customers, right? So you have a e-commerce website. Someone is people are coming there. They are basically registering in your website. So you are storing all the users inside the memory itself. Now, once you stop the server, all the users who signed it, you will forget about them. I mean, their data you will not get. So obviously, you will be storing their data inside a database. So obviously, in-memory user details manager is not the right option, right? This is just good for demo. Like once I stop the server means the users will go. If I'm creating users just like this, that's fine. Again, I'll start my server. Again, these users will be created. But let's say I'm not creating the user. I'm only loading the user, or I'm just giving a sign-in form. And inside the sign-in form, once they are signing in, I'm storing it somewhere inside a collection or inside my server memory. Then obviously, if I stop the server, then obviously the data will go away, isn't it?
Yeah.
So I want to hear from everyone whether this thing is making sense or not. Please go and tell me that if it is not making sense, just let me know. I will repeat it again.
It's clear for me, Abhilash.
Okay. Okay. Rahul? Sabita?
It's fine.
Rahul, question?
No. I'm okay with this.
Okay. Sabita, you are good? Mohi?
Yes, I'm good.
Okay. Okay. So right now we have created a couple of users. Let me do Control S. Let me try to log in with these users right now. Okay. So I'll do one thing. I will just deploy this particular project. Let's see whether things are working or not. I don't remember what we have done so far, but I'm going to run it on server. Okay, my screen been lagging, sir, but now it's fixed. Okay, Felix, you there in the call? Okay. So I'll go to my login page. I'll try to log in with a user that I have created. Let's say I have created a user called Anu and Anu123. Let me try to log in with Anu. Anu123 login and invalid login or password. Why is that? Anu and Anu123 login. No. So maybe the password
encoder is there.
Yeah. No. Caps lock is not on. I think the password encoder Anu123. We are using bcrypt, right?
No, we have to do.
So we will go to our config file. Yeah, bcrypt we are using. Maybe I can change it to no, because I'm storing my password as a clear text. So no op password encoder. So what is okay? New no op password encoder we cannot do because no op is a singleton class. So why my screen is talking? Okay. Okay. So no op password encoder dot get instance. Now this should work. Obviously this is striked out because they are saying, hey, don't use this security issue because you don't want to store your password in clear text. But I said that's fine. So let me wait till the changes kicks in. Okay, it looks like it's completed. Can I go back to here? Maybe I can take this one to a web browser, copy this, go back to a web browser, and I'll do Control V, enter. So let me try with this Anu right now, Anu user, login. I'm logged in. So what was the main URL homepage? So obviously right now Anu is logged in and she got two roles. One is called admin, one is called user. Okay. Now if I'll do log out, so obviously she will be logged out. Okay. Now can I try with another user that I have created? Maybe Savita and Savita 123 login, and I'm logged in. Can I go to the home page? And there you go. Now she got only the user access. So obviously right now I'm able to load the data from the in-memory authentication we are trying to do here. If I close it, then if I'll go back to the security config, so here only we're creating the users. Perfect. Now what is basically going to happen? There is one more thing. If we'll go to InMemoryUserDetailsManager, there is a method here. Okay, that method name is important method. Do Control O. That method name is loadUserByUsername. Enter it. You can see it has a method called loadUserByUsername. I am inside which class right now? I am inside InMemoryUserDetailsManager class, the class that you are using right now, right here to create your user. So inside that class only I'm in. So now inside this class, I said a method is there, important method called loadUserByUsername. If you do click here, so inside this method, there are some logic written. I'm going to come back to this. We really don't care about the logic, how they are, what they are doing. I will just tell you that what they will be doing inside this method. Okay, then we will see what they're basically trying to do here. So basically, I'll put a breakpoint here. This particular method called loadUserByUsername will be executed whenever you are trying to sign in. Let's say right now someone is trying to sign in from here. Let's say Savita is trying to sign in. Savita and Savita 123. Now when she is trying to do a login, let's say she is right now logged in. If I'll go to the home page, now she is logged in. Now basically from where I have confirmed that I got a user called Savita. Obviously whenever someone is trying to do a login here by putting his username and putting his password, whenever he's trying to do login, at that time there is one method which is taking care of that, like whether this particular user is present inside the database or present inside the file system or present inside the in-memory, whatever you are using. So right now let's say Savita 123. Now imagine this code, this user, with this user I'm trying to do login. Now obviously the code will go to that configure method. Okay, where is that configure method? Here, right here I'm telling that InMemoryUserDetailsManager I'm using. Now I'm storing my users, all my users inside in-memory. Now inside that in-memory class, imagine inside this in-memory class I told that every users we are storing it inside a hash map called users. Okay, so every users are getting stored here. Okay, now when someone is trying to do a login, we need to see that whether that user is present inside this map or inside this collection or not. Okay, and to do that, who is going to check that that guy is basically this method, load user by username. So every time someone is trying to log in, you will see that this method load user by username, understand the name, it is going to load the user by username. Okay, so it is going to see that whether who the user is trying to log in, whether that user is basically exists inside the system, inside the in-memory, and if he or she exists, whether his credential is correct. If the credential is correct, then obviously the user will be able to log in. So if I will be putting a breakpoint here, if I'll stop my server, if I'll start my server with a debug mode, so debug as debug on server, if I'll start debugging, I'll just show you something. We'll go very slowly. I won't talk much thing about after that. Well, we may stop doing things maybe after this thing. So I'll just do, here we got something. Okay, login. Already I have logged in. Maybe I can close all these things. This will make you confused. I will close all the things. And if you remember, inside this InMemoryUserDetailsManager, inside this method called loadUserByUsername, inside this method, I got a breakpoint here. Let's see that whether this method is executing or not. Now, if I'll go back to my screen, if I'll try to log in with Savita right now, if I'll do login, you can see now my breakpoint executes. Now my breakpoint is here inside this loadUserByUsername method, and right now it is going to look whatever the username. If I'll hover over here, the username is Savita. Savita is trying to log in here, right? The username what? Username is Savita. Now with this Savita, it is going to look inside this user. If you see inside the user, it got how many objects? Entry set. If I'll go into this, load factor size is 2. 1 second. This is a hash map, right? This is the table. So it should have 2 users inside this map right now. You can see number 9 got a value and this got a value. So inside this map, 9 number bucket, Anu is there, right? And also 15 number bucket, Sabita is there. There we go, right? So now inside this user, there are 2 users are present. So we are going to get the user who is basically trying to log in. Obviously, if that user is there inside this user, then obviously what will happen? If I'll do step over, then obviously that user is there. We can see that Sabita is retrieved, right? Sabita user is retrieved. Now, if the user is not there, then obviously that user does not exist inside our system. If the user object is null, if this is null, then obviously we'll throw an exception that username not found or user does not exist in our system. But if the user exists, then obviously they are creating a new user. I mean, they're creating another user instance, maybe for security, but we really don't care about this. That means we got the user, the same user is getting returned. You can see user.getName, password, I mean all the value they're getting right here, and they're constructing a new user object. And they're giving you back the same user object. Now, obviously the user is there inside the system. If I'll do resume it, here we got a breakpoint previously. If I'll do resume it, then you can see, okay, maybe the password I've given wrong. So the password did not match. So can I do Savita 123, login. Now scam to here. So now the user exists. If I'll do a resume, so if I'll do a resume, you can see I'm logged in. Now if I'll go to home, and I got I'm able to access my home page. Now if I'll do log out, if I'll do let's say if I'll log in with Anu, and Anu 123 login. Now again that load user by username method get called. Which class? InMemoryUserDetailsManager. Okay. Now if I'll do step over, obviously I will get Anu's data, because inside this user I got 2. The size of this the size is 2. Okay, because there are 2 users right now inside this particular map. Why 2 users? Because I have created 2 users here, right? So now obviously that user found, and if the password matches, if I'll do resume, if the password here matches, row password is what? Row password is onu123. This is the password that onu is entering right now. The password that we have there inside the system is onu123. Obviously, if it is matches, then obviously she will be logged in. If she will be logged in, now if I'll go to home, now she is logged in right now, and she got two roles. One is admin role, one is user role. If I'll do logout, obviously it will be logged out. Is it making sense, or I need to explain more that what is this load user by username method is doing? Basically, the load user by username method is basically loading the user information whenever he is trying to log in. We need to check that whether that user is present inside the database or inside the file system or inside the server, whatever you are using. Right now we are using in-memory. That means we will be looking inside the in-memory. We will be looking inside our server memory that whether that user is present here or not. Let's say I will be logging in with, you will see one thing. If I'll be logging in with Dilip, okay, Dilip123. If I'll do login, now obviously that Dilip user will not be there inside this user. So you can see inside this user we got only the size is 2. We only got 2 users. If I'll open up the table, inside this map, this is a collection. Inside this map, we got Anu, number 9 bucket, number 15 bucket. We got Savita, but Dilip is not there, right? Only 2 users are there inside 2 different bucket. Inside two. I mean, these are only array indexes, right? Where the data will be stored. Internally, HashMap stores the data just like this, okay? But anyhow, right now the data is not there, no? You can see this user will be null. Obviously, inside that HashMap, that user is not available. Now, it will go into this username not found exception. It will throw that exception that, hey, user is not found for the username Dilip. So right now, internally, that exception will be handled, and we will be getting what? We will be getting here invalid login or password, because that user does not exist inside our database. Okay, complicated, simple, getting it or not getting it?
Getting it. Yes.
That means, sir, whenever we are logging in, then first of all, that call will goes to that configure method, no?
That configure method. Yeah, for right now we can think like that, because that is only creating our filter, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, because we got @enable web security before that, isn't it? Yeah. So basically now you can ask me one question that, hey, I understand that this load user by username method is getting called, but who is calling this method? Don't get into that right now. There is another guy is going to call this method. That guy is, if you're going to, I'm gonna come back to this. Let's not get into that right now. Where from the call is coming to, from which layer the call is coming to this? This is another question, isn't it? But let's make it simple. Why to complicate things? That's fine.
I think from that UserDetailsService where we have passed.
Yeah, that will become from authentication provider manager. Let's not get into that, Mayur. Okay, so now is it making sense so far, or is not making sense? Whatever I spoke is making sense or is not making sense?
Abhilash.
Yes.
Yeah. So currently we are putting that username as a key, right?
Yeah, we are putting the username as a key.
So if you have both 2 users have the same username, then it will be all right.
2 users will have same username. Yeah, good question. If we'll be having 2 users as 2 username, okay, so map will not allow the data, you are saying. It's not going to allow the duplicates, isn't it? Yeah, just a good scenario. Can we have one more user? A super thought. Let me go there and create it. Let me say copy. I think it will be internally what it is trying to do. If I'll go to UserDetailsManager, now here it is.
I think it will save that password in another linked list.
Showing error, I have seen somewhere it was using assert method to check if yes, here assert is true.
User exists. Now username cannot be duplicated, right? Now they are searching like, see, assert method is there. Yeah, this assert method will check whether if the user is exist, now it should give user should not exist. Now, okay, so basically whenever it is trying to put the user, you can see it is putting this thing, username as a key and mutable user. I mean, whatever the user information we are passing, that information, that object as a value. So key will be your username and value will be your object. So if I'll be going here, let's say another Savita we have. Another Savita. And we got the same username, same password, role is less the same. So copy that. Savita, right? Another Savita. So 3 users right now we have, but 1 user is having same username. 2 users are having same username. Let me do complete. Let me okay, warning we are getting. Can we do resume and complete it? So we are getting some, yeah, user should not exist. That assert method is there, no, it is checking. So 2 users, I mean my server is not at all off right now, you can see. Error creating the bean name, Spring security filter chain is not able to create it because bean instantiation failed via the factory method. Failed to instance factory method Spring security filter chain through an exception, and user should not exist. Illegal argument exception. That means 1 user is already exist. So whenever you are doing create user, that assert method is checking whether the same user, if the same user exists. Okay, if the same user already exists, then throw this user should not exist exception. Obviously, we cannot have 2 users having same details, isn't it, Rahul? We cannot have 2 username which are same. We always say, okay, username taken, try with another user. I mean, email ID taken or username taken, just go with another username, isn't it? Rahul, making sense? I cannot. Am I audible?
Yeah.
Rahul, I think. Yeah. Okay. But good question. Good question. Yeah. So right now, this is making sense right now. If it is making sense, okay. Now, whatever thing we have discussed so far, we have discussed very little thing. But are you guys comfortable like what we are talking about right here? This in-memory UserDetailsManager is basically having all this method, and it is also having one more method, that important method that we have discussed, that's called loadUserByUsername. UserByUsername. Sabita, making sense or complicated?
Yes.
Okay. Open that class, see the code. Okay. You are developers, guys. You are not testers. I'm sorry. If any tester is going to hear this, he's going to kill me. So make sure the recordings to only go to developers. So yeah, so you have to see code, right? You have to see code and explore the code only, then we will be knowing everything. All our answers are there only there in the code itself, right? So keep exploring those code. Okay, one more thing I want to talk about. UserDetailsManager. UserDetailsManager is the implementation for this. But if I go to this UserDetailsManager right now, you will see one thing. Control-Shift-T, UserDetailsManager. So inside this UserDetailsManager, do we have any method called loadUserByUsername? See the method that I have shown you just recently. LoadUserByUsername. We have create user, update user, delete user, but we don't have that method, right? LoadUserByUsername. So where from that method is coming? So
that class is extending another.
Exactly. So basically, if we'll go to the implementation class for this, InMemoryUserDetailsManager, here we got a method, right? That method name is what? LoadUserByUsername. This is the method that I was explaining. So basically, this particular method, why we're having? Because this particular class is implementing the UserDetailsManager. And if I'll go to UserDetailsManager, we have all this create, update, delete, and change password method. And it is also extending to one more interface that's called UserDetailsService. So inside the UserDetailsService, we got one more method. This method is what? LoadUserByUsername method. Okay, so we have only one method here called LoadUserByUsername. So basically, now your flow should be like this. Now you've got these two interfaces. This is the last thing, guys. I won't be giving you much trouble after this. Okay, and after this, whatever you'll be learning, maybe you'll be learning in your Spring Boot course, Angular course, whatever course you have enrolled for. So now if I'll give one more arrow mark here. Now we got one more interface. This interface name is UserDetailsService. UserDetailsService. Okay, this is one interface, and this interface got one method called loadUserByUsername, and obviously this is the abstract method because this is an interface. So this is the actual diagram. You have UserDetailsService. UserDetailsService has one method called loadUserByUsername. Let's say I don't want to create user, I don't want to delete user, I don't want to update user. Okay, I don't have all such requirements. I am storing all my data inside a database, or I am storing all the user information inside a server. Then obviously, I have a sign up form, and by using that only my user will be signed up and data will go to my database. Then I can only use this class, and I can only implement loadUserByUsername method to load the data from the database. Okay, I don't need to implement, or I don't need to use this class even. Okay, this class will be enough. I mean, this interface will be enough. But I got some more requirement. Now there are two things, right? UserDetailsService. If you only want to load the user, someone is trying to do sign in. Okay, now I mean, where you are storing the user's data? Let's say your user's data is there in the database. So obviously you are going to look inside the database, right? If you want to do that, then only this is enough. This interface is enough. It has loadUserByUsername. You implement this interface, create one more class, override the loadUserByUsername method. Then inside that method, do a query. Look inside your database that whether that user is present or not. If the user is present, take the data. If the user does not exist, does not take the data. No, I mean, do not take the data, right? So this is one thing. The next thing, if you want some more feature, like you want to create the user, you want to delete the user, if you want to update the user password, if you want all this feature, then you have to create one more class and implement UserDetailsManager if you are doing it customized. If you don't want to create your own class, because these are interface, right? We have to override this particular method. We have to give the implementation. We have to override this method. We have to give the implementation. But imagine we don't want to create our own class. Obviously, go ahead and use this class. InMemoryUserDetailsManager. Spring has already created that. And using this class, you can store the user inside the database. And obviously, if you'll go to this particular class, if I'll go to InMemoryUserDetailsManager, they have already given the logic to create user, delete user, load user by username. Everything is already change password. Also, they have given the implementation. You don't have to understand like how they have given, how they have created all this logic. You can start calling this method, right? If you don't want to even understand these things, that's fine. Am I making sense what I'm trying to say here? But maybe you'll ask me that, okay, I don't want to store the data inside the memory. I don't want to store the data inside, I don't want to use this class InMemoryUserDetailsManager. I want to store the data inside a server, maybe inside a LDAP server, or I want to store the data inside a database. Then how I'm going to do it? Is there any default implementation available, or I only need to write the code for that? Hold on, you have another class. Okay, if you'll go to your UserDetailsManager, Control-T here, you will see that you've got JDBCUserDetailsManager. If you do click here, now using this UserDetailsManager class, which is JDBCUserDetailsManager, using this implementation, again, there are a lot of things, a lot of codes written here. We'll be talking about that. You can see JDBCUserDetailsManager is again extends to UserDetailsManager, right? The same interface, this one, UserDetailsManager. This has one more implementation called JDBC. I can copy this slide, Control-C, Control-V, and this is a different one. Here, it was in memory. You've got another class called JDBCUserDetailsManager, right? Now you got two implementation right now. One is UserDetailsManager implementation is this one. Spring has already created this class, And Spring has already created one more class for UserDetailsManager, which is JDBCUserDetailsManager. Now this one will help you if you want to load the data from the database. If you want to create a user, delete a user, all this implementation provided here. And we will see right now, you might have wondered last time, whenever I said that, okay, the default schema is getting created. Default schema is this. You have to exactly follow, the username, you have to take it as username, password, you have to take it as password. The column name should not be changed. The table name should not be changed. Why? Because they have written the code accordingly right here and they are telling us to follow it. Okay. Now, how the magic is happening, tomorrow I will explain. So tomorrow we will see one more implementation logic for this UserDetailsManager. Repeat that class name, UserDetailsManager. I will see one more implementation for that. That's called JDBCUserDetailsManager. So catch you guys up tomorrow and I'll be explaining about this one. Making sense so far or any questions? And after this, I won't be talking so much. These two things you can practice. Practice is for 5 days, 6 days, 10 days. Let me know about it. And after that, we will talk some advanced thing in the Spring Boot session. Okay. You guys are understanding what I'm trying to prove here, what I'm trying to tell you here, or having any questions so far? With this thing. The JDBCUserDetailsManager I have not explained. I just told that there is one more implementation class is this. And I have introduced this UserDetailsService. So 2 interfaces, UserDetailsService. This one is implemented by UserDetailsManager. This is the interface. So this interface extends to this interface. And this class is implementing this interface. Okay. So all this method, this class is, obviously they need to override because this is the class, this is the interface, abstract method we have to override. Making sense? Or I will not teach anything. Just tell me yes or no or any questions. Hello.
It's good, Bless. I can able to understand now.
Okay.
And I have one doubt. It's for JDBC. For DB also, we can go with JDBC only, right?
Yes. JDBC only for DB, Moin. Only for DB.
Okay. Got it.
For LDAP, we will be having one more implementation. That implementation class is not showing right now because we have to add LDAP jar in our class path. I'll be telling about that. Don't worry. Right now, we'll be just talking about 2 kind of implementation. We will be using in-memory. We will be seeing the JDBC. And let's say your team lead is saying or your architect is saying, hey, go ahead and I want my own logic, right? So how just define one logic so that I don't want to use any Spring's default implementation classes. I want to create we want to create our custom logic. How to handle that scenario? Okay, I'll be talking about that. Yeah. Mayur, you should be good. I think you have attended few morning sessions. Or you are not okay. Don't tell me you are not okay, Mayur.
Yeah, I'm okay.
It will hurt me.
No, I'm okay, sir.
Yeah, I will also not ask to Karthik. If he will say no, then I'll stop teaching.
I'm okay.
I'm sure you should be okay, Karthik. You should be bored because you already heard about this thing. Dilip, tell me, you guys, so late?
Yes, Abhilash, making sense. Mine is only to practice.
All right. Someone said she will be leaving. Oh, Mohi will be leaving. Okay. Okay. So Ayur, you have completed everything, the previous stuff, the security stuff?
Yes, Abhilash.
Yeah.
Yes.
Don't miss the class, Ayur. These are important things. Okay. Don't miss it. Practice it. Let me know. If it is not making sense or something you want to ask me, at least for the next 3-4 sessions are important. Okay. So if you guys are attending, make sure that you will be practicing, because after this, I will cover everything in the Spring Boot session. I'll be stop talking about security. This will be enough to create your own applications, right? So yeah. Dilip, you are okay? Felix, tell me, man, you are understanding or not?
Okay, I'm understanding, sir, but today we had a little bit internet challenges. So I'll go through the recording.
Yeah, go through the recording, Felix, and also go through the code. Okay. Don't see every code, just see the specific thing and let me know if it's not working or if you're not able to understand.
Okay, sir.
Perfect.
Thank you.
Perfect. Oh no, stop recording. Started. Okay. So let me first deploy the Spring Security Evening project. Oh, what the heck is this? Filter chain, error creating bean, filter chain, web security. What happened?
Your server is stopped or what?
User should not exist. Oh, yesterday we did some code changes, I think. Config.
Yeah, you have added code, right? Users.
Yeah, I think 2 users I have added. See, 2 sub-user I have added today.
User, yes.
Yeah. So 2 users cannot have one username. So let me remove it. So now it should work fine. Now I can use this user. Let's get everything back on track. Yeah. Someone needs to mute. Hi, Yash.
Hi, sir.
Hello. So we are just getting started, Yash. So right now, what is that login page we have created? My custom login. Yeah, so I got a user in my, so what kind of user authentication we are using? In memory. So yesterday I have created this user, Anu. So let me try with this user, Anu 123 login. Say logs in. Maybe I'll create a page for this last request, and I'll go for home. So I'm logged in as Anu. So things are working fine. Okay, so before I get started, let me go back to the slide. And from today onwards, we'll keep writing code more. So I hope that you understand this thing. Anybody wants to explain? I mean, just a refresher. Anybody wants to explain what are these 2 things here, user details and user? Anyone who can give a valid explanation? Dilip, users and user details.
User is a class and user details are the interface.
What we need is user details. What is the work of user details?
Just to create a user
schema, right? How to basically represent users inside the Spring Security framework. And user is basically an implementation class given by Spring. Okay. Who can explain this chart? What is happening here? Anybody wants to try?
I will. In-memory user detail manager is a type of the user details we are storing. Like there are 2 different types, like JDBC and another one is in-memory. We are storing the in-memory kind of thing. We are using in-memory user detail manager class. In that we have interface user details manager, and we have another interface which was based on user details manager, which was user details service.
Yes.
So we can create user password and these things based on this by storing in memory, and we can retrieve it in memory only. For that we are using in-memory user details manager.
Yes. So basically we got 2 interfaces. One is called UserDetailsService. Inside this interface, we got one method called loadUserByUsername. Let's say if you're storing your users inside a database, or if you're storing your users inside LDAP, or you are storing your users inside a file system. So if you only want to load the user, then this particular interface is enough. Your class can implement this particular interface, and you can override this particular method, and you can give the implementation. But let's say you want to have some CRUD feature. We'll be seeing that today. Let's say if you want to create a user, if you want to delete a user, if you want to update a user, every kind of CRUD operation if you want to do with loading, if you want to do all these things, then you can go for UserDetailsManager. UserDetailsManager is an interface which extends to UserDetailsService. So obviously inside this interface right now we will have this all methods, and also loadUserByUsername method will also be here. Then obviously these two are interface. If we want, we can create our own implementation. But well, Spring people provided one implementation to us, which is called InMemoryUserDetailsManager. Now in this is the class, and this class is basically override all these particular methods and gives the implementation. Okay, and as Mohi said, we got two kind of implementation for this UserDetailsManager. One is called InMemoryUserDetailsManager. Another one is JDBCUserDetailsManager. So InMemoryUserDetailsManager is basically the one if you are going to store the users inside in memory, and JDBCUserDetailsManager is the one if you are going to store the users inside a database. And this is basically a production ready kind of implementation given by Spring, because obviously people wants to store their user information inside database, right? So how to pull the data, how to create it, how to create a user, how to delete a user, if a user wants to update the password, things like that, then we can use JdbcUserDetailsManager. Perfect. Now, before I go for anything, quickly, I just want to show you a few things. First one we talk about is user details. I'm just keep repeating this because I want to bring this in your brain. So user details, okay. User details is basically what? How to represent users inside our application. So basically this is an interface having get authorities, get password, get username, this kind of methods. Basically how we will store the users inside our application. This is the particular interface we have. And for this interface, we'll have one implementation given by Spring, which is user. Dilip has just described it. User has all the implementation. So all the abstract method that we had inside that class, just like, get user, get password, get username, is the user enabled or not, everything is, overridden here. Then few other things, just like we spoke about one more interface. That interface name is UserDetailsService. And we spoke about this interface, UserDetailsService. Inside that we have one method called loadUserByUsername, right? This is the one that I have shown you. Where is that doc? UserDetailsService. It has only one method called loadUserByUsername. So I can keep giving the implementation for this particular interface if I only want to load the user from the database. Similarly, this particular interface, one more interface is there. That interface name is Control-Shift-T, UserDetailsManager. Okay, I just want to keep repeating this name. UserDetailsManager, you can see UserDetailsManager is extending to UserDetailsService. So obviously this particular method will by default come to UserDetailsManager. And obviously here we have the CRUD feature. Let's say we want to create a user, update a user, delete a user. You want to change the password, whether you want to see the user exist or not. And apart from this, if you want to load the user, because anyhow, this particular method is also coming to here, right? UserDetailsManager. So obviously this is basically this particular interface you have to implement if you want to have a CRUD operation. If you want to do some kind of operation, like I want to create, I want to delete, I want to change the password, I want to load the user, things like that. Okay, so basically, can anybody an example when this load user by username method is coming into picture? I was explaining that yesterday.
When user tried to log in.
Yes, when the user is trying to log in, let's say someone is trying to log in here. Let's say Abhi, and let's say I got a user in my DB, I remember. Oh, sorry, the user that we created yesterday is Anu123. Whenever she is trying to log in, obviously we will need to see inside our database or LDAP server or inside our file system or wherever we are storing the user, that whether that user is present inside that location or not. And at that time, this particular method, load user by username, is going to help us to get the user details, you can see. All right. And right now, as we are using, if I'll go to my security config, as I am using what? In-memory user details manager. In-memory user details manager is basically, implementing the UserDetailsManager. So obviously inside UserDetailsManager, whatever the CRUD function that I told, everything is coming there. And obviously this UserDetailsManager is extending to UserDetailsService. So obviously this loadUserByUsername method is also coming to the class which is called InMemoryUserDetailsManager. So inside this InMemoryUserDetailsManager, we have seen yesterday that we have the method called loadUserByUsername, and they have already given the implementation, and they are trying to load the user from a map, because InMemory basically stores the user with a map called users. If I click here, then this is basically a hash map they are using internally to store the users. So this is basically the complete recap of yesterday. So now we have spoke about InMemoryUserDetailsManager. Now maybe it's a little complicated for some people. Maybe some people are feeling boring because this is pretty simple. Okay, so not a problem. We will right now do another work, and that will make you kind of more comfortable. And as I told you, after 5 or 6 days, keep attending the class, and you'll be feeling comfortable. So if you're skipping it, if you're having any problem, if you're having any issues like your office timing or time conflict, meeting conflict, make sure before going to the next session, you watch the previous session. Otherwise, it will not make sense. Okay, so now we'll go with this particular implementation class called JDBCUserDetailsManager. So same thing. So if I want to store my users information inside a database, okay, so then Spring has provided one implementation ready, a production ready class. They have written all the code here to create a user, delete a user, load the user from the database, update the password inside database, update the user information inside the database, deleting a user from the database, creating a user from the database. If you want to do all these things, then you can use simply the JDBCUserDetailsManager class, and we don't have to write any code because the code has already been written. Okay, so I'll be giving you some examples, and obviously JDBCUserDetailsManager again implements the UserDetailsManager, and UserDetailsManager is obviously extending to UserDetailsService because this is an interface, extends interface. This class implements UserDetailsManager. So obviously all these methods will come to here, and this particular class already given the implementation for all this method. So right now, if I'll go to my Eclipse, first of all, this class's name are not visible to, I don't think it will be visible pretty much to you. This theme is pretty bad, man. I have to change this theme. Tomorrow I'll do it for sure. I'll just try not to navigate too much today. I am sure that this will not pretty much visible to you. But anyhow, if I'll do Control-Shift-T, if I'll go to UserDetailsManager, then if I'll inside the UserDetailsManager, we have all these CRUD things: create, update, delete, and change password kind of stuff. Do Control-T here. Go to the JDBCUserDetailsManager. We talk about in-memory file system UserDetailsManager. This is I have created yesterday. If you remember, here only I have created this class. Yesterday I have created, right? Now file system UserDetailsManager. I was just giving you an example. I can delete this particular class right now. Not needed. Okay, I know you guys understand. Do a Control-T on this UserDetailsManager. Now we got these two implementation. In memory we have seen. Let's go to UserDetailsManager, JDBCUserDetailsManager. Okay, so a lot of queries, a lot of things are happening here. And if you're going to see all those method, create user, can we see create user method is there. So this particular method given the implementation how to create a user inside the database. Just like that update user method is there. They have already given the code for this. I'm going to come back to this. Maybe we are going to see the code right here. Every code they have written is implemented using JDBC template. Okay, so right now the JDBC thing that you have learned, maybe from YouTube, maybe from my paid videos, or from wherever you learned the JDBC stuff, this is going to help you a little bit right now. And if I remember people might have think like, okay, why to learn JDBC? Why to learn Spring JDBC? Because Spring Security is using Spring JDBC internally. I want you to understand that, and that's why only I taught you Spring JDBC first. Okay, before I come to the Spring Security. So we will be going deep and we'll be seeing how the codes are written. Don't see the code, don't get mad. I just want to see, I just want to show you that, see that all the methods like loadUserByUsername, all these methods are present here and already the implementation given by this particular class called JdbcUserDetailsManager. Okay, so now I can happily use this particular class right now if I want to load the user from the database. So previously, if I'll go to my security config file, right now I can comment this up. I can comment this file. Okay, I can comment this method. This method I don't need because the in-memory UserDetailsManager I don't want to use right now. Let's use this particular method that we have created in our earlier sessions. So what we have done here, anybody remembers? Anybody want to say what we have done here? Anyone?
We are inside, sorry, which class we are inside? It's our class, right?
Yeah, my security config class. Filter chain. Here only we're creating users, right? Just tell me, can anybody explain me the code? Yeah, explain me the code.
I will try to explain. So we are doing the JDBC authentication. Two ways we can do. Here we are doing JDBC authentication. Then in data source we are passing data source because through data source we can communicate to our database.
Yeah.
And then we need a password encoder. And so we should have created bean for data source and password encoder at that object we are passing here.
Yes.
So we need password encoder because we want to encode our password. We don't want to show password to end user or developer. Yeah.
Perfect. Perfect. Good job. So basically we have a data source object created here. It's going to talk to my database and we got a password encoder object created here so that whenever we are going to talk to our database, when we'll be loading data from our database, right here, it is going to use the password encoder. And using this password encoder, it is going to encode the password that we stored inside our database. Can I go to my database? Okay, right now, first of all, I'm using bcrypt password encoder. So I can change it to bcrypt first. Mayur data is not changed to bcrypt. Maybe I need to change this data to bcrypt, but these all are bcrypt password, right? So first of all, this is going to give me a problem. First of all, I should go to my configuration class and the password encoder here. Let me change it to new bcrypt. New bcrypt, where is that, man? Okay, bcrypt password encoder, because I want to read my user information by converting their password, by checking their password with a bcrypt algorithm, because here in our database I am storing my data, storing my user information with bcrypt stuff. Okay, with using bcrypt only I'm storing. Okay, so right now whenever I'm going to do this, where is that? Where is my security configuration class? If I'll go to my security config class, so now here what I am doing, can I remove this method completely, or later I may need it, isn't it? Let it be here. Okay, so now basically whenever I'll do JDBC authentication, obviously whenever I'll try to do login right now, okay, if I'll do anu 123, whether it is going to work or not, can anybody tell me? Right now, if I'm gonna use this anu user, whether it is going to work or not. Any answer?
It should work.
No, it won't work. We are not creating using the
Exactly. I don't know. I have to see inside my database. So do I have a user for anu? No, I don't have. So how come it is going to work? Isn't it anu? Because right now we are not going to do this. We are not going to use this in-memory authentication. I have already commented the code. I am going to use the JDBC authentication right now. So right now I'm going to look inside the database. I'm saying JDBC authentication .data source, and already inside my config app I have already created the data source. I'm going to check inside the evening schema. So you can see inside the evening schema, I got the user and authorities table created. So inside this users, if I will do a select star from, you can see I got all this user, but I don't have any Onu here. So obviously it will fail. So if I'll go here, if I'll check with this one, obviously it is going to say invalid login or password. But can I log in with Dilip? I think Dilip is here, or Abhilash is here, or Mayur with I think Mayur will also give me a problem because his password has not been encoded, and we are using a bcrypt password encoder. Maybe I can try with Dilip. So let's go here. Dilip 123 is the password. Login. I am logged in. Home. Okay. Now I am able to log in. So right now Spring Security is internally looking for the data inside my database. But I have not written any code, right, to load the data from the database. Have I written any code? Anybody? Have I told Spring Security go and look inside this tables, users, and authorities? I have not written code like that anyway. So how come Spring JDBC is knowing that? How
JDBC authentication.
Exactly, that's JDBC authentication. What is that? Manager, UserDetailsManager. Sometimes I am also forgetting the class. So, okay, that class that we have seen. Where is that? Yeah, this one. JDBC UserDetailsManager. Here only the magic is happening because internally this class is getting used. Now, how to know that? How to be sure that that class is getting used? So we are saying auth.jdbc authentication. So auth means inside this class authentication manager builder, we should be having a method called JDBC authentication. Can I click here? I'm clicking here. Okay, it is coming to authentication manager builder class. Maybe this theme is not that much visible. Can you see this class, guys? Authentication manager builder, is it visible? Or you can see I'm hovering over there. Are you able to read authentication manager builder?
No, when you're hovering, then only we can see it. I can't see it.
Okay. So maybe this is line number 162. I can go to the top. I can show you here. This class is authentication manager builder. Okay. This is only the reference we had there. Let me go back. Okay. Configure method. And here we have authentication manager builder auth. So I'm doing auth.jdbc authentication. If I click here, I should be going to the JDBC authentication method, and this particular method is present inside authentication manager builder. Now inside this particular method, something is happening. They are creating a new object of JDBC UserDetailsManager configure. Whatever that is, what the heck that is, I really don't care. I will click here. Okay. Now see internally what is happening. Again, somewhere what they are doing inside that method, they are creating the object of what? Your class. JDBC UserDetailsManager. If I click here, now see where I have reached. I have reached here, right? Your class only. JDBC UserDetailsManager. So right now, if you are going to see here, this is the class JDBC UserDetailsManager is getting internally used. Now this is the class which is making all those magics that you are seeing. So right now inside this particular class, we got a method, right? What is the method? loadUserByUsername. So obviously I told you loadUserByUsername method is going to help you to do what? To load the users from the database or from in memory or from file system or wherever you are storing it. So if I click here, I got some code here. You can pretty much understand this particular code. I'm going to come back to this. I'm going to help you. There are some Lambda expression right now. You will also understand this thing. If you are not understanding for now, ignore it. I'm going to come back to here. But what I can do here, I can put a breakpoint here in line number 153. Okay, I just want to make sure whenever the user is trying to log in, whether this load users by username method is getting called or not. Okay, only focus on this much thing. Don't see the code. I'm going to come back to this. So now if I'll go to login here, let me try to log in with Dilip. I have not started with debug mode, isn't it? So can I start it with debug mode? So far we're good, guys. What I'm trying to explain, you understand what I'm trying to explain? Guys, I need an answer.
Yes.
Okay. So login, let me go there. Let me try to log in with Dilip. delete 1, 2, 3, login. Okay. Oh, there you go. Loads user by username. But this time, is it the in-memory UserDetails class load user by username method, or it is the JDBC UserDetailsManager class? You can go to the top. You can check here which class you are in. You are inside JDBC UserDetailsManager class, right? Now inside this JDBC UserDetailsManager, I told you, see that inside this class, we got the load user by username method, isn't it? Why we have that? Because this class implements this, and this interface has this particular again implementing this particular interface, and obviously we had load user by username method. So obviously these people, JDBC UserDetailsManager, they have given the implementation for this. Let me come back to here. JDBC UserDetailsManager, Control O, load user by username. See here. Now load users by username. Here only they are doing the magic. So this code should look familiar. Obviously a timeout happened. Let me do OK. But you understand, I feel. Now if I'll do resume, I think the login will not happen because the timeout happened. But right now let me go to that load user by username method, and make sure I'm here. I'm here inside where I am. I'm here inside JDBC UserDetailsManager. Let me do Control O again. Load user by username. So here, forget about we don't give a damn to all these things right now. Okay, now come from here. Now they are doing what? This load user by username method is returning a list of user details. Obviously, guys, when someone is going to try to log in here, let's say someone is trying to log in with Dilip and Dilip 123 whenever we are doing login. Obviously, my program is going to look inside my database, and it is going to fetch the Dilip user. So obviously we cannot have more than one Dilip user here. We will have only one. But this load user by username method always returns a list of user details. What you are going to see here, it is always returns a list of user details. So Dilip object will only come, but they can directly return a user details object, but they are returning a list of user details object. Obviously every time inside this list, only one user will be there. Okay, make sure about that. Okay, I'll be proving it. They're returning a list of users. Then don't think that okay, now we can have multiple users inside a database. Inside a database, only Mayur is one user, Repti is one user, Vinita is one user. Okay, I'm gonna log in with Vinita. So I'll just go back here, and if I'll be doing Vinita here, Vinita 1, 2, 3. Then obviously what kind of authentication I'm using? JDBC authentication I'm using. So I'll go to the JDBC method. Okay, this is the load users by username. This particular method do a database query. It is going to query inside your database by using JDBC template, and it is going to get you that Vinita object. So it is going to return you a list, but inside that list only one object, one user details object is present, and that is Vinita. Okay, so I'm going to prove it later. So right now you can see it is returning get JDBC template. So you are doing right JDBC template dot query. You remember, and you are using a row mapper. So they are using the same thing. They are also doing a query here. So you are saying get JDBC template. That is basically if I'll do control click here. Why I cannot control click? Can I close all this thing? Can I go back to Java Perceptive? Control Shift T again. JDBC UserDetailsManager. Let's go there. Do Control O and load user by username. Here only you can see get JDBC template dot query. So they are doing a query, and this is the query they are running. You are directly writing query, isn't it? You are doing JDBC template dot query select star from student, but they are doing what? Click here. Okay. Now this is the method which is returning a query. Click here. Now this is something, right? This is a string they have written. So do Control K. Okay. Now here is a match. Now what is this query? What is this constant? Def user by username query. Click here. Now see, this is the query. I told you, right? I can toss my nose straight, or I can just goal ghum ke touch kar sakta, right? So simple thing. I could have directly write this particular query right there, isn't it? But they have defined a constant, and this is the query. And see, select username, password enabled from users, where username is equal to something. So this is the query which is getting running behind the scene whenever you are trying to do a login. Whenever you are trying to do a login, So no magic is happening. Obviously, a query is getting fired that whether this Vinita object is there inside the database or not. So how can we know? For that, we have to run a query. What should be the query? Write it manually here. What should be the query? Select star from or select username, comma, password. Okay. Then what is that? So username, password from which table is this? Users table. So from users table. Then where? Okay. Then where username is Vinita. Where username is equal to, I can say Vinita, right? Now this should run, right? If I'm gonna select for this, am I getting any? So what is the problem? No database selected. Maybe I can, instead of saying this, I can copy evening.users. So can I run this? See, I'm getting the username password, right? I can also choose enabled. Okay. And is it going to work? See, now these three data I'm getting, right? I am writing my query manually here. I can create a query method, isn't it? You know about JDBC, right? You can do a query. How can you do a query? You can do JDBC template dot query. You can pass in this particular SQL, then a row mapper you can write, which is going to map this particular result to your Java object. You should be knowing about this, isn't it? Same thing they are doing. They have already written a query. Let me go back to this class. Okay. Now here they have written this query, select username, password enabled, where users is equal to username is equal to something. This username, whatever will be passing from here. We are passing Vinita, that username will be Vinita. If I'll be passing Dilip, that will be Dilip. If I'll be passing it Felix, that will be Felix. Now this is the query which will be executed. Okay. Now let me go back. Maybe I can close all these things, close others, and now I can again go to that class. JDBC UserDetailsManager. I'm gonna tell about this, but I'm gonna tell this name as long as you are not feeling bored. Okay, JDBC UserDetailsManager. I'm gonna make it an alarm tune for you guys. So maybe our Skype call tune, we can change it to JDBC UserDetailsManager so that you will not forget. So I'm gonna say here loadUserByUsername. Now what they are doing, see, get JDBC template dot query. This get JDBC template will give a JDBC template object over here. So what this is giving? JDBC template. So you could have said JDBC template equal to new JDBC template, then JDBC template dot query, right? Same thing they're doing. This particular method will get you the JDBC template data. So they have written some logic somewhere. So if I will go to that later, but you can imagine that this particular method will return you a JDBC template object. Then they are doing a query. Inside that query, they are passing in this query. So what is this query? I told you this query they have written there, right? Select star from users table where the username is something. Okay. So from the user table only, they are getting all this data, right? Now, once they are getting the data, the argument to that. So you remember, right? Inside this query, if we'll go to that query where they are initializing this, Control K, this is the query, go to that query, just like this, navigate today. Okay. This is the query that we have. Here, there is a question mark. So this is the argument. See here, see the code. They are passing an argument. You remember, we can pass a object. We can pass a number of objects to the argument, isn't it? To the query method, if I'm going to click here in the query method, you can see the first one is SQL. This method they are using. SQL. Next one is a object array. Maybe I'll have 10 arguments. I know you know about this, in your JDBC. I can pass 10 arguments. Right now I have only one argument. So obviously I have to pass that with an array. Okay. And also they are using a row mapper. Okay. This row mapper will help you to map the row that you are getting from the database with your object, right? Now see here, JDBC DAO IMPL. Maybe I can go back to my load user by username. You can see get JDBC template dot query. They're passing in the query for that query, for this query, whatever this question mark, the question mark is going to be our username. that username I'm passing from here. This is going to be my username. That is going to replace that question mark. Go back. That question mark is here. Okay, username they're passing. Username they're getting from here. Load users by username. This username will be providing, and then Java 8. Okay, Java 8 Lambda expression. You can remember. You can think like this is your row mapper. Okay, if you click here inside the query, you can see inside the query what you have. You have row mapper, right? Click on this row mapper. It is a functional interface, isn't it? So we can write Java 8 code, right? So you can see there are two arguments, rs and row number. So I can remove this method name, this thing we can completely remove. So obviously, two arguments will be there, isn't it, guys? If I'll copy this, if I'll go back to my controls, if I'll go back to my maybe brackets, I feel you will understand this. Let me try to explain it a little. Control N, Control V. This is your map row method. So you remember how you write a map row? Maybe you write like this. Let's say this map row will give me a student. Now this is my result set. This is my row number, and I can give it a implementation just like this. I can do right now rs.getString, and my first string name is what? GetString is going to be what? My column name. My column name is what here? Username. So this is going to be username. So GetString of username. This is going to be my column name. This is going to get me the username data, right? So string username, it is going to give me. Just like that, I can paste in password. I can copy this and I can paste it. And let's say I'm pasting password information for my DB. So what is my password? My password is this, right? This is my password column. Go back and here, right here, password. Okay, there you go. Then one more thing. So this is going to be your password. Okay, maybe another one is enabled. If you see here, the next one is enabled. So you can go here and you can say here Control C, Control V, and here we can say get int and pass in the column name enabled. This is going to give you a int data int, let's say enabled. Okay, now I can create a student object. Let's say for an example here we should be having a user object, right? Because we should have some user object. Then we can create some user object like user equal to new user. Okay, now we can set the user this information, whatever we are getting, we can set it like user.setUsername. Then your username is going to be this one. Copy this, paste it here. Then same thing like I can copy and paste it for a few times. Control V, Control V. Now second one is going to be what? User set password. Okay. Third one is going to be what? Set enabled. Okay. In your JDBC, I told you about this, right? How to write a row mapper. Then you can set everything with this student object. And then at last you can return what? You can return this user object. This user object that you have created, you can return this. Now this is your method, map row method. Now can anybody help me to convert it to Java 8? How to convert this to Java 8? Lambda expression. Anyone? This is my complete method. How can I convert it to Java 8?
We'll remove the new user.
Result
will remove the result set also.
Yeah, we will be removing the method name. We'll be removing the
method name, parameter, that type.
Yes, and also this parameter type we can remove.
Yeah.
So there you go. Then we can give it.
New user will remove the new user. Then yeah.
Okay. Now we have multiple lines of code, right? So we can keep
return. All this. Yeah. So return will be there.
Your row mapper, right? Now you go back and see the code. Now this thing, why I'm trying to explain, you guys understand, or this is confusing you? Anu, this thing, why I'm trying to explain, are you guys understanding or is confusing you? Tell me frankly.
It's not confusing. It's just too many things are there. So, but I can't see it's confusing.
Yeah. I mean, anyone which is is this confusing, this JDBC code, row mapper code, Dilip? Okay, perfect. So now we just go back. Now let's see that, right now I just want to say that this row mapper is a functional interface. If it is a functional interface, then I can write lambda just like this. Okay, now you see that method that they have written. Now here they have written the method, right? Load user by username. Now see their method. Now they are doing what? Get JDBC template.query. So they are doing JDBC template.query. First they are passing in the query. Okay, then they are passing in the username. This is going to be the argument for that query, and this is your row mapper. Okay, so they are doing what? They are getting the username, they are getting the password, they are getting whether the username is enabled or not, and then they are setting all the properties. Then they are returning you a new user. Understanding how it is working? Same JDBC concept they have implemented here. Okay, doesn't matter if you don't understand this logic. Okay, now I just want to make you understand that internally they are doing a query. They are doing a JDBC template.query and passing in all sort of parameters. That here only one thing, that row mapper they are using Java 8 here. Okay, Java 8 Lambda here. Maybe you are creating a different class, or maybe you can create an anonymous class, but they are directly creating the row mapper just right here. Making sense, guys? How it is basically fetching your data. Now I can give a breakpoint here. Now we can see what it is returning. Now basically, can I go there? I can try to log in with Vinita. Okay, I think for this Vinita, I didn't have defined role. Can I try with delete or something? Delete 1, 2, 3. Was not supported where I am. Can I stop my server? Am I hitting something different? Can I start it again with a debug perceptive? Okay, let me start with debug perceptive. Everyone is understanding what I'm trying to do? Switch. Okay, let me show you this. Right now I'm trying to log in with the lib. Okay, I have to log in with the lib. The lib 1, 2, 3 login. Was not supported. My login screen is not working or something right now. Let me stop the debugging, start the debugging again. Sorry guys, taking a lot of time. Okay, so let's go slowly. Let me do a switch. Let me do resume. Okay, now let me go to login. Let me try with the lib. I'll make sure that inside that class, Control-Shift-T, JDBCUserDetailsManager. My screen is freezing. Anu? Hey guys, my screen is freezing, or you guys see everything? No?
No, right. No, this looks good. Sometime like not screen your voice, but it is happening rarely. We see like a little slow, type. I don't want to sound like that, but it happens. But okay. Like it's rarely it's happening. Once or twice it happened.
So let me go to load users by username method right here. I have already have a breakpoint. Now let me try to log in with the lib. The lib 1, 2, 3 login. Now the call came here, right? Get string. Now can I do step over, step over, step over, step over, step over, step over? You can see here username is what? The lib. Okay, here what is coming? This should be the lib right now. This particular query that did, and this query that did right now by using the JDBC template.query, they passed in that they have passed that particular query that I have just shown you. That username that we got is obviously the lib. Then obviously right now they're using a lambda expression, and this lambda expression they're using for a row mapper. So if you understand row mapper, this is basically a row mapper, but in Java 8 way of writing the row mapper. Okay, now here they are getting the column value. Username is the lib. Password is what? Password whatever I got in my database. Then enabled, obviously the user is enabled. That is true. Then obviously these things they are setting it whatever they want to do. And right now my server again got timed out. Now if I'll do resume right now, obviously my server timed out, right? Can I do a login again? Okay, this is why the problem is happening, isn't it? Because the server is getting timed out. And okay. Can I do stop and start my server again? Okay, I understand what is the problem right now. Can I go back here? Then right click, run as, run on server. I can deploy it again. So basically, I just wanted you to show the load user by username of that particular class is coming into picture, and the Java stuff is getting used. So basically, can I do custom login? Man, this is taking a lot of time for me. My custom login. I have to remember this URL. I can create a button for this otherwise. Okay, so now you understand. I feel I don't have to do that again. So anyhow, this particular method is coming into picture. Now, before you will see a lot of code just like this, they're using internally. So basically, before I do anything today, I just want to take 20 minutes more, guys. Is it possible if I'll go for a 20 minutes more? I just want to show you something so that tomorrow I am going to give you some other thing. So is it too much? I don't think I have not done anything. So these are some basic JDBC thing only they are doing internally. I'm just showing you that. Are you comfortable if I'll go for 20 more minutes, or you want me to stop right now? I'll start with Anu. Anu, can I go for 20 more minutes, or I mean, this is too much. You want to take your time and do, want to go through a code and then you come back and we'll go further. I know I'm talking too much today. Yep.
No, you're not talking. No, I think I should be fine.
Ayur, you are okay? I have a call 7:45. Mohi, yeah, okay. Mohi got a call. Mohi, can I take 15 more minutes? Is it okay? 7:30 to 7:50, 7:45.
Yes, 7:45 have to be. 7:45 is fine for me.
7:45, I'll just wrap up. Okay. Sorry, I know back-to-back meetings are irritating, but just give me 15 minutes. I'll just cover it. Okay. Repti, you're good. Sabita, you're good. Sabita, Sabita, you tell me you are getting it or not, what I'm trying to explain.
Yeah, I'm getting.
Are you sure?
Yeah, sir.
Perfect. I mean, now I can understand that. I mean, it's fine. People who have Yash, no, you have not taken JDBC so far, right? JDBC course, or you have taken the JDBC course? You have not taken. No, that's fine.
No, sir, not yet. Okay. But I have some idea. I was using.
Yeah, but you are you? I mean, is it making sense or is it too complicated? Just tell me honestly.
Everything is fine.
Okay. Every time you can give me a feedback. You are. I mean, most welcome to give me a feedback if I'm saying or if I'm repeating. Okay? Yeah. Now let me go. Please mute everyone. So now let me go. Tomorrow we'll do a lot of things. Today I'll do some simple thing. Okay. Now let's see something, because these kind of things we'll be seeing internally. So in 15 minutes, let me tell you that. Now let me show you something. First of all, let me start my server. And do you remember we have created a sign-up form? How many people remember we have created a sign-up form and how we have created?
I don't remember how we have created, but yes, we have created.
Yeah. So basically, you don't really need to remember. You can go to controller. You can go to login controller. I think here we have an endpoint for sign up, isn't it? There you go. Sign up endpoint. So this particular endpoint will show you the sign up page. And whenever someone clicks on sign up, obviously it will come to the process sign up. Here it was. Source main view. So we have sign up form, right? So here we had a sign up form when someone is going to give username, password, and whenever he clicks sign up, it will go to process sign up. Maybe I can show you that page. That one is sign up, right? Enter. Let me go with a new user, maybe Sonali 123, sign up. So basically the sign up happened successfully. He moved to the login page. Sorry, she moved to the login page. Right now I can log in with Sonali 123, login. Now login happens. Now if I'll go to here And if I'll go to /home, and there you go. Sonali is logged in. And if you see in the database, if I will search with the Sonali, then you'll be seeing that I got a data here inside the database for Sonali object, right? And this thing where we have done, if I'll go to the login controller, process login, here only the flow is coming. Here we have the DTO. We are capturing all the data that he is putting inside the form. So if someone is basically, if I'll go to sign up, whenever I'm giving the data, whenever I'm trying to do a sign up, this particular data is coming to where? Is coming to here, is getting binded here. Right now, basically, we are doing what? We are encoding the password of the user. I think you remember. Now, once we are encoding the password, we're setting the password with this particular DTO, and then we are doing a save user. So we have created a DAO class. You remember? If I'll go to the implementation of save user, we are basically passing this particular user, this particular object. This particular object is basically holding the user data. Now we are sending that data to here, save user. Now if I'll go to the save user, open implementation, click here. Now here we have written two query, right? Insert query, two insert query that we have written. So update we are doing here, right? So now JDBC template.update we are doing here. Two update query we are running. I mean, inside one, we are pushing data to our users table. Inside one, we are pushing data to our authorities table. Obviously, here we are every user who will be trying to signing up through our sign up form, which is this one, they will be having the user access. And that I have given right here. Where is that? DAO here only. I am hard coding this last parameter. You can see for the authorities table, if you can see in the authorities, if I'll go to the evening authorities, here I got this table. God, I have truncated everything. Okay, no problem. I'll be creating new user. Then I can truncate the user also. I have to create new users. And okay, truncate table. Maybe I can do one thing. Here only. Okay, let me truncate the user also. Why did I mean, I have not seen that. Truncate table evening dot users, right? Let me truncate this table. I'll have a fresh table then everywhere. Truncate cannot truncate the table. Reference as a key. So have I truncated or not? Can I click on authorities right now? Okay, can I click on users? I got the users. Why I'm not able to truncate this table then? Okay, otherwise I can directly insert few. I mean, let's ignore this user. We'll just truncate it later. Right now we'll keep creating new users. Okay, but what I mean to say, in the authorities table, if I'll go to evening.authorities, here we got this table, right? So whoever the user who is going to be signing off, that particular user will have by default user access, right? This is why we have hard coded this user stuff. If you remember, if I'll go here, let's say I'm gonna create a new user called Dilip. Okay, Dilip user is already there, no? Let me create a new user called Sony, and Sony123 sign up, right? Now Sony user should have created. Now if I'll see in the authorities, now I got Sony, and Sony authority is the user, and inside the users also we should have one data for Sony. And obviously this password and everything we're encoding. And if you are going to our DAO IMPL, that's why I have hard coded the data here. Now here I'm using the update method of JDBC template. Okay. Now I want you to use, we have different kinds of update method, isn't it? Imagine this is one way of updating the data. Here what we are doing, this SQL query we are running right here, JDBC template.update. Then we are fetching the username from here, then password from here. And this last value, enabled value, we are hard coding the last one. This 3 question mark value we are setting right here, isn't it? So there is another way to do an update. So I can do JDBC template dot, let me say, if I don't want to use this update method, this update method. I want to use another update method, JDBC template dot update. You can see there are a lot of different methods, overloaded methods of update. So previously we are using this method, right? SQL and arguments, right? We also have one more. See, this is another overloaded method. String SQL we need to pass, and we need to pass a prepared statement setter. See how I'm going to use it. So if here I can pass the SQL, let's say this is the SQL I want to execute, pass that. And right here, I need to give the value for all these three question mark. Here directly I'm giving, right? Here I can use an interface. Okay, that interface object I can create. So what is that interface of? That's the interface. That interface name is what? It will hover over here. The interface name is Control S. Hover here. Why I'm not getting the suggestion? Maybe I can remove this control space again. Prepared statement setter. This is an interface. Okay, prepared statement setter. Maybe I have also used it in your JDBC course, but if you'll go to prepared statement setter, prepared statement, this is the functional interface. And obviously you can see here we have set values, right? And obviously the set values will do what? Inside this, we can pass our prepared statement. Okay, now this prepared statement is basically the values that your SQL is going to take. You can see set the parameter values for a given prepared statement. Prepared statement is what? Prepared statement is this one. This statement we have to prepare it. Okay, so let's do it. So let's say update, and this time I'm gonna use which method? Which update method? This one, string SQL prepare statement setter. The first one is going to be the query. Copy this one, paste this one right here. Second one is going to be the prepare statement setter. So now we can do, that's the interface, right? I can create an anonymous class, or I can create a new class. I can implement this prepare statement setter there, and then I can create the object of that particular class right here, or I can create an anonymous inner class. Okay. Now here, if I'll be creating the anonymous inner class, here you can see we have a method called set values. Now using this set values method, I can basically set the prepare statement. I can do right now ps.set int. Okay, now you can see it has two indexes. So if you hover over here, you can see that the first index, if I hover here, you can see the first parameter is 1, the second is 2, just like that. Parameter index. What is this 1 or 2 or 3 stands for? This stands for this one. Username is 1, password column is 2, enabled is 3, right? Now here you see, here we got 3 things, right? Insert into users, value is, this is one parameter, this is one parameter, this is one parameter. 1, 2, 3. Okay. So for first parameter, what is going to be the value inside the users? Can anybody guide me? What is the first parameter for this users table? The first one, see here. What is the first? Username. So do we have the username already? Already that data is coming here, right? From controller. Save user, the data is coming here, right? Sign off DTO. So I can do.
Abhilash.
Yeah.
So sometime it's happening frequently. We are seeing a screen after 1 or 2 seconds. It just freeze a little. It's not smooth. That I can say.
Okay. Okay. So
I'm not sure I'm only feeling that or everybody is feeling the same.
So it's happening for everyone?
Yes, for me.
Yeah, for me also.
Yes, sir, for me also.
Okay, okay, you could have told me. So when did it happen? Right now only?
No, since like 5, 6 years. Yeah, no, but now it's more. So it's not like we are not getting, but it's just span of second. But still, I thought to tell you.
Only 2 things I'll tell, then I'll wrap up. I have 3 minutes. Now you can see. Now this piece of code, do you guys understand or not? Set values. First one, this values, this question mark is what? Username, right? So I'm giving first parameter here, and I am giving sign of DTO.get username. This username is going to be user's username. Whenever he will be trying to sign up, he will be giving us his username. This particular statement is clear. If it is clear, do Control C, and you can create 2 more statements, just like this. Are you able to see 3 statements right now, or you are not able to see? Tell me.
2. I just see 2.
Now you can see it's 3.
Yes.
Is it 3 right now?
Yes.
Okay, now I am going to change the line number 34. See the line number 34, guys. I'm going to change that 1 to 2. This is the second parameter. And obviously, this is going to be sign up DTO dot get password. Okay, this is the second, if you see your insert statement, this is the second question mark. See, are you seeing the line number 22 right now? I have highlighted the question mark. Is it understandable? Why I have changed it to get password here in line number 34? Not making sense?
No, actually you were saying like you're in 22 line, we were saying 34 lines. So I thought, okay, by mistake you said or what? And then I saw, okay, you're hovering over this. So it's literally screen is, we see little behind, but it's okay. It's not that difficult.
So I'm just quickly changing this sign up DTO get username to last one will be hard coded. I just want to make sure that this is over. I'll do 3 comma and the last particular value I'll be hard coding. So get enabled user, the last one is going to be get set int. So I'm going to say set int, and actually for the third parameter, I'm going to set the value as 1 because enabled, all the users by default are enabled. So this is another way of updating, writing a update query. So right now, see the particular method that I have written. See the particular method that I have written. Is it making sense or is not making sense? Tell me. I'm going to wrap it up right now, right here. See the update statement. I have created an anonymous inner class called prepared statement setter. And right there, I have an override method because inside the prepare statement interface, we got a method called setValues. That setValues method is going to help us to set the values to our SQL query. Now, if you are seeing in the line number 22, I'm not doing anything. See the line number 22. Here we have an insert query. Okay, it got 3 parameters. Those parameters I am setting in line number 33, line number 34, and line number 35. For the first parameter, the value is username. For the second parameter, the value, whatever we get the password, whatever the user is, when the user is trying to sign up, whatever the password we will be getting. And the third one is basically we are hard coding it to 1 because the enabled is always going to be 1. See the line number 22, the third parameter is going to be 1. Is it making sense or is not making sense?
Yes.
Okay, I'll take it forward from tomorrow. Let's wrap up. Okay, so how much time it lacked? I mean, slack pretty much. I mean, are you guys getting what I'm trying to say, or it's kind of you guys are so confused?
Everything is clear, not like that, but screen stuck really sometimes 3 to 5 seconds.
Okay, you can stop the recording, Anu. So let's start from exactly where we left yesterday. So basically, before I deploy my project, I remember that I had did some hop work yesterday. Then my screen started lagging and you said, we will be taking it forward to tomorrow. So basically, I was here in my sign up DAO IMPL. If you remember, maybe I can open this off and I have created this update third. Okay, this particular line, I have did it in this way, and I have to convert one more line. Okay, just like this, I need to write one more update statement like this, and I will be converting this update statement into Lambda, and I'll be using prepare statement setter. And I'll be telling you why I'm actually doing it. This is just to make you familiar with this kind of syntaxes so that I will show you some internal code. But before that, I will do one thing and just to bring you in the same track. So first of all, let me deploy this particular project on my server. Let me start my application, and I'll just quickly give you a few things and then we'll start it. So let me copy this. I can close this. I can go back to my Google Chrome, paste it. So maybe my login page was my custom login, and I got a sign up page. If you guys remember, this is my sign up page. So if you remember, I got a sign up page. So basically someone can sign up. Let's say Savita wants to sign up. He can place his username and he can give a password like Savita123. So you can click on the sign up button, right? So when basically she does a sign up, obviously we need to process this sign up page, right? So to do that, if I will go back to my code, if you remember, I had a controller yesterday. I mean, we had written a controller a few days back. If I'll go to the login controller, here I got the sign up URL. Whenever someone clicks on submit, it comes to the process sign up. And here basically we captures everything, all the data that someone is entering right here. Whenever she will be entering the data, when she will be doing sign up, obviously the data will come to sign up DTO. And this is the DTO that I was passing to save user. And if I'll open the implementation of it, here only I was doing some code changes yesterday. So you know that we got two tables in our database. The first table is, if you remember, is the users table. So inside the users table, we have to enter username, password, and enabled. And also we got authorities table, right? So to here also we need to insert data. So right now, if I'll go back to my code, this is the update method that I have written yesterday. Now let's convert this one to something like this. Okay, so I want to use prepare statement setter. So let me kind of design this one, and then I'll just bring someone in, and I'll just let you guys to convert this particular one to Lambda. Okay, so first of all, I can do what? This JDBC template, why it is capital J? I can change this J to small and this J to small, and I need to write one more JDBC update, and this time I want to do an update for the authorities. This SQL query I have to run. Okay, I have to store the roles of an user inside the authorities table. So if I'll do a JDBC template.update, so I can use this SQL and prepare statement setter. I can click here. This is going to be my SQL2. This SQL I want to run right here. And as you said, right now I'm going to pass my this question marks, this dynamic value as a prepare statement. I want to prepare the statement. So I can do new prepare statement setter. And if you guys remember, prepare statement setter was an interface. So I can create an anonymous classes right here. And we got a method here called set values. And we are going to set the values for these parameters, this question mark and this question mark. And if you guys remember, inside the authorities table, the first question mark stands for username. The second question mark stands for the role. So obviously the username I will be getting from sign up DTO, because when someone will be login, let's say Sabita wants to do a sign up. So this is the username. Okay. And obviously any users who is trying to sign up, I will make him, or I'll just make her an user. Okay. So basically what I'm going to do right now, I'll come back to here, and maybe right here, I can start preparing the statement. So I'll say ps.setString. The first one is string, because this question mark stands for the user. So the first one, for number one, the value I'll be getting from sign up DTO, right? So I'll be doing sign up DTO dot get username. All right. And the second one, ps.setString, and the role by default I want to set number 2. This one will be what? This one I'm going to hard code. So I got two kinds of role. What kind of roles I am saving in my DB? If I'll go to my DB coder and trainer, these are the two roles I have, right? So maybe I can give a, by default I'll make someone coder. Okay, so I can come here and I can give a coder role. Okay, so anybody who's trying to do a sign up, he will be by default be a coder. And if you want to give more roles to that particular user, then as a DBA, you can go into that authority table and manually you can start inserting value for these people. Okay, let's say right now Dilip is only a coder. If you want to give more roles for Dilip, you can basically insert one more row, just like by using something like this. Insert into evening authorities value Gautam, or I can say value Dilip, and I will make him a trainer as well. So I can do something just like this. Okay, so by default right now I want to give a coder access. So right now this JDBC template update is ready and this particular method is ready. But right now here we are using Lambda expression. So first one is SQL, second one is Lambda expression. Similarly, this one, first one will be SQL, and the second one will be is an inner class. In this case, you can see new prepare statement setter. I'm creating an inner class. This class does not have a name. So basically I can convert this class to Lambda. So Mayur, can you try converting this to Lambda?
Yes, sir.
Yeah, override.
So
I'll remove.
Yeah. So remove that override. Then remove prepared statement setter.
Prepare statement setter. Okay, from here only. Okay, I can remove the prepare statement setter. Okay, can I remove set values?
Yeah.
Okay, method name also I'm removing. Can I remove the return type?
Right. Yeah.
Okay, and this is only one argument. Can I remove the argument? This one, the brackets?
Yeah,
Can I?
sir. Yes.
Okay,
Sir.
can I remove this throws as SQL exception? Okay, and now I need to give back arrow mark, isn't it?
Yeah.
Lambda symbol, and it's done. Now I can just do plot it, and maybe I will just remove everything else till this one. Okay, and inside this I'll just paste my Lambda expression, and there you go. My two of my JDBC template update methods are ready, and right now basically I can simply remove this two update statement, because right now I'm using prepare statement setter to set my update operations. So now our save user method is ready. We have rewrite the update method, and we are updating, we are inserting, we are basically inserting two particular records whenever someone is trying to sign up. Let me do a Control S and let me try with a new user whether the things are happening or not. We will see. So now basically the server should restart. It's restarting. Cool. So now who are the users? There are so many users present here, isn't it? So let's start from, I almost did enter everyone's name. I can go for Sonali, or Savita is there? No, Savita is not there. Let me insert Savita, and her password will be Savita123. Sign up, and she is right now redirected to login page, right? So basically insert happens. So let me go into the database and let me check that. So now let me go here to the users table. So we have Savita data inserted here. And if I'll go to the authorities table, we should be having one record for Savita. And obviously she will be a coder by default because that's the access I have given to her. So obviously right now I feel you guys should not have any confusion with this piece of code that I have written here. Do we have any confusion with this piece of code that I have written here? Yes or no? Accordingly, I'll proceed. And I'll tell you right now why I have converted it. Yesterday, Rapti was asking me, Abhilash, what is the intention of converting using this particular update method? Our previous query also working fine, right? Then why did you change to this? Because I got an intention here. But before that, just confirm me once you are okay with the save user method. Everyone? Yes? No?
Yes,
okay.
Sir. Yeah, yes, sir.
Okay. So now, basically, right now, I told you one thing. I told you about UserDetailsManager. Okay, can anybody tell me what is a UserDetailsManager?
It's an interface.
Yes.
And it has methods to create user, update user.
And create user, and what else? See the slide.
User. Yeah. It has a
delete user, things like that. Okay, all the CRUD operation is there, isn't it? So how many implementation of UserDetailsManager we got, Mayur?
We have 2 implementations.
As of now, okay.
Yeah, one is in-memory user details and another with JDBC.
UserDetailsManager. So basically, when we say that, we got a facility when this class Spring people has created for me, they have given me the facility to create an user, delete an user, change the user password, update the user password, things like that. So basically, if I want to update the user's profile, right, I can also do that. So basically, my question is, if I have that class right now, what I'm using, if I'll go to my workbench, you can see for my user, I have this is my user query, isn't it? Okay, so this is my user table. I am following Spring Security default schema. Spring Security default schema I'm following or not following? Can anybody confirm me? I'm exactly following their schema, isn't it? Enabled username and password. And in the authorities also, if I'm going to see, I got only 2 columns, username and authority. So if I am following Spring Security default schema, and if Spring people are giving me one particular class, and that class I already am using somewhere. If I'll go here, so where is my configuration file? Security configuration, can I open that up? Security configuration. So I'm using authentication manager builder here. Only yesterday I have did a JDBC authentication, and I told you whenever you click here in the JDBC authentication, it will go to JdbcUserDetailsManager configure. Click here. This particular constructor internally uses JdbcUserDetailsManager, the same class that Mayur was talking about. Let me delete the unnecessary classes. I mean, close the unnecessary classes. So this is the implementation that they have given to us. And here, this particular class is already implementing UserDetailsManager, which has the CRUD feature, isn't it? Create, update, delete, and change password. So my question is, do we have a helper method here? Do they have any kind of method which can help me to create an user? So to check that, do Control O and search for create user. And here I got the create user method. And basically you can see somewhere similar to the code that we have written. So basically they are expecting a user object. They are expecting a user object we have to pass, which is going to be a type of user details. So can anybody tell me what is a user details? Just a quick refresher for everyone. User details, anyone want to explain?
It is also an interface.
Okay, and why we use that?
It has that load user by username method.
No, that is UserDetailsService, Mayur.
No, it's for creating, setting the username, password, and role.
Yes. So basically that's the way to store users inside Spring Security Framework. If you forget everything, click here. It will take you to the user details. You can see here inside we are having authorities for the user, password for the user, username, and I told you about all these things. And what is the implementation class for this user details? I told you last time, right? User. Okay. Yeah. Close it. Now let's go back to our JDBCUserDetailsManager. We got this create user method. Now look into this particular method. You should be very familiar to this. See, now in this method, someone, if you want to call this particular method, he will pass a user object. And internally, it is going to do what? It is going to do a update query. Okay. Now, the same thing we have done here. See what we have done. We are updating. We are running an update query with JDBC template.update, and we are setting the prepare statement stuff, right? Setting number 1, we're getting the username, getting the password. Third one, enabled, we are hard coding, and then these 3 things we are setting that with prepare statement setter, and our SQL, we are basically running it. Basically, we are running a JDBC template update because we want to insert a query, and insert is basically a DDL query. For any kind of DDL query, we should use the update method, right? Now see there, they have internally written that kind of code for us, we can simply use their method. We don't need to write all these things. We don't need to do all this drama. If you don't understand this also, that's fine. Okay, we are right now going to use their methods. So I'll go back to their class. You can say create user. So here they are doing get JDBC template. If you hover here, this is going to get you the JDBC template object. Can I hover here? Why it's not giving me? Can I close it? Control-Shift-T. JDBC UserDetailsManager. UserDetailsManager. Go there. Control-O. Create user. So I got a create user method which will help me to create a user. And if I hover here right now, oh, I'm not getting the source for this. Occurrence of get JDBC template, not a problem. So so this is basically going to get me the JDBC template object. So you can say JDBC template dot update, or this is basically going to give you the JDBC template object. Now over that object you are doing an update method. And what kind of update? If you hover here, you can see this particular method is going to take a SQL prepare statement setter, right? The same method that you have used, right? So create user SQL. If I do control click here, this is the SQL. So they have written the SQL right here. You can see def create user SQL, click here. So this is the insert query they have already written. The same insert query we are writing, right? See, check that. Insert into users, username, password, enabled, and the values. These values will be passing, isn't it? So right now, see again, go back again. So now create user query. I mean that insert into user table where the username, password, and enabled is dash dash dash. Same thing we have to pass here. Then the rest of the thing, this is the prepare statement. Okay, the same lambda expression. They will be getting the data from user. So this is the user object that we will be passing because we'll be using this particular user method, create user method, and we'll be passing the user data. From there only they will be fetching the username, password, enabled, and blah blah blah. Okay, they want to do some other thing because inside that user class we got so many other variables. So they are setting those things internally and they are creating the user. Okay, so basically let's see that. Let's try this method right now, create user method. So what I will do, can I close this? JdbcUserDetailsManager.class. Let me close this. Let me do one thing. Let's say I don't want to use this DAO, right? Let me close this DAO. And inside the configuration file, basically I am doing a JDBC authentication. Perfect, close this. So whenever, imagine an user is going to do a sign up. So sign up. So now he or she is going to pass in the username and password. Let's say Ayur123 is going to be my username and password. Now let's say Ayur is trying to do a sign up. Now let me go back and let me go to that login controller. This is my process sign up. Here only I'll get Ayur's data, right? So why not? I'll do one thing. So here I am doing save user, right? And this is basically going to the DB method of mine, my DAO IMPL, right? But right now I don't need a DAO because I can use their, inbuilt method. Let's try that. For now, let me comment this particular method. Okay. Now here what I'll be doing, I'll be using a class. Which class? JDBC user. I can do JDBC user details manager. User, let me say JDBC user details manager is equal to new JDBC user details manager, and I can do JDBC user details manager dot create. So JDBC user details manager dot create user. Can I do that? Of course. And I already got my user detail, right? Now my user I can build from here. So basically I don't need to do new keyword. I don't need to, do this thing. Maybe I can do what? I can auto word this one, or for now, maybe I will hard code it. Later I will auto word it. Okay. Now let's focus on, creating the user. So I am creating the JDBC user details manager object right here, and I'm doing create user. But to create a user, if you hover here, now it is going to expect a user details, right? So we need to build the user details. And I already told you we got a class called user. And with this user, I can give the default username. Let's say the username is going to be what? The guy who is trying to do a sign up here, the username that he is entering, that is going to be my username. That's the thing that I want to insert into my database. So now let me go back and right here, I'm going to say sign up DTO. From here, I'll get the username dot get username. And then from sign up DTO, here again, I can get the password, the encoded password. Here I already got the encoded password, right? Maybe password encoder, encode. And here I have already got the password from here, and I've already did the encode. And obviously this same password already I've set it to this again. I have overwritten that password which was there. I have encoded that particular password, and I have set it just right here. So basically you can take this one directly here. Can I, where is that? Can I take this encoded password here? Okay, not here. Yeah, here only. I will say username dot password. The password is going to be my encoded password. Or you can do, already I have set the value to this. You can see after encoding my password, after encoding the password here by using password encoder dot encode, I got the password from sign up DTO from here. Then I set the password, encoded password to sign up DTO to here. So I can get this thing from here also. I can do sign up DTO dot get password. And the next thing is roles, right? So what is the role? By default, the role that I want to give, let's say that's going to be coder. Okay, by default, I'm going to give coder a role. Perfect. So now my user is ready. So basically, I need to use the build method, because the build method is going to give me a user details object, and that's the object that this guy wants, right? If I hover here, you can see it is wanting a user details object. So basically right now, can I do a control1 and assign statement to local variable? I can say user to save, or I'll just say user. Okay, and let me copy this user and paste it here. Now you are done. You don't have to do anything, right? So now everything will be automatically happens. Now see that I have commented my save user method. So I am not going to use any DAO or things like that. Here only I'm using JDBCUserDetailsManager, and I'm using the create user method of JDBCUserDetailsManager to create a user. Okay, and basically let me try to run this and let's see whether the things are working fine or not. So if you are going to see here now, this user object, whatever we have created, we are passing it to create user. Open the implementation. You can see it will go to JDBCUserDetailsManager class. Right here, it's got all the value. So from here, it is doing JDBC template dot update, and here it is passing the create user URL, and to this SQL query, it is going to pass the username, password, and enabled. Where it will be getting the data from this user. Where it is coming, we are only setting it, isn't it? We are only giving this user to here.
We have set that enabled. We have not set, no?
Enabled, we have not set. Enabled by default, it is going to set. Let's see whether it is setting it or not. Okay.
Oh,
so
okay.
now Mayur, one more thing. You can see here, whenever it is preparing 1, 2, 3, for which query it is preparing, create user SQL. I told you, click here, it will go to here. This is the data. And here we got this 3 question marks, right? So username, password, and enabled, but we are not setting the enabled, but it should be creating that particular enabled value for us. Let's see whether it's working or not. So if I'll go to create user, so you can see it is doing what? It is inserting the authorities, and somewhere you can see it will be doing an update, prepare statement, get prepare statement count. You can see it is setting the account unlocked, account non-expired, and account credential non-expired. Every value, it is only making it true. Okay, then we don't have to take care of this. If all these things are getting set, the username, password, and enabled, then the things should work fine. So let's see that. If I'll close this now, if I am going to, my server is already started. Now, obviously, we are going to get an exception. Let's see that whether we are getting or not. So let me try to log in with IUR. Let me do a sign up. Now we are getting a problem. Right now, see what is the problem that we are having. Okay, so maybe you can see here, you can read the exception here first. Is it readable? Null pointer exception we are getting. Can you read the complete exception, guys?
Yes.
Yeah. Prepare a statement setter. Some is null.
Yeah, which one is null? You can see that.
JDBC user details.get JDBC template.
Yeah. Get JDBC template is null. The JDBC template is null. So basically, I'll tell you one thing. So here you are doing what? Create user, right? Click here. Now it is internally doing what? Get JDBC template dot update. Now here it is creating the JDBC template internally. But how it is creating? How it is creating? Can I do control? Why I cannot do control click? I can do control K then. So, control O, create. Can I do close this? Open that again. JDBC user details manager. Control O, create user. This is the method. Now JDBC template. I am not able to. Okay, I can do control O and what is that method? Get JDBC template. Okay, that is inside a different package, isn't it? Okay, no problem. But I should be able to click it, isn't it? Why I'm not able to click that method, man? I just want to show you that how that JDBC template is getting created, because this particular value is only null. So null.update is giving you null pointer exception. So this data, so JDBC template right now is not getting created. So can I do one thing? Just let me try one thing. Can I do a clean install first? Let's do a clean install. Maven install. So I think it is going to build the source, and if it will be building it fine, I'll be able to click here. Not yet. Okay. Can I go to JDBC DAO IMPL? So here only I think they have a method. One sec. Get JDBC. No, where they are initializing that method. Control O again. Go to create user method. Now create user. They're using JDBC template. And I'm just doing control K. I'm doing a search, guys. Don't worry about it. I'm doing a search, or I can directly show you the method where it is. It should be return get JDBC template. No, not this one. Init DAO, where they are initializing the JDBC template. I want to see that. JDBC UserDetailsManager. It can. One sec, guys. Don't see here and there. Don't get confused. You can close your eyes. Don't see the code if you're getting confused. One sec. I just don't want to scroll like this. I don't want to make you guys confused. One sec. I'll just find it out for you. Maybe otherwise I can open up my Eclipse. I'll fix this error later. There also I got the same project. I opened that with STS today. I just want to show you that get the JDBC template, how it is getting initialized. You only know, you will only tell me that the solution. You will be only experiencing the problem. I just want to make you feel that particular problem, why it is null. So can I go to that class called, what is that? JDBC UserDetailsManager. So here we got a method called create user. Okay, go to that create user. Here we got JDBC template. Okay, here also I'm not able to click. Crazy. Okay, anyhow, let me tell you the solution then. Where they are defining the method, man? Control K. I think somewhere here only. Somewhere here only there should be. Can I check it here? It should be better. Create user. Control O, create user. Okay, so can I do search? Control K. See, you guys also see basically where they are trying to, where we have that method get JDBC template, where they are doing update. I just want to see where they are initializing. So this method where they have created, not I don't think in this class they have created
Maybe
it.
different class, might be in some configuration class they would be doing.
Maybe somewhere here. JDBC DAO IMPL. Can I do JDBC? No, not here. This class is extending to any other class. JDBC DAO support. Maybe here. Can we? Yeah, here only. JDBC template. They have it right here, and you can see here only it is initializing this JDBC template. Do a control K, right? If JDBC template is equal to null, they are creating the JDBC template object. How they are creating the JDBC template object? By passing in what? By passing in what? You guys tell me. By passing in a data source. We have to give the JDBC template a data source. Do you forget, like, whenever we are creating a JDBC template object, we have to give the JDBC template a data source so that it can connect to my database. It can create a connection to my database. So right now that is not happening. See, right now, I'll just tell you right now, I'll go back to my class login controller. Here I am doing what? I am doing JdbcUserDetailsManager. JdbcUserDetailsManager equal to new JdbcUserDetailsManager. Internally, it is using what? JDBC template to do the update, right? It is taking this data. It is taking this user data. One sec, guys. It's taking the user data from here that I'm building. This data, they are setting it. They are basically doing a JDBC template.update internally. But that JDBC template is internally looking for a data source. So maybe I can Details Manager. What I will do, JdbcUserDetailsManager dot set data source. And do I have a data source object here? Not yet. I can create one variable, private data source, java.sql data source. Okay, and I have to make it auto-where. I'm sure that we have created a data source object. If you guys remember, in the config class, we have created the data. Sorry, this is the other config class. I want to show you the MVC config class. Here we created the data source object, isn't it? So we already got the data source object. I can go to the my controller. Here I can create the data source object, and then I can do what? With this JdbcUserDetailsManager object, whenever I'm creating the data source, I can pass it here, data source. You don't need to go through those code. You don't need to check it. Whenever you are creating the object of this, make sure you set a data source. That is the takeaway. If you don't understand the code so far, that's fine. The takeaway is whenever you are going to use the create user method of JdbcUserDetailsManager, make sure you have to set a data source. So create a data source, auto-where it. I don't think it's difficult or hard thing to understand. Now let me try. Okay. Now let me go to this, and maybe I can try with Ayur right now. Ayur 1, 2, 3, sign up, and obviously it worked. It went to the login page. Now can I check with Ayur, and Ayur 1, 2, 3, login, and boom, I'm logged in. And can I go to home page? There we go. Hi Ayur, and obviously the role is coder. So why it is role coder? Why it is role coder? So see here.
By default.
Yeah, by default it will prefix the role underscore. Before that, I'll just tell you. Now you can see is right now, previously the authority I was giving like coder, trainer, coder. Now if I do a refresh with my authorities table, for Ayur it is internally created role coder. It has prefixed the coder with role underscore. Why it is prefixed the role with role underscore? Because there are two different methods, guys, using what you can set the role inside the Spring Security. I'll tell you the things. I will go back to the here to my code. So basically now see where we are creating the user. Here we are creating the user, right? Very simple code. User with username. We're giving the username. Password. We're giving the password, and we're writing roles. If you hover here on this roles method, you can see by default this particular method does what? By default it is going to do role underscore. By default it is going to add role underscore before your role. So you are saying coder, it will be adding role underscore before that. So it will be saving like role underscore coder. If you are giving trainer here, it is going to save role underscore trainer. If you are going to say user here, it is going to save like role underscore user. So if you don't want that prefix, okay, let's say if you don't want this particular prefix, what you can do? You can use another method. And what is that method? That method is authority. Okay, so role and authorities are same thing. Okay, authorities also can take multiple argument. You can do authorities, coder, comma, trainer. You can also do that, but I'm gonna give only one role if the user is trying to sign up. So the role will be coder. And authorities and role, the difference between these two methods is authorities is not going to prefix the role underscore before this coder, but if I'm going to write role here, it is going to prefix the role underscore before this value, whatever value you are giving. Right now we have changed it to authorities. Now you see Control S. Now let me try to log in with a different user, or let me try to sign up with a different user, and you will be seeing the magic. So anyone having any questions? Someone is on mute.
Sir, can you show me that JDBC DAO support?
Yes, I'm coming back to that. Mayur, one sec. Let me just do it. Maybe we can see that. Okay, I'll just just remember that and ask me that question. We'll be going back to that only. I'll do log out right now. For now, I'll just go with a new user. Maybe almost every users I have created. Maybe I can go with a new one. Let's say Raj123, log in, and sorry, obviously Raj is not a valid user. We have to sign it. We have to do a sign up. So go to sign up, do a Raj, username is Raj123. He wants to sign up, do a sign up, and you will see right now he moved back to the login page. Now if I'll go back to my database, where is that? Right here, if you are going to do a refresh, you can see Raj role is coder. Right now it is not prefixing role underscore coder. Why it is not prefixing? Because we have changed that role to authorities. So authorities means no role underscore, but if you are giving role, it is going to give role underscore before this particular value that you are giving. Is it making sense or is not making sense, guys? Hello, tasting.
Yeah, it's making sense.
Okay. Everyone making sense? Okay, I know it's weekend.
Yes.
You guys need energy. Ayur, why so silent?
Yes, Abhilash, making sense.
All right. And I'll make sure to give you your that Spring Data video, Ayur. I'll just tell someone to ping you that video. Okay.
Yeah. Okay. Take your time.
Yeah. So Savita, making sense?
Yes, sir.
You are not sleeping, no, Savita?
No, sir.
Okay. Cool. So basically it's working fine. Right now, see the benefit of this. What is the benefit of this particular method right now? The create user that we have used, where is that create user method? This one, right? The create user method benefit is what? We don't have to write any DAO. We don't have to write any code manually. Already the code and the queries has been written, and they have used Spring JDBC internally. So yes, if you want to understand the Spring security internal thing, then obviously maybe if you want to go and look into this class called JDBCUserDetailsManager, then obviously you need to understand Spring JDBC. Okay, because Spring JDBC is their code only, right? They have only created Spring JDBC, so they have used that Spring JDBC to create their internal code. Why should they use someone else's code like Hibernate code or MyBetis code? They are not there. I mean, those companies are different, right? But this Spring JDBC is their thing because they have only created this particular JDBC API, Spring JDBC API. So obviously they have used this stuff. Okay. Okay, before I will go to your doubt, Mayur, I want to show one more thing. Let's say I want to delete an user. Maybe this is the thing I have not discussed with your batch. Delete user, have I told you delete user? I think. Oh, okay. Not to you guys. Okay. I'll just show you something. Let's say I got a plan and you guys going to help me. So my plan is I will give the user an option. The option is what? The option I want to give in the home page. Let's say I'll show you right here. Someone is trying to log in. Let's say Savita 1, 2, 3, enter. She is logged in. If I'll go to home, right now she's having a logout button, right? Now I want to give another link. That link is to inactive his account or delete delete her account. Okay, let's say Savita, she doesn't want to continue with us and she don't want to be in our website right now. She want to delete her account. So he can directly click on that link. Okay, so already I told you JDBCUserDetailsManager, you can do a CRUD, right? So you can see create user you have, delete user you have, you can update his information or update her information. You can also update her password. Okay, now let's try with update user one. Sorry, let's try with delete user one. Update is going to be your assignment. So let me go with the delete user one. Let's say I want to give a link. Okay, in the home page only, I'll be giving a link. First of all, before I design that delete, maybe I can give a link first. Maybe I can give a BR here and another BR here. Can I give another one because I'm having so much fun? And can I give a link? And here I'm gonna have a href, and this href I'm gonna create a link. This link is going to be delete user. Okay, and let's say I'm gonna give a link like delete account. Okay, this is going to be the link, okay, that I'll be creating. So basically right now my goal here is if I will go to the web page, if I do a refresh, I'm getting a delete account right here. I want to give some space, that's why only I've given the BR, but I could have given the BR maybe right here after the account. Control S, and now let me go there, refresh the page. There you go, maybe one BR to bring it down. Sorry. Okay, pretty bad web developer. Control S. There you go. Okay, delete account. Okay, so now the goal here is, let's say Sabita, wants to delete her account. She can click the delete account and we will delete her information completely from the database. We will not do any soft delete. We will do a hard delete. We'll completely remove her information from the database. And for this, what to do? Do I need to write any query by myself? Not actually. We have that UserDetailsManager, JDBCUserDetailsManager to manage our work. Can I go back to my code? Can I do Control-Shift-T? Can I go to JDBCUserDetailsManager? Do control here, open this file, and you will be seeing, if I'll do Control-O, delete, you can see that we'll be having a delete user. Now go there. So this is the method. So this method, what they're doing? So they are doing what? They are getting the username. So they'll be saying that, okay, whenever you are calling our method, pass us an username. And if you're passing that username, so what we will be doing, we will be deleting your authorities, and also we will be running a delete query. You can see get JDBC template dot update. So obviously to delete a query, you have to run an update method. So you know about that. So there, you know that how to run an update method. First, you have to write the SQL query. Then you have to write the arguments. So right now the argument is username. They're passing it right here. This username should be the argument for the SQL query. Let's see the SQL query. Click here. This is what is assigned. Click here. Now there we go. Delete from users where username is equal to something. This is something that we will be passing. We will be let them know that, okay, this is the user I want to delete. So to do that, what I'm going to do, first of all, I will go back. You know right now that I can use this delete user method and I have to pass my username. Let me close this. So I will go to that home page. Who is returning that home page? That home page where we have, I think, hello world controller. Where is our controllers? Here. Login controller, home, hello world controller. Yeah, home page is this one, right? Now, whenever this home page is getting returned, so I am already passing principal object. From this principal object, I'm getting the username, and I'm also storing it here, and I'm passing the username with the model attribute to my home page, because if you remember right here, I am displaying the username already here. So I already have the username. So what I will do, I will go to this home page. Let me go there. Control-Shift-R, open this. So right here, I already got the username. I'm displaying here, hi username. So here with this delete user, whenever someone clicks on this link, I want to know what's his or her username. So to do that, I can use, I can send that username. I can say username is equal to, and that username will be dynamic for the user. Control-C and pass this username right here. So now this is going to do what? Whoever the user is logged in, obviously her data or his data from here only. If you remember principal, this is going to store the user information. I told you that whenever a user basically logs in, whenever the user is basically authenticated, his or her data will be stored inside the principal, like the username will be stored here inside the principal. So I can do principal.getUsername. I can have a hold of this, so I can know that who is the user basically logged in. Then that username I'm sending it to the home page, and inside the home page, what I am doing, that username I am sending it by using a query parameter. You can use a query parameter or you can use a path variable. Right now, let me use a query parameter. Let me do Control-S, and I will go to the login. I'll go to that hello world controller, and let me handle this URL. So I can basically copy this. Okay, I can come to hello world controller, and I can write one more method to handle this URL. Let me copy this, and maybe I will paste it right here. And I'll do what? I'll do Control-X. I'll update the URL, and this is going to be my delete user. Okay, and the delete user here, basically I want to have the hold of that username. So whenever the user will click on this link, obviously this will come in his query parameter. I told you previously this will be available in the query parameter. So from the URL, how I can paste the data?
@request param.
Perfect. Now I'll come here, and from here I'll do @request param, and I can do param. Maybe I can say, sorry, I can say what is the parameter name. What is the parameter name? Go to the home page again. This is the parameter. Copy this username, come back here, paste it here, store it with a string. So string username, and right here what I can do, basically I can write my logic, right? So I can write what kind of logic? What is that? JDBCUserDetailsManager, UserDetailsManager is equal to new JDBCUserDetailsManager. I'll just tell you how to auto-ware this thing as well. But right now, let me use this one. Can I pass the data source directly here? Do we have any constructor? Yeah, data source, you can see another constructor is there, which can take the data source. So directly I can pass in the data source. But first of all, I need to have the data source here. So maybe I'll do what? Right here, I can do data source, and I'll make it auto-ware. Okay, obviously we already have the data source object created or been created in our configuration file. Now I'm going to copy this data source. I'm going to go back, and right here I am going to pass the data source. Right now this JDBCUserDetailsManager is going to create a JDBC template object behind the scene, and that JDBC template is going to need the data source. We're always providing the data source right here, so there won't be any problem. Now I can say UserDetailsManager.delete user. Okay, now what is need is the username. Who is basically the username wants to delete? We already captured it, right? Username. I'll copy this username, paste it here. There you go. You are done. Now I can say user deleted. This is out. Just printing something. sysout user deleted, and her or his username is this one, whoever the user is trying to, whoever the user basically hit that username delete user link. Now let me test it right now whether the things are working or not. Let's say first of all I will do what, my things are getting refreshed, and now I'll go back to my DB. Inside my DB I got Dilip, Abhilash. Where is the users table? Let me go there. I have so many users. Maybe who are the valid users? The valid users are only where you have stored the role. If you don't have the role, you cannot log in with those users, right? So maybe I can see the authorities. I have so many invalid users, I can delete them. But Dilip is a valid user. Abhilash is a valid user. And I think Repti, Sabita is a valid user. Just now I have created, right? So Sabita should have role as well. So I can see Sabita got coder role. Let me log in with Sabita. Okay. Now let me go back. And already Sabita is logged in, right? Can I do? Okay, one more thing. I'm sorry. One more thing. If I'll go back, once the deletion happened, what do you want? Imagine the user you have deleted. Okay, the account is deleted. Then we can show him the login form, isn't it? So we can basically redirect him to the login form, login URL, or we can just okay, we can just redirect him. Redirect. Where is that login URL? I can go to login controller. This is the redirect URL. Copy that. And go back to the controller. Command V here, Control S. Now let's see what is going to happen. It is going to reload my changes. Then I'll click the delete link. Okay, so now once the user is deleted, once we are deleting the user, we will be sending him or sending her to the login page. Now let me go back. Let me do a refresh. Can I click here? Finger crossed. Okay, it is going to username. It is okay. So basically the mapping is not working, isn't it? Delete user. It is coming here. So okay.
Not.
Sorry. Context root. Oh yeah, there we go. Because here we are losing the context root, isn't it? So our context root was Spring Security Evening. Perfect catch. Copy that. Maybe we don't need to hardcode it, but let me hardcode it for now. So can I go back to home page? Before this, delete. Okay, this is my context root. Control S. Now it should go to the right direction. So basically that's why it was falling back to our 404 fallback page. Maybe right now, once it is done, I can go back there. I can do a refresh. Now I can try to delete her account. Once her account will be deleted, she will go back to the login page. Click. Okay. Now she went back to the login page. First, let me check the console. Do I have anything here? Logged in user is this. I have printed something, right? Where is that? Okay, logged in user is this. I did print that. Okay, user deleted, Sabita. Now, can I go back to my user? Can I go back to here first? Let's see in the users table, there should not be any Sabita user. See, Sabita is not there. Go back to the authorities. And here also the role should be deleted. So no Sabita here. Making sense what I'm trying to do? Basically, I am not writing any kind of query. I am not generating query. Everything is taken care by one class. And who is that class? This guy. Okay. And this thing, no guys, you don't have to do like this. Okay. This is very childish code. What you can do, you can go back to your configuration file. Okay. Just create one bean, not to the security configuration. Go to the my app config bean. So basically you don't have to set that data source again and again. You can do what? What is that bean? JDBC UserDetailsManager, right? UserDetailsManager. Let's say JDBC UserDetailsManager. This is the class. This is the method that I want to create. This is going to be a public method. Let me return new JDBC UserDetailsManager. And I'm going to set the data source here only. If you remember, I have already created a data source object. I can call this data source method right here, where here only Control V, and there you go. And I'll make it a bean at the rate bean. So already one object will be created to JDBCUserDetailsManager with the data source configuration, and this particular object will be there in the application context only. Right now we don't have to use any new keyword. Let me go to the hello world controller. Okay, now you don't have to do this. You don't have to create the object just like this. You can do one thing, cut it. Let me copy this, go to the top, wherever you need this, Control V, and just auto add it. Okay, because already we have created the object there, right? And also we don't need any data source, these things. Remove these things. Right now we can directly say UserDetailsManager dot that method. The delete user, I don't want this. Delete it. Now I can say UserDetailsManager dot delete user, and this UserDetailsManager here only I have created, right? So right now that bean everywhere I can use, wherever it is needed. If I'm creating a user, deleting a user, update the password, update the account, I can use this delete user method. Now let's see that whether this configuration is working or not. Maybe I can do what? I can stop my server and can start again. Let's see whether it is booting off or I'm having any server issue. If it is failing to start or something. Look at the console, no errors, we are good. So now we can go back there. This time I'm gonna delete whom? I'm gonna delete IUR information, IUR123, login. He logged in. Let's say home. Let's say IUR doesn't want to stay with our website. He wants to delete. Before that, let me go into the DB. Where is my DB? My DB is here. So let me check. See, IUR role is here. And also, I think this will not work right now. You will not be able to log in. Oh, you are already logged in, because whenever it is fetching the role, it is using the okay, I understand that. Don't worry about that right now, but here you can see, I don't want to get into that because we are already end of the session. We have the IUR information here. And if I'll go back here, if I click on delete account, so already he moved into the login page. Right now, if I'm going to try with IUR and IUR123, obviously it is going to show me invalid login or password. If I'm going to go back to the DB and right here, if I am going to check in the authorities, I should not have any data for IUR. And if I'm going to say here with the users, I don't have any records for IUR as well. So it's working fine. So this is a standard approach. Don't code like the way I have coded, because I'm a dumb guy. You guys are smart. So you can use things like this. Okay, just auto add it. You can copy that and go to wherever we have used it. Maybe here also we have used it, right? Here also we have created our object by using new keyword. We don't have to do it, right? You can go here. We can do what? Auto add this one. Okay, UserDetailsManager. Remove the data source. We don't need this right now. Okay, and also remove the DAO. The DAO we won't be using right now at all. Maybe remove this one. So we don't have anything right now here. I can go to down, and this data source, this stuff I can remove it. And right now this thing also I can remove it. And I can just do JDBCUserDetailsManager. Sorry, what is that? JDBCUser. What is that variable name? Okay, UserDetailsManager. Copy that. Come down, paste it, create user. Control S. That's gonna fix your issue. Control Shift F to format your code. Control S, and this is how your code is looking like. Simple and sweet. You need to use the create user method. So do UserDetailsManager.create user. Is need a user, create the user, and pass it here. That's it. You are done, right? Nothing more, nothing less. Is it making sense so far? Hello. Hopefully you guys are not sleeping.
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
Okay, now you should be happy, I know, because it should be start making sense. Maybe once we start updating the user profile, once we start updating user's password, then it will be so much fun for you guys. Okay, So don't worry, things are very simple. Okay, just keep doing it. Don't lose touch. Keep practicing. You got 3 days almost. Saturday we'll be having the Java 8 class, but forget about that. You got a holiday. So Sunday you got a holiday. Monday we will have off. You can have a practice, right? So almost around 2 to 3 days you are getting. Just try to come up with the same pace as mine, and make sure you guys are on touch on Tuesday. Okay. So if you guys are good, then I'm gonna tell you some advanced thing that's gonna surely help you. But if you're like no, we don't want to practice things like that, I won't be telling you the things, because I don't want to bore you guys. I don't want that you should scold me like Abhilash is boring me. Okay. Making sense? So hopefully you should be coming with after doing practice only, and after that I'll just tell you some more exciting things. Okay, now tell me if you have any questions. Oh, sorry, Mayur.
Mayur had some question, I think.
Yeah, I wanted to explain that, but that's gonna take some time. Mayur, Monday, I'm gonna write it.
Yes, okay. Sir. I just want to see that which class name.
Which class name? Control Shift T. One second.
JDBC DAO support.
DAO support. DAO support. This one.
Yeah, yes. Yeah. It's tell not opening in my PC, no. So I just asked how.
Not opening. Do a clean install. Okay. I mean, the source is not there.
Can you show me it is in which package? JDBC core support. Okay.
That should be inside the Spring JDBC only. JDBC DAO support.
Okay.
Spring
okay.
JDBC. So do you have the Spring JDBC jar? If you don't have,
I have. Okay.
Do a clean install, Mayur. It will come back.
Okay. Yeah.
Okay. Any other questions? Yes, Repti. Repti.
When we will use that authentication builder manager.
Authentication builder manager. Oh, we will be coming back to that, Repti. I mean, so many things before that. Okay. By the time you will be reaching authentication builder manager. Okay. You are talking about this guy, authentication manager builder. Where is that? My security config. Right here only. This one you are saying.
Yeah.
Authenticate. Okay. This is pretty simple. No, we are using just to authenticate the user and just to let our framework know what kind of authentication we're using, whether it's JDBC authentication or in-memory authentication.
My doubt is here we are directly using JDBC template authentication. In case if you want to use Hibernate, where the configuration that.
I mean, there is another way of user registration, Repti. We can simply, I'll just show you pretty soon. We'll be writing our own UserDetailsManager. At that time, we will not be using in-memory or we will not be using JDBC. We'll be creating our own authentication manager. We'll be creating our own UserDetailsService. Okay. At that time, we don't depend on this thing. Okay. We will be independent. We will not be using this class at all. Just few days more, maybe next week for sure, Repti.
Okay, Abhilash.
Yeah. So you remember that load user by username. We'll be overriding that one. We'll be giving our own implementation. We'll have a lot of fun. We will not depend on the by default things that Spring people has created for me. I want to create my own things. Okay. We'll be seeing that next week for sure. Yeah. Anything else? Weekend partying. What's up? Man, ask me questions. Yash. No questions?
Sir, again my system crashed today.
Okay, so failed to practice, huh?
Yes, sir. Even in between class when you are asking about that lambda expression, at that time my system hanged up and I was able to listen but was not be able to mute my Skype.
Okay. All right, no problem. I remember I did mute you. Okay, Mayur is good. Karthik, any questions for? Yeah, a little bit new things, isn't it, Karthik?
Yeah, yes.
All right.
It's
okay.
I got this.
Yeah. Dilip?
Yeah, good Abhilash.
Ayur? No questions? Ask me a few questions,
No.
man.
No, Abhilash.
All right. Okay. Cool. Then I'll see you guys on. Okay, I'll see you guys tomorrow. Tomorrow we have Java 8 class, 7:30, same time. So have you decided 7:30 only? You can stop recording, Karthik. Okay. So let's do one work. Okay. So I just deployed this particular project, Spring Security Evening, to my Tomcat. And right now, let's do one work because I do not have any, users in my system. So if you're going to do a select star from users, you will be seeing that I have deleted all the user structure right here. And also inside the authorities, I don't have any, roles here because I don't have any users. So obviously I don't have any authorities. So both the users and the authorities I have deleted because there are so many, unnecessary stuff that was here previously. So I just wanted to get rid of those things. So first thing that I'll be doing, let's do a sign up because I don't have any user, as I said. So maybe I can do a sign up. Okay, and right here, let me create a username. Let me say Abhilash, and Abhilash123 is going to be my password. Let me click on sign up, and obviously, sign up happened. The user saved in my database, and I'm redirected. I'm into the login page. Okay, so right now, if I'll go here, if I'm gonna search for the users, then I should have the users created. This is the password, and the users is of course enable. And by default, I have set the authorities as user, right? Sorry, coder. So Abhilash is by default a coder. So if I want to assign some more role to him, then obviously I need to, write a insert query just like this. Okay, I can say username is going to be Abhilash. Okay, and let's say he will be a trainer as well. So right now I'm inserting one more, role for this user to the authorities table, to the evening.authorities. So I can do a fire this query, and I hope it worked. Now let me look for the authorities, and you will be seeing that I got two authorities for Abhilash. One is trainer, one is coder. So now he got two, authority. That's fine. So maybe I can create a couple more users. So I'll go back to here. I'll again go for the sign up page. Maybe I can go one with Dilip, and I'll say Dilip123 sign up, and one more. Let's go with let's say Sonali and Sonali123. Oh, sorry, not login, sign up. I want to create one more. So sign up. And let me create one user called Sonali123, enter to sign up, redirected to the login page. Let me go there and check in the users. I should have 3 users, Abhilash, Dilip, and Sonali. And right here in the authorities, I should have, authorities for Dilip and Sonali as coder because by default, I'm setting everything to coder. And obviously, Abhilash got 2 authority. One is called coder, one is called trainer. Perfect. So we are on the, the setting up is done. Right now we got some users in our table. Now let's try to log in with Dilip user. Dilip and Dilip123 login. Dilip and Dilip123 login. Okay, logged in. Now can I go to the home page? There you go. So we have created this delete account link last time, and I hope that everyone tried creating a link called delete account. I mean the one that we have created. Just like this, we can, just like the delete account, we can give various options to the user, just like update profile, change password, things like that, right? Now, can I go with one more? Can I try with change password? I can develop a link called change password here, and I'll give you a task that, okay, you will create one more link. You're not able to hear me, Vivek? Are you guys able to hear me?
Yes, sir.
Yes. Yes, sir.
Anyhow, maybe network issue, he'll be reconnect. Okay, so one more. So what I want to create one more link here called change password. Okay, so let's go ahead and do that. That's gonna be the work for today. We will be creating a change password link. Okay, so what is going to be the workflow? So I know that you are browsing internet from your childhood only, and you know that you have gone through so many login pages, so many change password pages, so many sign up pages. So what do you basically have in this change password page? I mean, what kind of fields do you see there? Anybody? So I'll be developing one link here called change password. Let me go ahead and do that. Then I'll ask you. I'll go to, this is home page, right? Maybe just like delete user and delete account, I can create one more. Maybe I'll create one more link, and this link is going to be change password. Okay, and right here, instead of saying delete user, I can say change password. Okay, so I'm going to create a new link here for change password, and of course, to change the password, what are the things that I need to send? Okay, that's another thing. But anyhow, let me develop the change password link right now. And first of all, for now, let me not send anything just right here. We will see that if whenever we'll be needing, we'll be sending things, right? So what happened? Change password. Okay, this username Corey, I don't want. Okay, sorry, what I did. Can I delete this much? And can I say this? Change password. Okay, I want to create this link. So now, okay, one more thing, I will give a space here in between this. How to give a space in HTML? Maybe NBSP. Perfect. So looks good. Right now we got these two links. Maybe I can give one more BR after this, and there you go. Right now, let me go there, do a refresh. Okay, so we got delete account and change password link, right? So whenever I will click on the change password link, I need you to open a change password screen. And there, what kind of field you basically have in a change password screen? Anyone?
Current password and password and confirm.
Current password and new password. And current password, new password, and if we want, we can also confirm it, right? Confirm password, isn't it?
Yeah.
Okay. So basically, let's do one work then. Whenever someone will click on change password, this is the URL which will be going to be triggered. So I'm going to copy this URL, and what I'm going to do, I'm going to create a new, maybe I can start with controller, right? I can copy this URL completely, change password, copy that, and right now I will go to view. I'll do I'll go to controller. Where is my controller? Let me go to resources, source main Java. Let's go to controller where I was creating all the links that day. Maybe here, delete user I have created. Maybe I can create one more method here. Okay, and this is going to be my change password one. So this is the URL that I'm going to create. So maybe I can write 8 post mapping. Okay, and basically right here I can write a method. I can copy paste this one, copy this, paste it here, and we are going to resize it. and this is gonna be my change password method. And obviously let's not accept anything right here for now. And obviously let me not write anything just right here, and return, it is going to return a change password screen. So let's say change and password. Okay, so now this is the screen that we need to create. Copy this. Maybe we'll go to WebInf view, and right here we can create a JSP. So JSP file, and right here I'm going to say change password.jsp. Finish. Now it's going to create a JSP. My first job is, here I need to create a Spring form, okay, where I'll have 3 fields. The field name will be, what do we say that? New password, old password, and confirm password. Okay, new password, confirm password, and of course I'll ask the user old password because I just want to confirm that this is the same user logged in. All right, okay. Otherwise, sometime you have logged in, you went somewhere, someone trying to change the password from your account, and at that time if I'll be asking him the old password, obviously he'll not be able to give that. So just for extra security reason, we'll be creating 3 text boxes here. So to create those text boxes, I'll be obviously using Spring form tag. So what I will do, I'll go to one of my previous screen here, and maybe all the tag libs that I have here. One is for Spring security, one is for Spring form, one is the JSTL core tag lib. Let me copy this tag lib. Let me close this home page. Let me come to my own page, the one that I'm creating, and I can paste this tag lib just right here. Okay, now let me go ahead and let me start creating the form. So I can give a h1 just right here. First of all, let me create a div otherwise, and let me align this div to center. So that's gonna look good, and I will create a h1, and this is gonna be reset password, and basically I'm gonna create a form here. So what I'm gonna do, let me give some white spaces here, and I'm gonna create a form. So I'll say form : form, and right here I'm gonna make sure that I will have a model attribute. Okay, and obviously to have a model attribute, this model attribute I need to send it from the controller end. So from here only, when I'm creating this URL mapping called change password, right here only, whenever I will be sending the request to here, I need to create a model attribute. So I'll say model, and maybe I will do model.add attribute, and maybe I can create an attribute called password change. Okay, and the model is going to be what? Okay, so I'll be creating a new model. I'll be creating a new DTO. So I'll go to DTO. Just right here, I'll be creating a new DTO. Let's say class, and this is gonna be let's say password. Let's say change password, the DTO, and there you go. So let me do finish, and maybe I'll have 3 things because you told that I'll have private string old password, and maybe private string new password. Okay, see that if I have any typo, private string confirm password. All right, so 3 fields that I have here. I can create the getters and setters quickly. Source, then go to getters and setters, select all, do generate, everything will be generated. There you go. So now you got a change password DTO. So I'll go here to my controller, and here I can say new change password DTO. Okay, so an empty object I'm sending as a model attribute called password change. Now this password change will be available right here on my JSP. So I can give the model attribute as this, and obviously I'll make sure that the password will go as a body. I will not show it as a in my URL. So I'll say method is equal to post, And also I'll make sure whenever this form will be submitted, what is going to be the action. The action I'm going to define in a minute. But right now, first thing is that let me start creating the input field. So I'll say label, and the first label is going to be what is that? Old password, right? Old password. Okay, so now I can create a form input. I can actually create a form password, but right now let me go with a form input, because whenever I will type, you will see the password. At that time, it will be kind of clear for you that what we are trying to do. If I'll do form password, then obviously it will be encrypted, right? So you guys will not be seeing what I'm typing. So knowingly, I'll go with form input. Later, we'll be changing it to form password. So now it will be, the path will be, old password will be what? Can I drag my DTO to here, to here? So old password, this is the one, paste it. You will have one more, copy this too. Maybe I'll paste it again. And maybe before this, I'm gonna give a break. Okay, and write your old password. This one is going to be new password. Copy this, paste it here, and I'm gonna change it to new password. Okay, and one more we are going to create. Copy this, paste it here. Okay, and maybe, hey, making sense, or you guys are, sleeping there? Confirm password. Can someone say me hi? That I just want to know that you guys are there. So silent today.
Hi. Hi.
Hello. I'm feeling like I'm just talking. I'm just making a YouTube video or something. You guys are so silent. Confirm password. Control C, Control V it here. Okay. So now we got 3 labels: old password, new password, and maybe confirm password. So maybe we can have one more. Give BR here, and maybe I will just go with a submit button. So input, maybe type equal to submit, and value equal to change password. Easy cakewalk for you guys. I know it's very simple. Change password. Control S. Now we are done. Let me save this one. My form should be loaded. This is what I want. Nothing more, nothing less. Whenever I'll be clicking this one, I want this change password page to be shown. I have created the change password DTO for that. Let's go there. Okay, the action I have not set. Maybe I can go there. Just set the action as, let's say, whenever someone is going to hit submit, I want to redirect him to, let's say, process, or let's say process password. Oh, doesn't make more sense. Process password. Let's say save password or something. So this is another URL that I'll be creating. Maybe why not? I'll just do that quickly right now. I'll go here. One more URL. This is going to be the post mapping. Wait, this is not going to be post. This is going to be a get mapping. The first URL is going to be a get mapping, but when the URL is clicked, it's going to be a post. So I'll do a post mapping, and inside the post mapping, we'll have the URL as save password. I'll change the URL just right here, and I'll do one more thing. I'll just copy this method, the dummy method, paste it just right here. Go to the change password.jsp, copy this save password. This is the URL that I want to handle, and make sure that this is a post method. So come back here, and let's change this to save password, and I'll give a slash before that, and I'm gonna say save password or something. Okay, hopefully it's making sense right now. So maybe once the save password happens, for now, I'm gonna say password changed. Okay, just for now. Later we'll be changing it, and maybe this model we do not want. We just want to capture that particular DTO which is coming. That DTO that we have created is change password, right? That DTO will be submitted when the form will be submitted. So change password DTO, change password DTO, and let's log it. We'll remove it for sure. For security reason, we should not log this thing, but we're just creating some kind of dummy, so that's fine. Okay, so now let's see whether the overall flow is working or not. Then we can start creating something really interesting. So let me go to 404 not found this particular page. Go back, refresh the page, click here on the change password. Okay, cool. So we are getting reset password page. So here I'll be giving my old password. So I logged in as Dilip, right? So Dilip 123, and obviously there I will not be getting, whenever I'm printing this change password DTO, I will be getting an object, okay, not the content, because I don't have any toString inside this particular class called change password DTO. So maybe the first thing I can do, I can create a toString so that I can see that whether the data binding is just happening there or not. So I can create a toString. I'll do generate. So I got a toString just right here. Do Control S, and let me wait till the server reload the changes. Okay, so initializing the dispatcher, context reloading completed. So now I will do one thing. I will go back to that particular page. Let's say Dilip123. Now you want to change the password to Dilip1234 and Dilip1234. This one will be small d and change password. Okay, something happened. JSP not found, because I have obviously not given the response body over that, because this is just a text. I would have given a response body. So response body for now, but I'll be removing it pretty soon. But you can see that forget about this password chain. This will be printed. If you'll be not sure, just go there and print it again, just for your satisfaction. Change password, click here, password changed. But look at here. Now everything we are getting, old password is Dilip123, new password is Dilip1234, confirm password is Dilip1234. Now we should write some logic here to save this particular new password, Dilip1234, Dilip1234, in my database. So if you'll go to the users table, here if you remember, whenever we are creating the password, the username, we are basically having the password here, right? And the password is encrypted. Now this password hash value that we get here, this is basically for Dilip123, which is the old password. Now we have to change this password to Dilip1234. So now you guys just let me know that right now here we need to write some logic, isn't it? Now here write some logic to save the new password inside the database. Okay, but before saving the new password, there should be some other scenario as well. The first thing that you need to check, whenever someone is giving new password and confirm password, you have to make sure the new password and the confirm password is actually matching. If it is not matching, then don't save it, okay? Because the user doesn't know what he is typing. Let's say someone will type Dilip1234 something just like this, and confirm password is this, then this and this is not matching, right? So you have to check that. So maybe before you save the things, you can check whether the new password, new password and the confirm password matches. Okay, this is one logic that you need to write. And before that, also you need to check whatever the old password he is giving, maybe 3 scenario, whatever the old password he is giving, that password is actually his password. Someone is typing Dilip1234 something just right here. You need to validate that this password is actually present inside the database, isn't it? So here also, before you push the data, you have to make sure that this is a valid password. Only when this is a valid password, and then whether he's giving new password and confirm password is, you have to check these two things correct or not later. First, you need to validate that whether this particular password exists inside the database or not. Only if it is existing, then you check all these things, right? This password matches or not. So for the old password, you can see that, okay, you can go to Hello World controller and you can do one more check whether the old password is correct. Okay, that means you have to see inside your DB that whether this particular password exists or not. Okay, whatever the user is giving. Till whatever I have said, I mean right here, is it making sense or is not making sense, guys?
But if Abhilash user has again same password as Dilip user, then what happens?
Abhilash user has same password as Dilip user, no problem. Two people can have same password, no problem. But two username we cannot have. We are not updating the username. Two username we cannot have, Mayur. Two guys cannot have one username called Mayur123
Yeah,
Mayur1.
but it will update to both user, no?
Why?
That password.
Why?
Password will update to both two users, na? If they have same password.
Why? He has logged. Who is logged in? Man, you're forgetting here.
We will address that password using username.
Yes, and whatever we'll be doing. First of all, tell me who is logged in. Log out. Now come here. Do Dilip 123. Log in. Okay, he logged in. Go to the home page. See who logged in? Dilip, right? Whenever he is basically changing his password, why your password will be changed, Mayur?
Okay. Let's see. Yeah.
Okay. Anybody else is having any questions, or we are on the same page? Don't sleep, guys. Tell me.
Yeah, we are good, Abhilash.
Okay. Don't take a long pause. I will sleep otherwise. I'm not feeling good. Okay. So the first thing, we will do all this thing. We'll do all this check. But for a moment, you might be thinking like, okay, I'll develop so many logics. I'll do that. But do we have any simple approach here? Okay. So basically right now, okay, blindly imagine every scenario is correct. Forget about this for this three scenario. Maybe I can put it somewhere and I'll just paste it somewhere there. Maybe I can just copy my comment to here. Imagine everything is going so smoothly. The user is a good user. He is giving the old password is Dilip123. Valid scenario. Dilip123 the old password. New password is let's say Dilip1234. Okay, and the confirm password is Dilip1234. Everything matches, everything is fine right here. It is his own password. This is the new password. This is the confirm password. You just need to do it, change password. So how can you change the password? I told you something in the last video, maybe. You guys remember?
Those methods.
Where we have that?
UserDetailsManager.
JDBC UserDetailsManager.
Yes, JDBC UserDetailsManager is basically the interface. JDBC UserDetailsManager is basically the class, the implementation class. Both of your answer is correct. So I'll go to JDBC UserDetailsManager, and right here we got so many default stuff. I can do Control O. I can go to what? Change password, right? Or update password. Update SQL. Change password we have. There you go. Change password. And here we go. They have the logic just right here. I don't give a damn how they have created the logic. We will see that later. But right now the thing is that let's go ahead and use it. Why do mash up with all this code and things like that? We got the change password method and let's use it. So first of all, I'll make sure that I'll define that JDBC UserDetailsManager. You can see that I have already defined. Make sure that whenever you are defining any variable, make it private inside a class. Best practice. Now, first of all, I got this UserDetailsManager, which is an instance of JDBC UserDetailsManager. Go down to your save password method. Come here. Maybe this system.out.println we don't need right now. I'll do Control B, UserDetailsManager dot, what is that? Change password, right? Change password. Now see how many things it needs. It needs two things. Can I hover here? See what it needs? String old password and string new password. So it needs that, okay, give me the old password and give me the new password, then I will change it. Okay, so now what is the old password? We are getting the old password from the user. That data is here, change password.dto. So I can do change password. Where is that? Change password DTO dot get old password. Okay, Then what it needs? Change password, hover over here. The second things that it needs is a new password. Okay, so new password user is also giving, and the data is binded here. So I can just write change password DTO.get new password or confirm password. I can go with the confirm password just right here. Okay, now I got two things just right here. There you go. If I'll do Control S, it will do the rest of the things. Okay, it will be done. There will be a lot more catch with that. We will come back and we'll see those things later. Now let's first see that whether if we are using the same thing, if we are giving all the correct data, whether the things are working fine or not. So now, first of all, I'll go to insert title here. I will, okay, delete 1, 2, 3, right? Let me do change password. Click here. Something happened. Password changed, and looks like password is actually changed. So let me go there to the DB. Obviously in the DB that will be hashed, but I know there will be a problem. If I will click on evening users, you will be seeing something. Password changed, but is this something that you want to store here? The password is obviously changed. You can see delete 1, 2, 3, 4, but see it's not encoded. Why it's not encoded? Can anybody tell me what is the defect here? If we'll go to hello world controller, see the piece of code that I have written. So here, whatever the user is giving, the user is giving what delete 1, 2, 3, 4, the same thing. I'm just pushing it to my database, and actually I don't have to do it, right? I don't have to push the raw value. I need to encode it. So I can actually cut it from here, and I can basically encode this value first. And to do a encoding, what I need, anybody remember this?
Password encoder.
Exactly. If you remember, if I'll go to the password encoder, we got 3 methods I told you. The first method is encode. Encode method is going to help you to encode your password. I mean, there are so many password encoder. Repeat again. And there are so many password encoder. Right now we're using Scrypt, not Scrypt. We're using bcrypt. What is that? Bcrypt. We got NoOp. We got Scrypt, we got standard password encoder. We have so many password encoder, but the encode method, whatever the password encoder you are using, that encode method will be called. That password encode method will be called, right? And this is encode method to encode your password. Matches method will do what? That will basically match your password. It needs two things: the raw password, which is coming from the user, and the encoded password, basically what you have in your DB or server, what is actually your actual password. Let's say Savita has logged in, or Anu is a valid user of mine. She already registered. She got her password. Okay, if she got her password, where is his password, or where is her password? Her password is obviously there in my DB. That password is encoded. So this is the encoded password, whatever I got in my database, and this is the raw password. So I need to provide the raw password, encoded password. This matches method will see that, okay, this is what the user is giving. This is what I have for this user in my database. Both of the password are matching. Then obviously the matches method will return true or false. Okay. Then another one we got here, upgrade encoding. This is for encoding the password again. Okay. Encoding an encoded password again for better security. Okay. We'll not be using this one. Let's go with this encode method and matches method. Imagine where we need to use what. Okay, for now, let me close this. Maybe confirm password. Okay, this is the password we need to encode. To encode it, first of all, I need a password encoder. So obviously I'm using bcrypt, so I can do private password encoder. I will not take the implementation class reference like bcrypt password encoder. I'll take the interface reference. So tomorrow, if I'll change my password encoder implementation in the config file, then that should also work for this, because interface reference can store any of the object, right? So password encoder, what is that? Password, give me a suggestion, man. Password encoder. I don't want to type encoder. Anyhow, password encoder, copy this, go here, right here. We can do password encoder dot encode and pass in the password, whatever the encoder that you are using. Based on that particular encoder, your password, whatever your user is giving, you are just getting it right here and you are encoding it. And obviously this is going to give you an encoded value. So I can hit Control 1 here and assign statement to local, and I can say encoded password, and basically I can store this, Control set, I can store this right here as a second argument. Now this should work as usual, and once it's done, I'll just print something sys out, and I can do, password, just log something here, password change. Maybe I can start using a logger so soon, but now let's go with some sys out. That's fine for now. You guys are smart, you know that you don't need to use it in production. Okay, so now I will go here again, and let me this time, the old password was delete one. Okay, now this will not work because we are using, see, once we are going to do a logout, if I'll just try to log in as delete again, it will not work. You know why? Because the password that I'm writing delete 1 2 3 4. If I'm doing login, obviously it is going to say invalid login or password, because delete user password I have saved here as clear text, right? This should have encoded, because internally I'm using bcrypt password encoder. So whenever I'm trying to do a login here, whenever I'm writing delete 1 2 3 and delete here as username, delete, and let's say delete here. And whenever I'll be writing delete 1 2 3, whenever I'll be doing login, basically what will happen internally, if you remember in our config file, which is my config file, so many files, can I do Control-Shift-R, config, my config.java. Here I'm using what kind of password encoder? Bcrypt password encoder. So whenever I'm trying to do login, whenever I'll be trying to do login, the flow will go to which password encoder? Bcrypt password encoder. Inside Bcrypt password encoder, we have matches method, right? And that matches method will do what? It will ask for the raw password and encoded password, but we don't have an encoded. So this is the raw password, whatever we are giving on the screen. In the screen, we are giving delete here. But what is the encoded password? Encoded password is the one that is expecting that you should have the password in an encoded form in your database, but we don't have it. Delete 1 2 3 4 is plain text, so that's why it's not loading. Now let's try for Sonali. It should work. Now let me close this and let me go with Sonali, and Sonali 1 2 3 login. I'm logged in. Let me go to home page and let me click on change password. The old password is, let's say, Sonali 1 2 3, and the new password is, let's say, Sonali 1 2 3 4, and let's say the confirm password is Sonali 1 2 3 4. Okay, I'm giving all our valid data only, so you don't have to worry about error handling. We'll be checking about the error handling stuff later. Change password, click here. Okay, save password. We got some problem, null pointer exception. Password encoder. Okay, anybody help me to? Yes, exactly, auto-word, because here password encoder we have used. Where we have used the password encoder? Here, password encoder.encode. But if I click here I have not given at auto-word, so that password encoder is no. So I'll write auto-word. So there you go. Control S it. Now once you guys are done, then I can, once this load the things, I can test it again. So let me go back to internal server error. Let me go back. Let me do a change password again, and password changed, and password changed happened. Now let me go back to let me do a logout. First of all, if I'll go to the database, you will not be understanding. If you are start storing the password as no op, you'll be seeing the data. So if you're practicing, just start using no op, so that you'll be seeing the data in the clear text, and you'll be able to load the data as clear text. But obviously I'm using bcrypt, so obviously the data has been changed. This one is changed, but you'll be not able to understand this because obviously it's encoded, right? So, but we can do what? We can go to our home page. We can go to our home page. We can do a logout, and here I can basically do what? I can log in again, Sonali, and I have changed it to Sonali 1 2 3 4 login, and she is logged in right now. So congrats, your password has been changed. And if I'm gonna click on home, now it's saying hi Sonali, and if I'll change password to make sure that I have changed the password, actually I'll say Sonali 1234. Right now previously it was Sonali 123. I'm adding this 4. Now the new password will be Sonali 12345, and the confirmed password is going to be Sonali 12345. Okay, now let's say Sonali 12345 is the password. Now the password changed again, so obviously things are working. Go to home and do a logout. Try to log in again, and this time I'm hitting Sonali 12345. Login. Boom, I'm logged in. Okay, so password change is happening, but few more scenario we have to take care. Okay, the first scenario is if I'll go to hello world controller, if I'll go to change password, here we have the logic. So let me bring in those comments that I did, where I have those comments. Let me have these comments. Control exit, go here. Now let's replicate this particular thing. Okay, now imagine I want to check whether the old password is correct. Now who can help me to write this logic? Think what we need to do. Okay, we need to check whether the old password is correct. Only if the old password is correct, now we can change the we can allow the user to change the password. We will allow the user to execute this line only once the old password is correct. So he is giving the he or she is giving the old password right here. Let's say Sonali 12345. Okay, now this password, if I want to validate, this is not needed actually, but I just want to know that how you guys are thinking. So many bad code we will be writing, but that's fine. It will be very helpful for your understanding and how you are approaching to solve a problem. So right now the problem is, this is my old password. You will be getting your old password here as well, right? Now you need to check whether that old password is present inside the database. Let's say for Sonali, whether that that password, whatever the user is giving on the screen, is actually matches with the one that you are having in your database. So if you want to check it, how you will be checking it? Just think for a moment.
By using matches method.
Exactly, you already have the matches method, right? So I can use password encoder dot matches. The matches will take two things. If I'll hover here, row password and encoded password. So what is the row password? The row password, whatever he is giving. So I can copy this, change password. I can paste it here. And this is going to be the one which will be there in my DB. Now, how to get this one, Mayur? Now, this is the password I got from, sorry, why I'm just writing DTO dot get new password. Sorry, old password, right? This is the old password, whatever.
It should be encoded, no? This line.
No, this is the raw password. It needs in raw form, whatever the user is giving here.
Okay. Yeah.
Okay. Yeah. Now I want the encoded one. The encoded one, I need this one, the one that I have in the database, just right here. Now, how to do that? Which method I have to call? If someone understand this, previously whatever we have discussed, just think a minute. We have a by default method which can help me to get the user inside. I'll just give you a clue. Inside this class, we got that particular method, which is a very important method. I told you that method name is going to start from L.
Load user by username.
Yeah, the method name will start from L, then O will become, then A will become, then it will be load user. Okay. So load user by username. If I'll go here, you can see we got this method called load user by username. Let's try to call this particular method. Maybe it will be giving us any. Do we have any other methods right here? I'm not sure. So let me close it. Okay. Let me directly call that method. Let's see that whether we have a catch on that or not. So maybe encoded password here. Here we need the old password. So old password, how we will get? We need to load the user. How we will load the user? From the database. This is the user we want to load. So let me do, what is that? JDBC UserDetailsManager, maybe UserDetailsManager. Remember, right here the value is UserDetailsManager for JDBCUserDetailsManager. Come back to save method. UserDetailsManager dot load user by username. pass in the username. How we will get a username? Another challenge. Okay, I want to capture the username. So is there any class or interface I told you from where you can capture the username? Yeah, authentication we have. Any other class or interface do we have?
Principal.
Okay, let's use the principal one. Can I go here? Let me write principal, and can I say principal.get name? Okay, this is going to give me the username. Now let me store the data. Send statement to the local variable. User details it is going to give me. Let me say it's simply user. Now I will get the user data here. Now inside this user, if you remember, inside the user details, it's the same interface that I told you guys. Remember it. I forced you guys. Why did I force you? Because here only we get those handy utility method like get authorities, get password, get username, stuffs like that, right? Now we have this one, get username, get password, so get authorities. Now just we can use which method? Get password method to get the password of the user. So now can I go to hello world controller, and right here I got the user, so I can do user user.get password. Okay, now I will get the password. This user that I am getting here, actually I'm loading it from where? I'm loading it from DB. Whenever I'm using this load user by username, internally it is doing a DB call and trying to paste the user of user where the username, whatever you are sending here. Now principal object will do what? Principal object will basically created once your user will be logged in. Right now, once the user is logged in, who is logged in right here? Sonali is logged in. Now, what is his username? Obviously, it knows that what it is username. Her username is only Sonali, right? So it knows that username is Sonali. If we'll go back, so the username is Sonali, right? So it knows that, okay, the username is Sonali because she is logged in. So right now, as he is logged in, principal object will be created. From the principal object, we are just doing principal.getName to get the username. And with that username, we are trying to load the username from the database, and it is going to give us the Sonali object. Now from that Sonali object, which is there in the database, that object we are getting, from there only we are trying to get the password. Okay, now this is the password that we have inside our DB, which is this one. And also we have the old password, whatever he is giving or she is giving from the screen. Whenever she is clicking here, whatever she will be giving here, that password, right? Now this matches method will give us what? A boolean called matches. Now we can do if matches is true. Okay, if this if it actually matches, then only do all this stuff. Okay, then only do the password change. Okay, else don't do any password change. Redirect the user to the same password change page, to this page. Copy this, paste it here. Okay, now maybe we can also send the user to this particular page. Maybe we can also send something with the parameter, let's say invalid password. Okay, and maybe so whenever the password will be wrong, he will be redirected to change password again, and maybe this will be there in the parameter. You can see I'm starting it from question mark. So you can go to where? Change password.jsp. Just right here, you can do what? Maybe I do have all the form tags, right? Form tags I have, JSTL core right here I have. I can do a check. I can do a if check maybe. Right here, let's do a if check. Let's say C:if. Okay. Test is going to be, do I have this one invalid password inside the parameter? So inside the param dot invalid password, if this is not equal to null, okay, then there is some data inside this. If this is null, mean obviously inside the, I mean in the URL there will not be any invalid password. Okay, if you know, I mean what I did there, hello world controller, maybe here the password will be changed. Once the password is changed, maybe we will see that once the password is changed, we can redirect the user to somewhere else. Let's say redirect the user once the password change, return something. Maybe we can return the user to redirect. If the password change happens, redirect the user, let's say / homepage. Okay, if the password is changed successfully, now go to the home page. But if the password does not change successfully, if this matches will only be executed once the password is actually, once basically the matches is going to return me true, the matches only will be returning me true when the comparison will happen, just right here. If the comparison happens, if it is true, then basically change the password. We have written the logic here and actually return the user to the home page. But let's say if the password is not, if this matches only is false, if whatever the password user is giving, the old password, and whatever we have the password inside the database, if that is only not matching, then the user is just bluffing. If he or she is bluffing, we can send him to the password change page again by using this in his or in her URL. The URL that he will be getting is going to be this one, change password, and with that we'll have this parameter. Now this parameter we will be using to track whether the user got this error. If the users got this error, I want to say if this particular keyword is there inside the parameter, then I can just say a message. Let's say invalid old password. Okay, maybe I can do what? I can style this to color rate. Okay, now let me save this one as well. Let's see whether the things are working. Do you guys think that it will work, or I did any mistake anywhere? Let it reload. So what do you guys think? It will work? The flow is understandable, nothing complicated here. You guys already have seen this kind of example so many times. Now let me go to here. Now I'm here with Sonali. I'm logged in. I can say Sonali. Let me come from beginning. Let me go to home page. Let me do a logout. Let me log in again. Sonali 1 2 3 4 5 login. She logged in. Let me go to home page. Okay, now delete account, change password. Click on change password. Okay, now let me try with an old password. Let's say Sonali 1 2 3 which is invalid. Let's say new password I want to change this right now. Sonali 1 2 3 4, and another password I can give Sonali 1 2 3 4, just right here. Okay, now can I do change password here? If I do change password, okay, what is this? Response body. It's actually printing it. Why is it actually printing it? So basically I can go to hello world controller. Here maybe I got the response body. I can remove it. Yes.
Might be you need to put your laptop in charging. The message was come.
Okay. One sec. Thanks. I'm just about to disconnect. Thanks, Anu. Okay. Battery not charging? Okay, I don't know if I have warranty or not. Don't tell me that. My battery is not charging. Okay, so right now, let's go ahead and test it again. Let's go back. Maybe change password, click here again. There you go, invalid password. Now I'm redirected to the reset password again. But why that particular text should be visible? See, in the URL, I got invalid password as a parameter, right? And also I'm trying to catch that parameter just right here. I know the problem. You can see that particular password, invalid password, I'm catching from the parameter. And right now, obviously, this particular thing is there in my URL. So it's not equal to null. Obviously, inside the param, this particular guy is present. And that's why I want to print this invalid password stuff here, invalid password. So now why the things are not working? Because right here, I have not given that guy is EL ignored false. Control S it. Now this should work. Let me go there. Let me give this again. Sonali 1 2 3 invalid password. Our password is Sonali 1 2 3 4 5. Now let's say Sonali 1 2 is the new password, and Sonali12 is the new password. Change password. Okay, still is not working. I mean, she is redirecting to the reset password page. Okay, okay. Can I do one thing? Can I actually change her password? Let's say the other logic is working or not. Sonali 1 2 3 4 5 is the original password. The new will be Sonali 1 2 3. The another one will be Sonali 1 2 3. Confirm password and new password matches. Change password. Redirected to the home page. Okay. The invalid scenario is working, but that text is not displaying. Okay. I can go to change password again. The last time it was Sonali 1 2 3, right? This is the new password. Sonali 1 2 3 is the password that I have just changed. The new password is Sonali 1 2, let's say, and Sonali 1 2. Now this is the invalid one. If it is the invalid one, I should be again redirected to reset password page. Change password. How does the password changed?
It was valid password actually.
Oh, okay, okay. Can I give an invalid password? What is the last password, Mayur? Sonali 1 2, huh?
Sonali 1 2, yes.
Okay, new password, let's say Abhilash. Okay.
Make it invalid, no?
Okay, let's make it invalid. 1 2 2. And the new password is, let's say, Sonali 1 2 3. And anything, okay? This is not going to make we will not take it to the consideration because this is an invalid password. So when I click this, it should be again redirected to the which page. If I'll go to the hello world controller, if it is an invalid password, then we should redirect him to the change password page again with this parameter inbuilt, right? So this is the thing which is not working. Maybe I can go to here, change password. He or she is back to this particular page, but that that text is not displaying. We need to see why the text is here not displaying. Invalid password. This is the token. Go to this page. Param dot invalid password. Is it correct? Okay, there you go. Dollar. I'm sorry. Now this should work. Refresh it. It should work right now only. Invalid password, right? Do you remember the old password of Sonali? Sonali 1 2, huh?
Yes.
Okay. Yes. New password, let's say Sonali 1 2 3. And the confirmed password, let's say Sonali 1 2 3. Change password. Going to the home page, changed. So it's working fine. Now if I want to give some invalid password, now trying to change her password to Sonali 1 2 3 4 and Sonali 1 2 3 4. Again, the password change should not happen, and he or she should back into the same page with invalid old password, just right here. This scenario is done. I want to do one more scenario within 5 minutes only, then I will wrap up. This is done, right? Check the old password is correct. This one is done, right? Check whether the new password, sorry, I got a typo here. Check whether the new password and confirm password matches. Okay. Now, okay, this one is done. Write some logic to save the password to the database. This one is done, right? The two things are done. Right now, I need to check this particular guy. Check whether the new password and confirm password matches. Okay. So how to write that logic? Simple thing. New password and confirm password is right now string only. Don't think encoding stuffs like that. If I'm giving Abhilash here and Abhilash 1 2 3 here, now these two strings are not matching. So how you'll do a string comparison, guys?
Dot equals.
Yeah, dot equals. So we can write another if clause, maybe just right here. Before this if, we can write another if. Before we basically here only we are saving the change. We are saving the data, right? Saving is happening here, right? UserDetailsManager, change password. We are basically saving the things just right here. Now, before we do all this stuff, let me do one more thing. If, okay, and right here, let's check it from the DTO, change password DTO. Let me check here. Control V, change password DTO dot get new password dot equals, and I'm going to change it. I'm going to compare this new password with change password DTO dot get confirm password. Sorry, dot get confirm password. There you go. If this two does not matches. If it matches means that's obviously, you know, it will be true right now. If it matches, it will be true. So if this two does not matches, that's why I'm giving a not here. Then I'm gonna return him to the same that page only. Redirect him to the change password page only. Maybe we can give another token. Right now we can say invalid password. Let's say password does not match. Let's say not matched or things like that. We can give it in the token. So now I can copy this not matched stuff, and I will go to right now Control S. Do I have any? I got an error here. Why? Change password equals change password. What is that? Yes, Dilip. Param you are saying right here. That's it.
Yes, it's established.
Okay. So now we can copy this token not matched. I can go back to that particular page, change password page. Right here, this is going to be my token. That not token. That is basically my param. That's going to come in my URL only. I can write one more CF and not matched. Copy that. Maybe I can paste it here. If this is not matched, let's say new password and confirm password does not match. Okay, so maybe I can give something just like this on rate. Now let me go to hello world. Let me go to here. Now obviously the things are saved here as well. Okay, this is another if clause that I have introduced. Now I can delete all this comment and I can format my code so that you can see my code properly. Can I show you it in one screen? Okay, so now everything looking good. So we got this if clause. This basically checks whether, let's say checks if the new password and confirm password matches. Okay, and this if clause push the data. If basically it matches, is basically push the data right to the database. It's basically change the password. If nothing is happening, then obviously it's the invalid password. Okay, basically the password that we have in the DB and the pass. If you can write a else clause just right here. If matches, push the data to the database. Else, return this one. Okay, but right now I'm not writing any else clause. I'm directly returning this one. If every condition fails, that means obviously it's an invalid password. Invalid password means obviously the password that we have in the DB and the password that the user is giving just right here is not matching. Okay, now let me try with the last scenario. Old password is what? Last time what it was? Sonali 123 only, right, Mayur? Sonali 123 was the password.
I also forgot, sir.
Sonali 12.
Sonali 12. Can
just, yeah, I believe so.
Let's do one thing. Let's not go mad. Okay, so maybe we can do what? I'll go to the home page, log out. I'll go to sign up. Let's create a new user. No, sign up, and let's sign up with Ayur 123. Sign up. Let's log in with Ayur 123. Login. Let's go to home. Let's say right now this guy wants to change the password. Click here, go to the password. Now let's say his new password will be Ayur1. Old password is Ayur123. This one he's giving anything just right here. Let's say 1234. Let me test with this condition. Let me do change password. Invalid old password because the old password is Ayur123. Now let me give Ayur123 here, which is a valid password. Now the new password that you want to change, that Ayur1234, and the confirm password, let's say here he is doing a typo, Ayur12345 he is doing. Okay, by mistake, change password. There you go. New password and confirm password does not match. Now let me test with all the valid conditions. Old password Ayur123. New password Ayur1234, and confirm password Ayur1234. Okay, now let me hit change password. Boom. I'm coming back to here. Log out. Let's log in with this one. Ayur. Okay. Ayur, and password is Ayur1234. Login, he logged in, and home, there you go, working good, right? Log out, he logged out. So this is one kind of implementation. Very, I will never use this kind of code in the production. You can use it. Why not? You can use it. Obviously, it's gonna work. But there, I can write my own, change password logic. Right now, I'm depending on this particular method that I'm using from UserDetailsManager. Right? If I click here, already the code is written just right here. I can write my own stuff. I can write my own code. I can develop my own change password method. And we will be doing that in the advanced course. Right now, we are learning simple thing. So we are happy with it. And maybe if someone is asking, okay, can you create your own, can you create a link to change the password? Then you can happily say, yes, I can do it. Maybe you can create some link like Ayur and Ayur123. When I'm writing Ayur, it is auto suggesting me Mayur. Interesting. Home. And change password link you can create just like this. Okay, it took me 1 hour to complete, but tell me guys, are you guys comfortable? Don't say me no. I'll again tell you to watch the Spring MVC Intermediate course. Yeah.
Avinash, so
yes.
we used internal method, right?
Yes, internal change password method.
Yes. For everything we used that internal thing. So, yes. But we are following that schema. That's the reason we could use it, right?
Exactly. We are. That's the perfect question. Right now we're following that schema only, right? What if I want to change that? And don't worry, Anu. I did what, today only I created a table for you guys called customers. Okay. And see, I got a table here called customer, ID1, username this. Here I'm not following Spring default schema, right? Here the data that I'm saving randomly here. Okay. Now we will see that how we will work with this kind of table tomorrow. But yes, you are correct. Today what we are using, if I'll go to that evening schema, I got this users and authorities, right? This user is one table, username, password enabled, where I have the data just right here, and the authorities where I'm storing the roles of the user, right? Only that's the reason I am able to kind of depend it on this kind of method. But obviously I can write my own stuff, the way I will be saving the users just right here, the way I will be, pasting the data. I can write my own load by user username method. Okay, those stuffs we'll be doing that later. But good question. And of course, I'll just tell you, actually Spring, they are giving you a lot of methods. Let's say you don't want to create code. We have created the code for you. Just use it, right? Use our API, be happy, right? Don't write those kind of code if you are not comfortable with. But yes, we always have an option to do it. And we will be doing it tomorrow. Good question. Any other questions you guys have? Hey, Raju, making sense? I don't know.
Yes, Abhilash.
Oh, great. Thank you very much, man. Okay. Revti?
Yes, Abhilash.
Yash?
Yes, sir.
Okay, perfect. Savita, you're good?
Yes, sir.
Karthik, don't say me no. I'm not expecting. You should be good for sure. I know. Dilip, you are okay?
Yeah, I'm okay.
No questions?
Yes, Abhilash, I'm okay.
You can ask me 2 or 3 questions, man. You don't have any, Ayur?
No, I don't have any question right now. I need to practice it.
Sure. Just go ahead and do it today. Maybe you will have some tomorrow. If you're getting stuck, just let me know. Okay, so make sure. Okay, just make sure, guys. I think Felix is not attending. He got some changes on his daily schedule. Mohi is absent. Make sure that you are recording all these things. Saraswati will be attending from Monday or Tuesday. Sonali, I told her not to attend the sessions because she missed the initial Spring security session. So she will be back in Monday as well. Monday or Tuesday we'll be starting a new module. So by that time, I just want to give you some basics and I just want to make this basic stuff over. Okay. So hope we are on the same page and I'll see you guys tomorrow. started?
Yes.
Okay, so basically what we will be doing today, we have done a lot of experimentation with JDBCUserDetailsManager, and we have seen that, okay, there are a lot of predefined methods there inside JDBCUserDetailsManager, Control-Shift-T, JDBCUserDetailsManager. There are a lot of methods there, just like create user, delete user, and change password, things like that. You can see create user. We have used this create user method to create some users, right? And also we have used change password method to change the password of an user. We have also used a method called delete user to delete the account of an user, right? This delete user. And also, you know, we have a lot of methods for CRUD, like update user also we have. Let's say if I want to update the profile information of a user, then of course we can use this update user method as well. So right now, this one we have not tried, and we'll be trying that later. So hopefully this is kind of making sense that we have an implementation class right now called JDBCUserDetailsManager. Can you tell me one or two more implementation of this UserDetailsManager, this raw interface? Do you guys remember any one or two more, more implementation of this particular interface? Default implementation that Spring provides, just like JDBCUserDetailsManager. Do we have anything else?
InMemory.
Yes. InMemoryUserDetailsManager, and one more is there. That's called LdapUserDetailsManager. We will be coming back to that. I haven't told you that. Cool. So right now, obviously inside the JDBCUserDetailsManager, every query, everything has defined already here. You can see they are using two tables called users and authorities, and basically the query and the execution is happening behind the scene right here. So as a developer, we don't have to do anything. If I'll go to our class, which is what is that? Our class name is some configuration class. Maybe I can go to source main Java. I can go to the config. I can go to security config. Okay, so right here, we are right now using what? JDBC authentication. Now, once we are using JDBC authentication, we are making sure that this JDBC authentication behind the scene using what? If I'll keep clicking here behind the scene, it is going to JDBC UserDetailsManager only. So this is the class only we are, using behind the scene. Perfect. So right now, this class will work if you are okay with the default schema. If you are okay with the Spring Security default schema. And as we have discussed so far, if I'll go to this evening schema, this is the schema that we are using. And here we got two tables. If I'll go to here, I got two tables. One is called user and one is called authorities. One is called user, one is called authorities. So in the users table, I got the users, and in the authorities table, I got the authorities. But now the question is, okay, if I don't want to use this kind of schema, authorities and users, if I don't want to use it, and let's say I have some specific requirement, let's say I got a customers table, okay, now let's say this table is my own table, that's called a customers table, and here I am storing my data just like this, okay, is the data is visible, ID is 1, username is Avi, address is India, name is Avilas Panigrahi, email is avi@gmail.com. Password, I'm storing it in clear text right now so that you can see my password, avi1234. Only one role I am giving. Obviously, for roles, we have to create another table. But right now, let's say everyone will have only one role. So basically, I'm giving only admin role here. Okay, and enabled is 1. So enabled meaning the user is active. So every kind of data, a lot of information about the users I'm storing here, isn't it? And this is a table that I have already created, and insert one record to save some time. If you want to see the configuration of this, so this is what I have done so far. Nothing fancy here. Username, address, name, email, password, roles, and enabled. For enabled, I have taken a tiny int, so it will be storing 0 or 1. 1 for active, 0 for not active, and ID is obviously my primary key. And rest of the things I have taken as string. And this password I have taken as 75 characters, so that if I'll be storing a bcrypt password, that will fit into this password column. So right now the question is, right now if I want to use this schema, if I want to load my users from here, then what I supposed to do? Okay, right now if I will do what, you see, if I will go back to here, let me close all the classes that I have opened. If I'll go to the config class right now, I am loading my data source. Obviously that data source information also I have to change. So if I'll go to my app config to here, and here also we got the data source. Okay, now it is pointing to the evening schema. Now I need to change it to my new schema that I have created. My new schema is what? My new schema is DevDB. This is the new database that I have created, new schema that I have created. So inside this I got a table, and my table name is customers, and inside the customers, okay, we got this information. So right now I want to load my user information from the customer table, which is present in the DevDB. So let me go there and let me change this URL to DevDB, so that this particular data source will connect to the DevDB database and will help me to create a data source. Okay, so now if I'll do Control S, and if I'm going to run my program, you will see a lot of problem will happen. Okay, the first problem is obviously the password encoder. Here I'm storing the data in which format? Clear text. So no op password encoder will be better. First of all, maybe I can change this password encoder. Let's not delete anything. Let me comment this particular code, and let me actually copy and paste it again, and let me create another password encoder for this. Maybe later, whenever we'll be again switching back to bcrypt, we can just uncomment it. So now for now I'm uncommenting this piece of code, and here I'm just creating a password encoder that's called no op password encoder dot get instance. Okay, because now I am storing my data in my database as a as clear text. So obviously I'll be using a no op password encoder. Perfect. So right now I've changed my schema to DevDB. So I want to load my users from the DevDB schema, customer table, not users table. There is no users table there in my DevDB. So right now, if I'll go to the security config right here, inside this I got a configure method. Now here what I'm doing a JDBC authentication. I told you internally it will call which particular class, which particular load user by username it will be calling. So right, whenever I'll be trying to log in here, it will internally call the load users by username. So basically if I'll be giving a username called Obi, basically there is a guy Obi here. Let's say this is his username, this is his password Obi1234. If I'll come here and if I'll give Obi and Obi1234, then obviously you can see that if we'll go to the config file, the JDBC authentication is internally going to call what? JDBC UserDetailsManager. If we'll go here, then internally right here we got a load users by username method. This particular method will be called, the username will be passed here, and of course this is going to load the user information from the database. So right now the database information will be this one. So now let's see whether that is happening or not. Okay, let me go back to my code. Okay, and this is my code, right? This piece of code that I have written. Now let me do Control S, and hopefully my my server has started. So maybe I can close all this unnecessary class that I have opened. So now let's see what is going to happen if I'm trying to log in. So now I have given Ovi, and Ovi1234 is my password. If I'll do a login, now see it is saying invalid login. Okay, why it is saying invalid login? Any guesses why it's saying invalid login? You can see there is something here in the console. We got an issue. Okay, now it is saying an internal error occurred while trying to authenticate the user. What is that error? That error is bad SQL grammar. There's a bad SQL is getting fired. Obviously we have not written any SQL so far. All the SQL written by Spring only, right? Now you see it is firing a bad SQL called select username password enabled from users table, where the username is equal to something. Right now it is trying to find it is trying to firing this query and trying to find the username from a table called users. But do we have any tables users here inside DevDBC? We only got one table called customers. Now Spring internally is trying to look for the table called users. Now maybe if I believe if I'll come down, you'll see that here you see table devdb.users does not exist. And of course, if we'll go here inside the devdb, we don't have any table called users, where we basically are supposed to write our users, and we don't have any authorities table as well. So internally what is happening? Now again, let's go back and let's try to understand the issue, because you will help me today to fix some issues, and I just want you to work with me to fix these things. So maybe I can go to the security config. Now here JDBC authentication, go there, and maybe you can go to the UserDetailsManager again, whatever it is calling internally, that method. Now this method is calling JDBCUserDetailsManager, and internally it should be calling loadUserByUsername. I already shown you with debugging. This is the method which will be get called. And here, what is the query? Can anybody tell me where they're firing the query by looking into this code? In which line they are doing a query? And what is the SQL query they are firing in this method to find the user? Because this method is going to help us to get a user, right? Can anybody see the code and tell me where they're basically trying to do a query? In which line? Anybody? Yeah, Dilip? Here only, right?
Yeah. Get user by username.
Yeah. Dot query, right? Now here they're trying to do a query. So what is that query? Obviously in the query method, the first parameter is going to be the SQL, right? Hover over here. The first parameter is going to be string SQL. So basically this particular query is basically returning a string. So this is basically returning a SQL. Go there. And this is the SQL it is returning. Click here. Now this is the variable, and where they are initializing it, do Control K to find it, or do Control F to find it. Now if I do Control K, here it is coming, right? So this is the query which is getting initialized. So basically this is a constant. Click again to this query. Now you see this is the query which is getting fired internally. Right now internally they are trying to fire a query called select username password enabled from users. From users on table only they are trying to do a query, right? And where the username is equal to something. But we don't have any users table right now, isn't it? We got a table. My table name is what? My table name is customers. See, now this query will not work for me. I need to override this particular query. Rest of the functionality will be same, but this query I should overwrite, and I should say that, hey, I don't have username password enabled inside my users. Rather, I got username password enabled. These columns are there where I have it inside username password and enabled. I got this inside the customers table. Okay, so now I have to override this particular query. Okay, this query I'll make sure when loadUserByUsername method will be get called, it will call my query, not the query that already written by Spring. So how to do that? Okay, all those internal stuff is not required if you don't understand it. So basically right now I want to do a JDBC authentication. Okay, so I want to use JDBCUserDetailsManager internally, but right now here I'm gonna override that query, and the way I'll be overwriting that query, there is a method here. I'll just get that method for you. Where is that method? Users by username query. You can see that method. They have already given a method to us. Okay, so if you are storing your data inside a different table, maybe you can use this particular method, users by username query, and you can see that what they are saying sets the query used for finding a user by their username. For an example, they also have given an instance. You can see the instance. I can just expand this. So you can see the instances. They are saying that, okay, you can create a query like select username password enabled from users where username is equal to something. And in the parameter is this one. They are saying in the parameter of the query should be username. You can see parameter for the username. This is going to be the username. Username is equal to something. What is that something? Whoever the user is trying to log in, that username data will need to pass. So basically what I'll do here, I'll be using that method. What is that method again? Users by username query. Enter it. Now here I will write my query, and this particular query will override that query that I have shown you. Okay. So now I will go here, and right now I need to find what? Let's say, what is that? I want to select username and what is that? Password and enabled. Okay, from what is this table name? Customers. Copy that, paste it here, where username is equal to, for now let me try with Abhi, because this is the username that I got. Maybe I can use the DB database. Okay, now I can run this one. Now I'm getting username, password enabled. So this is the query that I want. Copy this query, go back to your code, paste it just right here. And this username, I don't want to hardcode. This username could be anything. Okay, this username is basically whoever trying to log in. Let's say Avi is trying to log in, so that username parenthesis or question mark will be replaced with this guy. Let's say Anu is trying to log in. Let's say this will be the value which will be replaced. So based on the user, that particular question mark will be replaced. So if I'll go to the config.java again, now let's say if I will be okay, this is my users by username query. I got another problem, guys. If you remember, similar to the users by username, they also have one query for the authorities, and that authorities query will look authorities inside the authority table. But right now we don't have any authorities table, right? We have a customer table only. Inside the customer only, here only I am storing my authorities as well. See, role is admin for Avilash. Okay, so that default query is also not going to work. So authority query also we need to specify. So how to do that? Again, there is another method. I can do dot, and I can do user by, that is authorities by, maybe authorities by username query. You can see sets the query to be used to finding the user's authority. There is an example. Select username and authority. Only select these two things, username and authorities, from the authorities table where the username is equal to something. But right now I don't have any authorities table, but this is just a sample, right? I can use this code sample. So basically I can write my own query just right here. So what will be my query? Let's again go back to here. Maybe I can copy this code again and paste it. Right now, for now, I'm storing the roles inside the same table. For you, you may store the roles inside a different table if you have multiple roles for a particular user. So for now, I will just store, I'll just fetch username, and what is that? Authorities. Authorities, in my case, authorities is roles, right? Authorities means what kind of authorities you got, what kind of roles you got, right? Now username and roles, where the customer name is Avi. Let me select this one. Am I getting these two columns, Avi and admin? Let me copy this query, go back to your database, paste it here, and let me change this username to question mark. So let's say if Mohi is trying to log in, this will be Mohi. If Savita is trying to log in, this username will be Savita. This will be Savita as well. Now this should work fine. I believe so. Let's do Control S. And right now we are overriding that two queries. So let's see whether the things are working fine or not. Let me wait till the reloading completed. I hope the reloading is completed. I will right now go back to here. Now let me try to log in as Avi and Avi 1, 2, 3, 4. If you remember, select that query, Avi, and password is Avi 1, 2, 3, 4. Nothing I did. I just added two queries. That's it. These two. Okay. I have overridden that two query. I have just customized the query according to my need. Now Spring security is very customizable. It is saying, okay, you have custom requirement, right? You don't want to use my user default schema. Okay, fine. Then you just tell me what is the table that you're using, okay, for storing users. What is the table that you're using for storing authorities? But here I'm storing authorities and customers inside one table. Now let me go to login and let me try to hit login, and boom, I'm logged in, right? Now let me just see what is that. Home, enter. Now there you go. Hi Abhi, okay, and roles assigned is admin, and this data is picked from here. I think Felix asked me this question from the day number 2, and I told him to wait. And this is one solution for him. Felix, if you're listening to the recording, this is one solution for you. Maybe I'll be keeps telling that there are so many other way to achieve this kind of thing, so many better way to also achieve this kind of things, but this is also one of the go-to method. And also you can use this one in production as well, because the code internally written by Spring Security. Okay, I'm just overriding the query here. I'm not doing anything else. I'm just overriding the query. That's it. Okay, so those query will be overridden. The rest of the code has written by Spring, obviously tested thousands of times. Maybe you can trust their code as well. And yeah, this is also production ready. Okay, so if someone is asking you how to customize, how to basically store your information, the user information and authorities information in your table, and how to load them, yeah, these are the two methods. If you don't remember the method, tell them that, okay, I don't remember the method, but there are couple of methods. Even I don't remember it, I just do dot and control space, then I find this users by username query, authorities by username query. Actually, whatever the queries they have written, those all query we can change. Okay, if we'll go to that user details manager, right? So what is that? JDBC users details manager. Whatever the query they have, we have an option to change it. Okay, I am coming back to that point. But first of all, before we go ahead, I think this is looking good. If I'll do log out, it's obviously this guy is logged out. This is not an error. This is just a call stack, I believe. Yeah, this is just a call stack. So everything is looking good. Now, please unmute yourself and tell me you guys are comfortable till now, or any doubts you have. And let me have some water. Yeah, please. Everybody silent. Why?
Clear, sir. Clear.
Okay. What about others? I just want yes and no.
Yes, sir, Dinesh.
Okay. Anu, good. Savita, till now we're on the same page.
Yes, sir.
Okay.
Sir, can you just show me internal working, means how internally it
we will go to that, Mayur. Just let me just fix let me show you one or two things, then problem will come. I'll only give you the control to you guys. You guys will help me to fix some error. Okay. So yeah, don't worry, we'll see the internal. Okay. So now, before we move forward, right, we got the login page, everything is working. Okay, one more requirement, guys. Let's say for you guys, okay, someone of you will say that, okay, I don't want to use username as my, the username column as my, username. I want user to log in as with his email. Let's say his email is abhi@gmail.com. This should be his username, not this one. So how to achieve it? You don't have to do anything. So you want to authenticate using this email, right? So you'll go back to your query. Where is your query? Right here. Pretty customizable. Remove this username. Maybe write email here. Okay. Email password enabled, and make sure you change this one. You want to see the user based on his email. And same thing you will be doing here. Select email. Okay. And here it is going to be email. Okay. Now the user will be authenticated based on the email. So email is going to be the username. If you are confusing, I can write as username. I can give an alias to this email, but this alias is also not required. Okay, you can just write email and they can understand, because here only in the where clause you are writing email equal to something. So they're right now understanding this is the username. They told you, right? If I'll hover over here, the query should be the username. see parameters, query, the query to use for selecting the username password, and if the users is enabled by the username. So must contain a single parameter for the username. So whatever you are giving just right here, that's going to be treated as your username. So now I have changed the query, and right now let me try to authenticate the user by using his email, not the username. So I'll go to the login. Okay, I'll do a refresh, and this time I'm going to say, what is that? What is the email of that guy? avi@gmail.com. So I'll say avi@gmail.com, and I'll say avi1234 login, and I'm logged in. Okay, now you want to see the user ID, right? So I can go to home. I believe we are printing it. There we go. Okay, right now I'm logged in by using my email ID. Is it making sense or not making sense?
Sir,
yes.
If we change the order of columns, like if we write password, first and email, then what will happen? It is going to automatically map the data. It is going to.
We will do a lot. We will do a lot of things just like that. Yes, good question. I'm coming back to that. I'm just slowly coming back to that. Yeah, I mean, I will be answering this question by the end of this session. Hold on. Apart from that, yes, this thing is making sense, right? Email password enabled. What I'm trying to do, I'm just trying to authenticate the user through the email. Is it making sense, guys? You guys are good with this? Okay. Okay. So now, as you guys are asking, right now, you guys want to do some fun stuff, right? So basically, I feel that I should be taking some. I should be talking about some other stuff. But now, as you guys are telling me, let me start jumping into the internal stuff. And I really don't want to jump to the internal stuff. Maybe I can change it back to the default one. It was previously username only, right? Let me change it to username. Okay, the default stuff. So I am basically with the username only. I'll be I will be basically authenticate the user. So I can do a login. Sorry, log out. Maybe my server did not trigger. Okay, I mean, did not reload the changes. Now I can try with Avi and Avi123 login. Sorry, Avi and password is Avi1234 login. Now let me go back to the home. Okay, now I am logged in as by using the username, which is Avi, and this is the password. Perfect. Next thing, if I will click on the change password, what will happen? I think this is one of the issue. Okay. This is one of the issue that morning batch people got on last Friday, and I was sick and I was not able to reply to this conversation. I have debugged the code with Willie, I think, from the morning batch, and I know what is happening. But yes, let's try to fix this issue just right now. If I click on delete account or change password, what do you guys think? We have already given the implementation to this. So do you think yesterday we have given the implementation to change password? So if I'll click here, what is your gut feeling that, okay, the password will be changed or the password will not be changed? Any guesses, any feelings you are having? Because right now, remember that this is our table. The table name is customers. Okay. Now here behind the scene, if you guys forgot, I can do Control-Shift-R. I can go to Hello World controller. Okay. And inside the Hello World controller, I can do Control-O. I got a change password method. This one, the save password method. And this was the implementation that you have given me yesterday. Okay, right here. And actually, you are basically changing the password here. UserDetailsManager.change password. And this UserDetailsManager is basically the instance of JDBCUserDetailsManager. So what do you guys are thinking? Can I go to change password method again? So if this change password is to show the change password page, when someone hits the change password button, now this is the method which will be executed, and this is the call which will go to the DB. Now tell me, what is your gut feeling that, okay, the password will be changed if someone is going to click on that change password button, or the password will not be changed? I just want to hear.
No, sir.
No. Okay. Mayur, what is your answer?
Do we have used bcrypt password encoder there?
No big clip, nothing. I've changed. I have okay. That implementation you were saying, right? This password encoder is the password encoder. I have not hard coded it to the implementation class.
Yeah.
This is the interface only. So whatever implementation that we have given, that password encoder will be used. So in our case, here we have given no op right now. So no op will be used. So what is your answer right now, Mayur?
I don't think it will cause error.
Okay. Dilip, no.
Can I see the code?
I'll show you the code, but what is your gut feeling, Anu?
See, I just wanted to know, are we using any name? But its feeling is mixed. Once I am thinking no, again I'm thinking no. So
basically, what do you feel when I click on change password? Okay. When I click on change password or delete account, if any one of the link that I'm clicking, what you guys are doing in your control?
Query we are sending to database, right?
Basically,
name should match and everything.
Basically, you are not setting any query. You are just calling this method change password. Internally, it is basically running the query. Okay.
Yes. So so query, it's all about query. The name and what we're passing. So we don't know this change password, right?
Yes.
Method. We are not using that. So I believe it's not gonna help.
Yes, exactly.
Actually, it is using users table, no?
Exactly. Exactly. Let's see what is going to happen.
Communicate with database in every step. And database is using that this method is using those schema, and we don't have those schema right now.
Exactly. Let's try that. If I'll go here, if I click on change password, I think Karthik or Willie. Oh, I think Willie got stuck with this. Yeah. I remember I just debugged the code for this issue or this issue. I don't remember, but one of the, something just like, those people are having the issue. Let's solve it right now.
But whenever you ask some question, I will ask, it's always tricky questions. So I think twice, thrice before answering.
No, nothing tricky here. No, let me click on this and let me end the suspense. I got the username password. This is obviously this is only the page, the view page. Now this code got executed. Obviously we are doing nothing there. We are just showing the change password page. Now if I'll go there and here I'm going to give the password. My old password was OB1234 and the new password is OB123. Let's say this is going to be my new password and confirm password OB123. Okay. Now I'm going to hit change password and let's see. Oh, there you go. Prepare statement. Okay, there is a problem. First, if I can, come to down, first of all, let me show you the exact same issue that we got. See that? Table devdb.users does not exist. So basically it's saying that there is no table exists inside this devdb called users because internally it's trying to look for that users table. So what is the query it is running? Can I go to the top and see the query that it should be running just right here? Now see, somewhere it is running this query. Now see this query, do you think this should work right now? Select username password enabled from users table where the username is something. Do you think this is gonna work? We don't have any table called users.
We don't have enabled also, right? I'm not sure.
I got enabled here. I got this enabled column here. Okay. Yeah. But we don't have the users. We don't have the users table. This enabled is here, but that is inside a customer table, isn't it? So now this guy is causing problem. And I remember I was kind of seeing this issue with somebody. I think with Willie only. And right now I'll just show you what was the issue. Basically, you guys will help me to fix it, and I'll just tell you. I just think one particular solution for this. We'll try, and we'll see that whether that is helping or not, or I'll just give you the answer later. So if I'll go to Hello World controller, now here is the problem. When someone is basically coming to here and he is clicking on, when this particular line is getting executed. UserDetailsManager change password, we are getting the old password and encoded password, and this password we are giving old password and this is the new password. This is what we are sending to the change password method, and rest of the thing change password only doing. Let me click here. It's going to where? See here, JDBCUserDetailsManager. Internally, where it is firing a query. Okay, now you can see it is doing blah blah blah, and we don't have to see all these things. I'll just show you something just right here. You can see it is just seeing that, okay, whether the user is equal to null or things like that. I'll just show you one thing. Here they are doing a JDBC template.update. Okay, this is the change password SQL. Okay, they are running, and to the argument they are passing new password and username. So update method, you guys remember, in a JDBC, you will be doing JDBC template.update. You will be passing your query. This is going to be SQL, and this too is going to be the parameter. And these two, new password and username, you remember you guys are sending only, right? From the controller, you guys are sending the old password. You can see when you are calling the change password method, you are just sending old password and the new password. Same thing is coming here, right? Same thing is coming here, old password, new password, and they are just pushing it to here, and they are running that new password and the username with this guy. Username, I think they will be fetching from somewhere. If you click here, they're getting the username from here. How they're getting it, we don't really care. They're getting the username here, and with this much of information, they are running the query. Click on the query. Okay, this query is this one. Click on this one. Okay, now this is the query. Now see the query. Do you think this is going to help? This is the query which is running behind the scene. Update users set password to something where username is equal to something. Okay, right now, do you think this is going to help? Do we have any users table? It is trying to update the users table password, but do we have any users table first of all?
No.
Exactly. So we need to override this query as well. And one more thing, I'll tell you why we are getting that issue. If you see in our console right now, we got that issue, right? And it said that dev.users obviously does not exist, and also it was trying to run one more. It is trying to run this query as well. Select username password enabled from users where username is equal to something. So basically, it is trying to select, or it is trying to load the user. It is trying to load the user information, basically username, password, and enabled where username is equal to something. Right now, I was debugging this issue with, I think Willie or someone, and I know what is the issue. Maybe you can start debugging today and you can just find out where it is breaking, but I'll just give you a hint, and also I'll give you a solution. Right now, I'm going to give you the hint. If you are getting mad by seeing this code, guys, please don't. Okay, these are the internal code. We don't want to see that. Let's not see that. But obviously, it's a good practice to just see how the things are happening internally. That's going to help you, right? Only typing the code will never help you. Okay, so if you are feeling comfortable just by writing code, and if you're feeling okay, that's done, well, you will be struggling while you'll be actually coding in your day-to-day job. Let me repeat that again. I know everyone here, you guys are working, and few people are freshers. This particular thing I'm telling to everyone. Make sure you are debugging the internal code as well. Okay, so anyhow, here I'll go to the update change password method again. Change password. Okay, here only they have somewhere they are doing JDBC template.update. I don't care for rest of the query. I am just seeing this particular piece of code. Is it understandable? Yes. JDBC template.update. They are trying to update the password by passing in the new password and username. Okay. Now after that, they are somewhere calling the create new authentication. I was debugging with someone and I found that this particular here only the code is breaking, and exactly when they are trying to load the user by username, because that query that I have shown you, select username password enabled from user table, is basically fired by this particular guy, because it is, if I'm going to click here now, if you see load user by username is, if you already know, it is internally again calling load user by username. Click here. Now it is the same method that we have discussed few days back. You can see in line number 224, it is doing JDBC template.get query, and basically, JDBC template.query, basically it is trying to run the query, and which query it is running? This query, users by username query. Click here. Now again, this is the query. Click here and click this one, click this query and see the query. Select username password enabled from users where the username is equal to something. So basically right now, if you're going to see, this is the same issue that we got. Now see this query, only it is trying to run. Now match this to query. You guys just debug and just try to find out, but this is just the solution. You can see select username password enabled from this one. Basically the query that we tried to overwrite, it is not overwriting here, and is still trying to look the username password and enabled from the users table only. So these queries we need to overwrite. So 3 queries right now we have to overwrite. One query is the authority one query is the change password one, and one query is the user one. So basically, oh okay,
I think it will cause error on line number 72, no? Because here is also load user by username method.
Line number 72, load user by username. Here also, okay, here also I think I don't remember. Yeah, maybe here also it will be changing. I mean, it might cause the error, because I remember Mayur, the problem is, we have changed we have override the query just right here, right? In our configure method, we are saying that, hey, load the data from the customers table. Okay, but still it is trying to load the data from the users table. So I got a hack here. I think it's gonna work, but let me try. Okay, I'm not sure, guys. That day also we I just had some work, and I got to go and I didn't try. Maybe I'm just trying to think one thing. Maybe I remember this guy data source we're creating here. If I'll go to that hello world controller, whenever we are doing this change password stop, where we are doing it here, right? Change password. With what we are changing the password? UserDetailsManager. This object we're auto varying, right? So this object we're creating somewhere. Where we're creating? My security config. Here only we're creating. Sorry, not here. My app config. Here we should be creating this guy. Okay. Now let's change the query of this. Let's see that whether we can do that or not. Maybe I can change all the query, internal query. I'll do Control X first of all. Let me take this guy to this new JDBC User Details Manager. I want to set some information with this. Maybe I can take this guy to here. Okay, and I'll say equal to JDBC User Details Manager. User Detail Manager is equal to this. Let me give a semicolon. Copy this, User Details Manager. Paste it here. Okay. So now with this guy, let's do a few things. User Details Manager. Can I do User Details Manager dot set? You can see I have a lot of set method, okay, and I believe it gives us a lot of setter method to set the query. Let me try setting the query from here, and let me see whether it helps or not. Maybe I can see a lot of SQL I can set. The one SQL I will be setting is that user something. Do we have that? Set username based on primary key? No. Set authorities by username query. Set users by username query. This is one thing we will be setting. Okay, here only we'll set it. Let's say user details manager dot set. That authority one also will need to set. We need to tell Spring that how it will be fetching the authority, and for that we will be doing set authorities by username query, this one, and also change password query also we want to change, right? So we'll do user details manager dot set change password SQL. Okay, now this one also will be changing. Let's see if it is helping or not. I'm not sure. So let's go there to where I have written those query here only, right? Let me copy this query also. This is the query to find my username, right? Copy this, go to my app config and paste this just right here. This is the username query. Okay, by using this query, Spring Security will override that default username query to this one, and here it is trying to find the username password enabled from the customers table. Okay, same thing we'll do for the authorities. Let me go to the config class, copy this username, roles, and customer, copy this one, and let me go to this config class. Let me change this one to this. And this is going to be finding username and roles from the customer table. because roles also we are having inside the customer table as well. So authorities that this query will find, this query will set or override that default query, which will be finding the authorities from the authorities table to this one. And this query will override that query, which will basically find the users from the users table to this one. Right now it will try to find out from the customers table. And also the update password one. What is the default update password one? Can I click here? And this is, I just want to see what is the default password query they are having. This is the set change password. This is the change password SQL. Whatever we'll be sending here, they will be setting it to this guy. What is this guy? This guy is this one. Can I do control? Can I do control click here? And this is my default change password SQL, right? Update users set you set. See, they're trying to update the user schema. Now we need to write customers, right? Let me copy this query only. Their query only will modify. Copy this, close this, and write here change password SQL. This is my code. Let me write the change password. Right now for us it is going to be customers, isn't it? Customer table only we want to update. Copy this. Maybe I want to paste this one, customers, and I want to set the password to something where username is equal to something. Let's try this. Let's do Control S. I am done. Maybe we need to override one more, that is called delete, the delete one, because I remember I have given a delete account link as well. So now we will do that later. Let me first try this one, whether the change password is working or not. Let me wait till the server let me stop the server and start it again, and then we'll decide whether the things are working or not. Practice it one time. It's very easy. I have not done anything. If you don't want to see the internal code, just type like this. So let me go back. Let me go back. Log out. Let me log in again. So it's gonna be Abhi and Abhi 1 2 3, and this A, let me remove to this small. Login. Hey, Abhi 1 2 3 4. 1 2 3 4. Yes, I'm logged in, and let me go to home, and there you go. Okay, now I can click on the change password just to be on the same page. My password is right now Abhi 1 2 3 4. Let me try. What is the time right now? 7:33. Maybe if it will not work, we'll do it next time. We'll do change password. Now let's say my old password is Abhi 1 2 3 4, and the new password is going to be, let's say, Abhi 1 2 3, and my confirmed password is going to be Abhi 1 2 3. This is going to be the confirmed password. So now if I remember it correctly, if the password will be successfully changed, then what will happen? Change password method. If the password will successfully changed, then it will redirect me to the home page, right? If the password matches, this will change the password. It will redirect me to the home page. Else, it will redirect me to the to one of the page, invalid password page or not matched page. So in our case, it should redirect it to change password page again if something goes wrong. Let me go there, change password, and there you go. Right now it happened, and I hope that it should be changed. The password is changed right now. I just want to share this video to the morning batch people as well. So yeah, there you go. The password is changed to Abhi 1 2 3. Right now the password change happened, right? So now basically to test it out, I can click on the logout button, and basically I can do what? I can try with Abhi again, the username, and password is Abhi 1 2 3, not 1 2 3 4. Login, and I'm logged in, right? And here I can do what? What is that? Home, right? And there you go. I'm logged in. Okay, and it's saying hi Abhi. So now if I click on delete account, what will happen? Boom, again an error, and this is the task for you. Now it is what it is trying to do. It is deleting from authorities where username is equal to something. So this is the task for you. What you need to do, you need to make sure that this link is also going to work fine. I'm going to give you the project in a while. I'm going to give you this particular project so that you can import it. Now basically what you need to do is just go to the config file. Okay, you can look for that delete wala method. So you can do, not here, Control G, Control G, Control S. Maybe you can go to that config.java. Right here, whenever you are instantiating the JDBCUserDetailsManager, you can do UserDetailsManager dot set. What is that? Delete group, delete user authorities, delete user SQL. You need to set that SQL just right here. Maybe you can just click on this delete user SQL if you don't want to write the query by yourself. The shortcut I always do, I never type, I just copy paste. Click here. Okay, they will redirect you to somewhere. Okay, now this is the SQL that you will be giving, and that SQL they are giving it to, that SQL they will be assigning it to delete SQL, delete user SQL. Click here. Now this is the SQL. Click here. Now this is the SQL you got, right? Now copy this. Okay, and maybe you can copy this. You can go to here and just paste your, a SQL just right here. Maybe you can change it to customer, and there you go. I don't know if it will work or not. Let me try. Your assignment, I have solved it. I'm sorry. So let's see. So assignment, I have solved it. Just do the practice. Maybe I'll go here right now. If I'll rephrase it, click here. Okay, still not working. Still it is finding the delete from authorities where username. Why it is right now, maybe there is some other problem. You guys debug and fix it. Okay, just debug why it is causing the problem. Maybe you can do what? You can go to your hello world controller. This is the problem I will not fix. You will fix. So that's how you will be debugging. So first, what you will do, go to the hello world controller, that link that we have created, delete account. Okay, where we have created this link in the, I think this link is getting handled here in the hello world controller. Do Control O, delete user method. This is the method we have created, and we are doing UserDetailsManager.delete user. Put a breakpoint here and go into the delete user method. Okay, this is the delete user method. This is the update query. This is the delete SQL, delete user SQL they are running. So this is the SQL they are running. So we have overridden it, but still it is not working. Why is not working? Where it is failing, try debugging. If you are getting failed, that's not a problem. But debug the issue. See where you are where the code is basically breaking, and let me know if you'll be able to solve it. I'll give you a chocolate. I'll just send you some chocolates. Else I'll just tell you the solution. But at least for next 2-3 days, this is the task for you. Okay, just get it work. Making sense, guys? Maybe just see what to override. Just try with different combinations. Okay, right here. Okay, and just try it by yourself. I don't want to give you any clue. So yeah, I mean, it's making sense a little what I'm trying to do. Basically, right now also we're not writing query. We are still using this guy, JDBCUserDetailsManager, and very soon we will be writing our own UserDetailsManager. We will not be using this JDBCUserDetailsManager. Okay, this is it for today. 7:40 already. Yes, any questions? Just give me a moment. I'll just put my computer on charge. Let me know, guys, if you have any questions, or this is tricky, or this is easy, or things like that. If you don't want to see anything, just use this. Just use this much of code. It is going to help you to solve. Okay, just try different combination and let me know. Okay. Yes.
Can you please send me code?
Yeah, I will send you. I'll just send you. I'll just zip this just right now, and maybe you guys can go ahead and try debugging this one. I can do Control S. Okay. Now I'll also send you the script, or you can create a table just like this in your database, Anu. Okay. Or just create a table and just try to change.
Yeah, I'll do that.
Okay. I'll just send the code, Anu, right after the session. Okay. Yeah. Please go ahead and do debugging. If it is not working, that's fine. I'll help. Yes.
I'm really bad on debugging, so I need to do it.
Don't worry. I'll also give you some debugging session once this Java 8 over. Happy?
Thank you. Yeah, thank you. Of course, always happy if I get something extra from you.
Sure. No, I'll just try. Let's do that on next Saturday or next Saturday. Ayur, how is it going, man? Is it okay?
Should I stop recording?
Just hold on. I just want to see whether anybody is having any doubts, so that the doubts will also help people. Ayur, silent today? Why? You there, Ayur? Dilip?
I'm good, Ablash.
Okay. No issues, Dilip. You are completely fine with this?
Yes.
Thank you. Karthik?
Yeah, I'm fine, Ablash.
Thank you. Mohi? Questions?
I'm fine, Ablash.
Great. Thank you. Raju? Raju, first tell me, is making sense, the things?
Yeah, somewhat, but I will practice, then I will let you know.
Please do.
Alright guys, that's it for this video. I hope you have enjoyed it. The next part of the Spring Security and internals is coming up in the next few days, and you will be enjoying that particular video as well. If you have already completed it, then I want to tell you one thing. Congratulations, you have done a really good job. And basically you have tolerated me for the last 6 hours, and I want to thank you very much for that as well. So I'll see you in the next video, where we'll be talking about the Spring Security internals again, and I'll be talking about a lot of new things like UserDetailsManager, what is the authentication provider, what are the different kinds of authentication provider we have, how to create our own authentication provider, how to create our filters, our custom filters, and what are the different flows that we have in Spring Security. A lot of new things are coming up in the next session, and in the next session you'll be learn a lot of good things which is going to help you a lot in your career. So don't forget to watch the next video. Wait for that. I feel that I'll be able to post it in the next few days, and also let me know with a review in the comment section. Just let me know if you got any issues and where you need me to help you. Okay, just post your questions, queries right there in the comment section. You can subscribe to my channel for further updates. Yeah, it's pretty much important to say subscribe to my channel, guys, if you need. And the next thing is that you can ask me questions in my Instagram. My Instagram ID is down there, Selenium_Express, and also you can ask me questions in my Facebook group, which is a private Facebook group. I definitely recommend you to join that, where you can ask questions, you can help other people to solve their issues as well. So I am looking forward to see you in the group as well. And yeah, until next time, take care, bye bye, and happy coding.